Chapter 17, Part 1 of Volume the Second of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 17, The Crusades, Their Decline and End, Part 1. In the month of August, 1099, the Crusade, to judge by appearances, had attained its object. Jerusalem was in the hands of the Christians, and they had set up in it a king, the most pious and most disinterested of the Crusaders. Close to this ancient kingdom were growing up likewise, in the two chief cities of Syria and Mesopotamia, Antioch and Edessa, two Christian principalities, in the possession of two Crusader chiefs, Bohemond and Baldwin. A third Christian principality was on the point of getting founded at the foot of Libanus, at Tripolis, for the advantage of another Crusader, Bertrand, eldest son of Count Raymond of Toulouse. The conquest of Syria and Palestine seemed accomplished in the name of the faith, and by the armies of Christian Europe, and the conquerors calculated so surely upon their fixture that during his reign, short as it was, for he was elected king July 23, 1099, and died July 18, 1100, aged only 40 years. Godfrey de Bouillon caused to be drawn up and published under the title of Assizes of Jerusalem a code of laws, which transferred to Asia the customs and traditions of the feudal system just as they existed in France at the moment of his departure from the Holy Land. 46 years afterwards, in 1145, the Mussulmans, under the leadership of Zangi, Sultan of Aleppo and of Mosul, had retaken Edessa. 42 years after that, in 1187, Saladin, Salah el-Eddin, Sultan of Egypt and of Syria, had put an end to the Christian kingdom of Jerusalem, and only 7 years later, in 1194, Richard Coeur de Lion, King of England, after the most heroic exploits in Palestine, on arriving in sight of Jerusalem, retreated in despair, covering his eyes with his shield, and saying that he was not worthy to look upon the city, which he was not in a condition to conquer. When he re-embarked at St. Jean d'Acre, casting a last glance and stretching out his arms towards the coast, he cried, "Most holy land, I commend thee to the care of the Almighty, and may He grant me long life enough to return hither and deliver thee from the yoke of the infidels." A century had not yet rolled by since the triumph of the first Crusaders, and the dominion they had acquired by conquest in the Holy Land had become, even in the eyes of their most valiant and most powerful successors, an impossibility. Nevertheless, repeated efforts and glory, and even victories, were not then, and were not to be still later, unknown amongst the Christians in their struggle against the Mussulmans for the possession of the Holy Land. In the space of 171 years, from the coronation of Godfrey de Bouillon as King of Jerusalem in 1099, to the death of St. Louis, wearing the cross before Tunis in 1270, 7 grand crusades were undertaken, with the same design, by the greatest sovereigns of Christian Europe, the kings of France and England, the emperors of Germany, the kings of Denmark, and princes of Italy successively engaged therein. And they all failed. It were neither right nor desirable to make long pause over the recital of their attempts and their reverses, for it is the history of France, and not a general history of the Crusades, which is here related. But it was in France, by the French people, and under French chiefs, that the Crusades were begun, and it was with St. Louis, dying before Tunis, beneath the banner of the cross, that they came to an end. They revived in the history of Europe the glorious name of Gesta Dei per Francos, God's works by French hands, and they have a right to keep, in the history of France, the place they really occupied. During a reign of 29 years, Louis VI, called the Fat, son of Philip I, did not trouble himself about the East or the Crusades, at that time in all their fame and renown. Being rather a man of sense than an enthusiast in the cause either of piety or glory, he gave all his attention to the establishment of some order, justice, and royal authority in his as yet far from extensive kingdom. A tragic incident, however, gave the Crusade chief place in the thoughts and life of his son Louis VII, called the Young, who succeeded him in 1137. He got himself rashly embroiled, in 1142, in a quarrel with Pope Innocent II, on the subject of the election of the Archbishop of Bourges. The Pope and the King had each a different candidate for the seat. "The King is a child," said the Pope. "He must get schooling, and be kept from learning bad habits." "Never, so long as I live," said the King, "shall Peter de la Chatre, the Pope's candidate, enter the city of Bourges." The chapter of Bourges, thinking as the Pope thought, elected Peter de la Chatre, and Theobald II, Count of Champagne, took sides for the Archbishop-elect. "Mind your own business," said the King to him. "Your dominions are large enough to occupy you, and leave me to govern my own as I have in mind." Theobald persisted in backing the elective Pope and chapter. The Pope excommunicated the King. The King declared war against the Count of Champagne, and went and besieged Vitry. Nearly all the town was built of wood, and the besiegers set fire to it. The besieged fled for refuge to a church, in which they were infested, and the fire reached the church, which was entirely consumed, together with the 1,300 inhabitants, men, women, and children, who had retreated thither. The disaster made a great stir. Saint Bernard, Abbot of Clairvaux, and the leading ecclesiastical authority of the age, took the part of Count Theobald. King Louis felt a lively sorrow and sincere repentance. Soon afterwards it became known in the West that the affairs of the Christians were going ill in the East, that the town of Edessa had been retaken by the Turks, and all its inhabitants massacred. The kingdom of Jerusalem, too, was in danger. Great was the emotion in Europe, and the cry of the Crusade was heard once more. Louis the Young, to appease his troubled conscience, and to get reconciled with the Pope, to say nothing of sympathy for the national movement, assembled the grandees, laic and ecclesiastical, of the kingdom, to deliberate upon the matter. Deliberation was more prolonged, more frequently repeated, and more indecisive than it had been at the time of the first Crusade. 3 grand assemblies met, the first in 1145 at Bourges, the second in 1146 at Vezelai in Nivernais, and the third in 1147 at Etampes, all 3 being called to investigate the expediency of a new crusade and of the king's participation in the enterprise. Not only was the question seriously discussed, but extremely diverse opinions were expressed, both amongst the rank and file of those assemblies and amongst their most illustrious members. There were 2 men whose talents and fame made them conspicuous above all: Suger, Abbot of Saint Denis, the intimate and able adviser of the wise king, Louis the Fat, and Saint Bernard, Abbot of Clairvaux, the most eloquent, most influential, and most piously disinterested amongst the Christians of his age. Though both were ecclesiastics, these 2 great men were, touching the second Crusade, of opposite opinions. "Let none suppose," says Suger's biographer and confidant, William, monk of Saint Denis, "that it was at his instance, or by his counsel, that the king undertook the voyage to the Holy Land. Although the success of it was other than had been expected, this prince was influenced only by pious wishes and zeal for the service of God. As for Sugar, ever far-seeing and only too well able to read the future, not only did he not suggest to the monarch any such design, but he disapproved of it so soon as it was mentioned to him. The truth of it is, that after having vainly striven to nip it in the bud, and being unable to put a check upon the king's zeal, he thought it wise, either for fear of wounding the king's piety, or of uselessly incurring the wrath of the partisans of the enterprise, to yield to the times. As for Saint Bernard, at the first of the three assemblies, at Bourges, whether it were that his mind was not yet made up, or that he desired to cover himself with greater glory, he advised the king to undertake nothing without having previously consulted the Holy See. But when Pope Eugenius III, so far from hesitating, had warmly solicited the aid of the Christians against the infidels, Saint Bernard, at the second assembly, at Vercellae, gave free vent to his feelings and his eloquence. After having read the Pope's letters, "If ye were told," said he, "that an enemy had attacked your castles, your cities, and your lands, had ravished your wives and your daughters, and had profaned your temples, which of you would not fly to arms? Well, all those evils and evils still greater have come upon your brethren, upon the family of Christ, which is your own. Why tarry ye then to repair so many wrongs, to avenge so many insults? Christian warriors, he who gave his life for you today demandeth yours. Illustrious knights, noble defenders of the cross, call to mind the example of your fathers, who conquered Jerusalem, and whose names are written in heaven. The living God has charged me to tell unto you that he will punish those who shall not have defended him against his enemies. Fly to arms and let Christendom re-echo with the words of the prophet. Woe to him who dieth not his sword with blood." At this fervent address, the assembly rang with the shout of the first crusade, "God willeth it! God willeth it!" The king, kneeling before Saint Bernard, received from his hands the cross. The queen, Eleanor of Aquitaine, assumed it like her husband. Nearly all the barons present followed their example. Saint Bernard tore up his garments into crosses for distribution, and on leaving the assembly he scoured the country places, everywhere preaching and persuading the people. "The villages and castles are deserted," he wrote to the Pope. "There is none to be seen save widows and orphans whose husbands and fathers are alive." Nor did he confine himself to France. He crossed into Germany and preached the crusade all along the Rhine. The Emperor Conrad III showed great hesitation. The empire was sorely troubled, he said, and had need of its head. "Be of a good cheer," replied Saint Bernard. "So long as you defend his heritage, God himself will take the burden of defending yours." One day in December 1146 he was celebrating Mass at Spire, in presence of the Emperor and a great number of German princes. Suddenly he passed from the regular service to the subject of the crusade, and transported his audience to the Last Judgment, in the presence of all the nations of the earth summoned together, and Jesus Christ bearing his cross, and reproaching the Emperor with ingratitude. Conrad was deeply moved, and interrupted the preacher by crying out, "I know what I owe to Jesus Christ, and I swear to go whither it pleases him to call me." The attraction became general, and Germany, like France, took up the cross. Saint Bernard returned to France. The ardour there had cooled a little during his absence. The results of his trip in Germany were being waited for, and it was known that, on being eagerly pressed to put himself at the head of the Crusaders, and take the command of the whole expedition, he had formally refused. His enthusiasm and his devotion, sincere and deep as they were, did not, in this case, extinguish common sense, and he had not forgotten the melancholy experiences of Peter the Hermit. In support of his refusal he claimed the intervention of Pope Eugenius III. "Who am I," he wrote to him, "that I should form a camp and march at the head of an army? What can be more alien to my calling, even if I lacked not the strength and the ability? I need not tell you all this, for you know it perfectly. I conjure you by the charity you owe me, deliver me not over thus to the humours of men." The Pope came to France, and the Third Grand Assembly met at Étampes in February 1147. The presence of St. Bernard rekindled zeal, but foresight began to penetrate men's minds. Instead of insisting upon his being the chief of the crusade, attention was given to preparations for the expedition. The points were indicated at which the Crusaders should form a junction, and the directions in which they would have to move, and inquiry was made as to what measures should be taken, and what persons should be selected for the government of France during the king's absence. "Sir," said St. Bernard, after having come to an understanding upon the subject with the principal members of the assembly, at the same time pointing to Suger and the Count of Nevers, "here be 2 swords, and it sufficeth." The Count de Nevers peremptorily refused the honour done him. He was resolved, he said, to enter the order of St. Bruno, as indeed he did. Suger also refused at first, considering the dignity offered him a burden rather than an honour. Wise and clear-sighted by nature, he had learned in the reign of Louis the Fat to know the requirements and the difficulties of government. He consented to accept, says his biographer, only when he was at last forced to it by Pope Eugenius, who was present at the king's departure, and whom it was neither permissible nor possible for him to resist. It was agreed that the French Crusaders should form a junction at Metz, under the command of King Louis, and the Germans at Ratisbon, under that of the Emperor Conrad, and that the 2 armies should successively repair by land to Constantinople, whence they would cross into Asia. Having each a strength, it is said, of 100,000 men, they marched by Germany and the lower Danube, at an interval of 2 months between them, without committing irregularities and without meeting obstacles so serious as those of the first crusade, but still much incommoded, and subjected to great hardships in the countries they traversed. The Emperor Conrad and the Germans first, and then King Louis and the French, arrived at Constantinople in the course of the summer of 1117. Manuel Comnenus, grandson of Alexis Comnenus, was reigning there, and he behaved towards the Crusaders with the same mixture of caresses and malevolence, promises and perfidy, as had distinguished his grandfather. "There is no ill turn he did not do them," says the historian Nicetas, himself a Greek. Conrad was the first to cross into Asia Minor, and whether it were unskilfulness or treason, the guides with whom he had been supplied by Manuel Comnenus led him so badly that on the 28th of October, 1147, he was surprised and shockingly beaten by the Turks near Ionicum. An utter distrust of Greeks grew up amongst the French, who had not yet left Constantinople, and some of their chiefs, and even one of their prelates, the Bishop of Langres, proposed to make without further delay an end of it with its emperor and empire, so treacherously hostile, and to take Constantinople in order to march more securely upon Jerusalem. But King Louis and the majority of his knights turned a deaf ear. "We be come forth," said they, "to expiate our own sins, not to punish the crimes of the Greeks. when we took up the cross, God did not put into our hands the sword of his justice. And they in their turn crossed over into Asia Minor. There they found the Germans beaten and dispersed, and Conrad himself wounded and so discouraged, that instead of pursuing his way by land with the French, he returned to Constantinople to go thence by sea to Palestine. Louis and his army continued their march across Asia Minor, and gained in Phrygia, at the passage of the river Meander, so brilliant a victory over the Turks, that if such men, says the historian Nicetas, abstain from taking Constantinople, one cannot but admire their moderation and forbearance. End of chapter 17, part 1. Chapter 17, part 2 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 17 The Crusades, Their Decline and End, Part 2. But the success was short, and ere long dearly paid for. On entering Pisidia, the French army split up into two, and afterwards into several divisions, which scattered and lost themselves in the defiles of the mountains. The Turks waited for them, and attacked them at the mouths and from the tops of the passes. Before long there was nothing but disorder and carnage. The little band which surrounded the king was cut to pieces at his side, and Louis himself, with his back against a rock, defended himself, alone, for some minutes, against several Turks, till they, not knowing who he was, drew off, whereupon he, suddenly throwing himself upon a stray horse, rejoined his advanced guard, who believed him dead. The army continued their march pell-mell, king, barons, knights, soldiers, and pilgrims, uncertain day by day what would become of them on the morrow. The Turks harassed them afield. The towns in which there were Greek governors residing refused to receive them. Provisions fell short, arms and baggage were abandoned on the road. On arriving in Pamphylia at Satalia, a little port on the Mediterranean, the impossibility of thus proceeding became evident. They were still, by land, 40 days' march from Antioch, whereas it required but 3 to get there by sea. The governor of Satalia proposed to the king to embark the Crusaders. But when the vessels arrived, they were quite inadequate for such an operation. Hardly could the king, the barons, and the knights find room in them, and it would be necessary to abandon and expose to the perils of the land march the majority of the infantry and all the mere pilgrims who had followed the army. Louis, disconsolate, fluctuated between the most diverse resolutions, at one time demanding to have everybody embarked at any risk, at another determining to march by land himself with all who could not be embarked, distributing whatever money and provisions he had left, being as generous and sympathetic as he was improvident and incapable, and never letting a day pass, says Odo of Doyle, who accompanied him, without hearing mass and crying unto the God of the Christians. At last he embarked, with his queen Eleanor and his principal knights, and towards the end of March 1148 he arrived at Antioch, having lost more than 3/4 of his army. Scarcely had he taken a few days' rest, when messengers came to him on behalf of Baldwin III, king of Jerusalem, begging him to repair without delay to the holy city. Louis was as eager to go thither as the king and people of Jerusalem were to see him there, but his speedy departure encountered unforeseen hindrances. Raymond of Poitiers, at that time Prince of Antioch, by his marriage with Constance, granddaughter of the great Bohemond of the first Crusade, was uncle to the Queen of France, Eleanor of Aquitaine. He was, says William of Tyre, a lord of noble descent, of tall and elegant figure, the handsomest of the princes of the earth, a man of charming affability and conversation, open-handed and magnificent beyond measure, and moreover ambitious and eager to extend his small dominion. He had at heart, beyond everything, the conquest of Aleppo and Caesarea. In this design the King of France and the Crusaders who were still about him might be of real service, and he attempted to win them over. Louis answered that he would engage in no enterprise until he had visited the holy places. Raymond was impetuous, irritable, and as unreasonable in his desires as unfortunate in his undertakings. He had quickly acquired great influence over his niece, Queen Eleanor, and he had no difficulty in winning her over to his plans. She, says William of Tyre, was a very inconsiderate woman, caring little for royal dignity and conjugal fidelity. She took great pleasure in the court of Antioch, where she also conferred much pleasure even upon Mussulmans, whom, as some chronicles say, she did not repulse; and when the king, her husband, spoke to her of approaching departure, they emphatically refused, and to justify her opposition, she declared that they could no longer live together, as there was, she asserted, a prohibited degree of consanguinity between them. Louis, who loved her with an almost excessive love, says William of Nangis, was at the same time angered and grieved. He was austere in morals, easily jealous and religiously scrupulous, and for a moment he was on the point of separating from his wife. But the counsels of his chief barons dissuaded him, and thereupon, taking a sudden resolution, he set out from Antioch secretly by night, carrying off the queen almost by force. They both hid their wrath as much as possible, says the chronicle, but at heart they had ever this outrage. We shall see before long what were the consequences. No history can offer so striking an example of the importance of well assorted unions amongst the highest as well as the lowest, and of the prolonged woes which may be brought upon a nation by the domestic evils of royalty. On approaching Jerusalem, in the month of April 1148, Louis VII. Saw coming to meet him King Baldwin III., and the patriarch and the people, singing, "Blessed be he that cometh in the name of Lord." So soon as he had entered the city, his pious wishes were fulfilled by his being taken to pay a solemn visit to all the holy places. At the same time arrived from Constantinople the Emperor Conrad, almost alone and in the guise of a simple pilgrim. All the remnant of the Crusaders, French and German, hurried to join them. Impatient to exhibit their power on the theatre of their creed, and to render to the kingdom of Jerusalem some striking service, the two western sovereigns, and Baldwin and their principal barons, assembled at Ptolemais, Saint Jean of the Arc, to determine the direction to be taken by their enterprise. They decided upon the siege of Damascus, the most important and the nearest of the Mussulman princedoms in Syria, and in the early part of June they moved thither with forces incomplete and ill united. Neither the Prince of Antioch nor the Counts of Edessa and Tripolis had been summoned to Saint Jean of Arc, and Queen Eleanor had not appeared. At the first attack, the ardour of the assailants and the brilliant personal prowess of their chiefs, of the Emperor Conrad amongst others, struck surprise and consternation into the besieged, who, foreseeing the necessity of abandoning their city, laid across the streets beams, chains, and heaps of stones, to stop the progress of the conquerors, and give themselves time for flying, with their families and their wealth, by the northern and southern gates. But personal interest and secret negotiations before long brought into the Christian camp weakness, together with discord. Many of the barons were already disputing amongst themselves, at the very elbows of the sovereigns, for the future government of Damascus. Others were not inaccessible to the rich offers which came to them from the city, and it is maintained that King Baldwin himself suffered himself to be bribed by a sum of 200,000 pieces of gold, which were sent to him by Mojer Eddin, Emir of Damascus, and which turned out to be only pieces of copper covered with gold leaf. News came that the Emirs of Aleppo and Mosul were coming, with considerable forces, to the relief of the place. Whatever may have been the cause of retreat, the Crusader sovereigns decided upon it, and raising the siege, returned to Jerusalem. The Emperor Conrad, in indignation and confusion, set out precipitately to return to Germany. King Louis could not make up his mind thus to quit the Holy Land in disgrace, and without doing anything for its deliverance. He prolonged his stay there for more than a year without anything to show for his time and zeal. His barons and his knights nearly all left him, and by sea or land made their way back to France. But the king still lingered. I am under a bond, he wrote to Suger, not to leave the Holy Land, save with glory, and after doing somewhat for the cause of God and the kingdom of France. At last, after many fruitless entreaties, Suger wrote to him: Dear King and Lord, I must cause thee to hear the voice of thy whole kingdom. Why dost thou fly from us? After having toiled so hard in the East, after having endured so many almost unendurable evils, by what harshness or what cruelty comes it, that now, when the barons and grandees of the kingdom have returned, thou persistest in abiding with the barbarians? The disturbers of the kingdom have entered into it again, and thou, who shouldst defend it, remainest in exile, as if thou wert a prisoner. Thou givest over the lamb to the wolf, thy dominions to the ravishers. We conjure thy majesty, we invoke thy piety, we adjure thy goodness, we summon thee in the name of the fealty we owe thee. Tarry not at all, or only a little while, beyond Easter, else thou wilt appear, in the eyes of God, guilty of a breach of that oath which thou didst take at the same time as the crown. At length Louis made up his mind, and embarked at St. Jean d'Acre at the commencement of July, 1149, and he disembarked in the month of October at the port of St. Gilles, at the mouth of the Rhone, whence he wrote to Suger: We be hastening unto you safe and sound, and we command you not to defer paying us a visit on a given day and before all our other friends. Many rumours reach us touching our kingdom, and knowing not for certain, we be desirous to learn from you how we should bear ourselves, or hold our peace in every case. And let none but yourself know what I say to you at this present writing. This preference and this confidence were no more than Louis VII. Owed to Suger. The Abbot of St. Denis, after having opposed the crusade with a freedom of spirit and a far-sightedness unique perhaps in his times, had, during the king's absence, borne the weight of government with a political tact, a firmness, and a disinterestedness rare in any times. He had upheld the authority of absent royalty, kept down the pretensions of vassals, and established some degree of order wherever his influence could reach. He had provided for the king's expenses in Palestine by good administration of the domains and revenues of the crown; and lastly, he had acquired such renown in Europe that men came from Italy and from England to view the salutary effects of his government, and that the name of Solomon of his age was conferred upon him by strangers his contemporaries. With the exception of great sovereigns, such as Charlemagne or William the Conqueror, only great bishops or learned theologians, and that by their influence in the Church or by their writings, had obtained this European reputation from the ninth to the 12th century. Suger was the first man who attained to it by the sole merit of his political conduct, and who offered an example of a minister justly admired for his ability and wisdom beyond the circle in which he lived. When he saw that the king's return drew near, he wrote to him, saying, "You will, I think, have ground to be satisfied with our conduct. We have remitted to the Knights of the Temple the money we had resolved to send you. We have, besides, reimbursed the Count of Vermandois the 3,000 livres he had lent us for your service. Your land and your people are in the enjoyment, for the present, of a happy peace. You will find your houses and your palaces in good condition through the care we have taken to have them repaired. Behold me now in the decline of age, and I dare to say that the occupations in which I have engaged for the love of God, and through attachment to your person, have added many to my years. In respect of the Queen, your consort, I am of opinion that you should conceal the displeasure she causes you, until, restored to your dominions, you can calmly deliberate upon that, and upon other subjects." On once more entering his kingdom, Louis, who at a distance had sometimes lent a credulous ear to the complaints of the discontented or to the calumnies of Suger's enemies, did him full justice, and was the first to give him the name of Father of the Country. The ill success of the Crusade, and the remembrance of all that France had risked and lost for nothing, made a deep impression upon the public, and they honoured Suger for his far-sightedness, whilst they blamed Saint Bernard for the infatuation which he had fostered, and for the disasters which had followed it. Saint Bernard accepted their reproaches in a pious spirit. "If," said he, "there must be murmuring against God or against me, I prefer to see the murmurs of men falling upon me rather than upon the Lord. To me it is a blessed thing that God should deign to use me as a buckler to shield himself. I shrink not from humiliation, provided that his glory be unassailed." But at the same time Saint Bernard himself was troubled, and he permitted himself to give expression to his troubled feelings in a singularly free and bold strain of piety. "We be fallen upon very grievous times," he wrote to Pope Eugenius III. "The Lord, provoked by our sins, seemed in some sort to have determined to judge the world before the time, and to judge it, doubtless, according to his equity, but not remembering his mercy. Do not the heathen say, Where is now their God? And who can wonder? The children of the Church, those who be called Christian, lie stretched upon the desert, smitten with the sword or dead by famine. Did we undertake the work rashly? Did we behave ourselves lightly? How patiently God heareth the sacrilegious voices and blasphemies of these Egyptians! Assuredly his judgments be righteous. Who does not know it? But in the present judgment there is so profound a depth, that I hesitate not to call him blessed whosoever is not surprised and offended by it." The soul of man, no less than the shifting scene of the world, is often a great subject of surprise. King Louis, on his way back to France, had stayed some days at Rome, and there, in a conversation with the Pope, he had almost promised him a new crusade to repair the disasters of that from which he had found it so difficult to get out. Suger, when he became acquainted with this project, opposed it as he had opposed the former; but at the same time, as he, in common with all his age, considered the deliverance of the Holy Land to be the bounden duty of Christians, he conceived the idea of dedicating the large fortune and great influence he had acquired to the cause of a new crusade, to be undertaken by himself and at his own expense, without compromising either king or state. He unfolded his views to a meeting of bishops assembled at Chartres, and he went to Tours, and paid a visit to the tomb of Saint Martin to implore his protection. Already more than 10,000 pilgrims were in arms at his call, and already he had himself chosen a warrior of ability and renown to command them, when he fell ill and died at the end of 4 months in 1152, aged 70, and thanking the Almighty, says his biographer, for having taken him to him, not suddenly, but little by little, in order to bring him step by step to the rest needful for the weary man. It is said that, in his last days, and when St. Bernard was exhorting him not to think any more save only of the heavenly Jerusalem, Suger still expressed to him his regret at dying without having succoured the city, which was so dear to them both. Almost at the very moment when Suger was dying, a French council, assembled at Beaugency, was annulling on the ground of prohibited consanguinity, and with the tacit consent of the two persons most concerned, the marriage of Louis VII. And Eleanor of Aquitaine. Some months afterwards, at Whitsuntide in the same year, Henry Plantagenet, Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou, espoused Eleanor, thus adding to his already great possessions Poitou and Aquitaine, and becoming in France a vassal more powerful than the king his suzerain. 20 months later, in 1154, at the death of King Stephen, Henry Plantagenet became King of England, and thus there was a recurrence, in an aggravated form, of the position which had been filled by William the Conqueror, and which was the first cause of rivalry between France and England, and of the consequent struggles of considerably more than the century's duration. Little more than a year after Suger, on the 20th of April, 1153, St. Bernard died also. The two great men, of whom one had excited and the other opposed the Second Crusade, disappeared together from the theatre of the world. The Crusade had completely failed. After a lapse of scarce 40 years, a third Crusade began. When a great idea is firmly fixed in men's minds with the twofold sanction of duty and feeling, many generations live and die in its service before efforts are exhausted and the end reached or abandoned. During this 40 years' interval between the end of the Second and beginning of the Third Crusade, the relative positions of West and East, Christian Europe and Mussulman Asia, remained the same outwardly and according to the general aspect of affairs. But in Syria and in Palestine there was a continuance of the struggle between Christendom and Islamry, with various fortunes on either side. The Christian kingdom of Jerusalem still stood, and after Godfrey de Bouillon, from 1100 to 1180, there had been a succession of 8 kings, some energetic and bold, aspiring to extend their young dominion, others indolent and weak upon a tottering throne. The rivalries and often the defections and treasons of the petty Christian princes and lords, who were set up at different points in Palestine and Syria, endangered their common cause. Fortunately similar rivalries, dissensions, and treasons prevailed amongst the Mussulman emirs, some of them Turks and others Persians or Arabs, and at one time foes, at another dependents, of the Caliphs of Baghdad or of Egypt. Anarchy and civil war harassed both races and both religions with almost equal impartiality. But beneath this surface of simultaneous agitation and monotony, great changes were being accomplished or preparing for accomplishment in the West. The principal sovereigns of the preceding generation, Louis VII, King of France, Conrad III, Emperor of Germany, and Henry II, King of England, were dying, and princes more juvenile and more enterprising, or simply less wearied out, Philip Augustus, Frederick Barbarossa, and Richard Coeur de Lion, were taking their places. In the East, the theatre of policy and events was being enlarged. Egypt was becoming the goal of ambition with the chiefs, Christian or Mussulman. Of Eastern Asia and Damietta, the key of Egypt, was the object of their enterprises. Those of Amaury I, the boldest of the kings of Jerusalem, as well as those of the sultans of Damascus and Aleppo. Nur ed-Din and Saladin, Turks by origin, had commenced their fortunes in Syria, but it was in Egypt that they culminated. And when Saladin became the most illustrious as well as the most powerful of Mussulman sovereigns, it was with the title of Sultan of Egypt and of Syria that he took his place in history. End of chapter 17, part 2. Chapter 17, Part 3 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 17, The Crusades, Their Decline and End, Part 3. In the course of the year 1187, Europe suddenly heard tale upon tale about the repeated disasters of the Christians in Asia. On the 1st of May, the two religious and warlike orders, which had been founded in the East for the defence of Christendom, the Hospitallers of St. John of Jerusalem and the Templars, lost at a brush in Galilee 500 of their bravest knights. On the 3rd and 4th of July, near Tiberias, a Christian army was surrounded by the Saracens, and also ere long by the fire which Saladin had ordered to be set to the dry grass which covered the plain. The flames made their way and spread beneath the feet of men and horses. There, say the Oriental chroniclers, the sons of Paradise and the children of Fire settled their terrible quarrel. Arrows hurtled in the air like a noisy flight of sparrows, and the blood of warriors dripped onto the ground like rainwater. I saw, adds one of them who was present at the battle, hill, plain, and valley covered with their dead. I saw their banners stained with dust and blood. I saw their heads laid low, their limbs scattered, their carcasses piled on a heap like stones. 4 days after the battle of Tiberias, on the 8th of July, 1187, Saladin took possession of St. Jean d'Acre, and on the 4th of September following, of Ascalon. Finally, on the 18th of September, he laid siege to Jerusalem, wherein refuge had been sought by a multitude of Christian families driven from their homes by the ravages of the infidels throughout Palestine, and the holy city contained at this time, it is said, nearly 100,000 Christians. On approaching its walls, Saladin sent for the principal inhabitants and said to them, I know as well as you that Jerusalem is the house of God, and I will not have it assaulted if I can get it by peace and love. I will give you 30,000 byzants of gold if you promise me Jerusalem, and you shall have liberty to go whither you will and do your tillage, to a distance of 5 miles from the city. And I will have you supplied with such plenty of provisions that in no place of earth shall they be so cheap. You shall have a truce from now to Whitsuntide, and when this time comes, if you see that you may have aid, then hold on. But if not, you shall give up the city, and I will have you conveyed in safety to Christian territory, yourselves and your substance. We may not yield up to you a city where died our God, answered the envoys, and still less may we sell you. The siege lasted 14 days. After having repulsed several assaults, the inhabitants saw that effectual resistance was impossible, and the commandant of the place, a knight named Dalian d'Ibelin, an old warrior, who had been at the battle of Tiberias, returned to Saladin, and asked for the conditions back again which had at first been rejected. Saladin, pointing to his own banner, already planted upon several parts of the battlements, answered, "It's too late. You surely see that the city is mine." "Very well, my lord," replied the knight, "we will ourselves destroy our city, and the mosque of Omar, and the stone of Jacob, and when it is nothing but a heap of ruins, we will sally forth with sword and fire in hand, and not one of us will go to paradise without having sent 10 Mussulmans to hell." Saladin understood enthusiasm and respected it, and to have had the destruction of Jerusalem connected with his name would have caused him deep displeasure. He therefore consented to the terms of capitulation demanded of him. The fighting men were permitted to retreat to Tyre or Tripolis, the last cities of any importance besides Antioch in the power of the Christians, and the simple inhabitants of Jerusalem had their lives preserved, and permission given them to purchase their freedom on certain conditions. But as many amongst them could not find the means, Malek Athel, the Sultan's brother, and Saladin himself paid the ransom of several thousands of captives. All Christians, however, with the exception of Greeks and Syrians, had orders to leave Jerusalem within 4 days. When the day came, all the gates were closed, except that of David, by which the people were to go forth, and Saladin, seated upon a throne, saw the Christians defile before him. First came the patriarch, followed by the clergy, carrying the sacred vessels and the ornaments of the church of the Holy Sepulchre. After him came Sibylla, queen of Jerusalem, who had remained in the city, whilst her husband, Guy de Lusignan, had been a prisoner at Nablus since the battle of Tiberias. Saladin saluted her respectfully, and spoke to her kindly. He had too great a soul to take pleasure in the humiliation of greatness. The news, spreading through Europe, caused amongst all classes there, high and low, a deep feeling of sorrow, anger, disquietude, and shame. Jerusalem was a very different thing from Edessa. The fall of the kingdom of Jerusalem meant the sepulchre of Jesus Christ fallen once more into the hands of the infidels, and at the same time the destruction of what had been wrought by Christian Europe in the East, the loss of the only striking and permanent gauge of her victories. Christian pride was as much wounded as Christian piety. A new fact, moreover, was conspicuous in this series of reverses and in the accounts received of them. After all its defeats, and in the midst of its discord, Islamry had found a chieftain and a hero. Saladin was one of those strange and superior beings who by their qualities and by their very defects make a strong impression upon the imaginations of men, whether friends or foes. His Mussulman fanaticism was quite as impassioned as the Christian fanaticism of the most ardent Crusaders. When he heard that Reginald of Chatillon, lord of Carat, on the confines of Palestine and Arabia, had all but succeeded in an attempt to go and pillage the Kaaba and the tomb of Mahomet, he wrote to his brother Malek at Hel, at that time governor of Egypt: "The infidels have violated the home and the cradle of Islamism; they have profaned our sanctuary. Did we not prevent a like insult, which God forbid, we should render ourselves guilty in the eyes of God and the eyes of men. Purge we, therefore, our land from these men who dishonour it; purge we the very air from the air they breathe." He commanded that all the Christians who could possibly be captured on this occasion should be put to death, and many were taken to Mecca, where the Mussulman pilgrims immolated them instead of the sheep and lambs they were accustomed to sacrifice. The expulsion of the Christians from Palestine was Saladin's great idea and unwavering passion, and he severely chid the Mussulmans for their soft-heartedness in the struggle. "Behold these Christians," he wrote to the Caliph of Baghdad, "how they come crowding in, how aimlessly they press on! They are continually receiving fresh reinforcements, more numerous than the waves of the sea, and to us more bitter than its brackish waters. Where one dies by land, 1,000 come by sea. The crop is more abundant than the harvest; the tree puts forth more branches than the axe can lop off. It is true that great numbers have already perished, insomuch that the edge of our swords is blunted; but our comrades are beginning to grow weary of so long a war. Haste we, therefore, to implore the help of the Lord." Nor needed he the excuse of passion in order to be cruel and sanguinary when he considered it would serve his cause. For human lives and death he had that barbaric indifference which Christianity alone had rooted out from the communities of men, whilst it has remained familiar to the Mussulman. When he bound himself, either during or after a battle, confronted by enemies whom he really dreaded, such as the Hospitallers of St. John of Jerusalem or the Templars, he had them massacred, and sometimes gave them their death blow himself with cool satisfaction. But apart from open war and the hatred inspired by passion or cold calculation, he was moderate and generous, gentle towards the vanquished and the weak, just and compassionate towards his subjects, faithful to his engagements, and capable of feeling sympathetic admiration for men, even his enemies, in whom he recognized superior qualities, courage, loyalty, and loftiness of mind. For Christian knighthood, its precepts, and the noble character it stamped upon its professors, he felt so much respect, and even inclination, that the wish of his heart, it is said, was to receive the title of knight, and that he did, in fact, receive it with the approval of Richard Coeur de Lion. By reason of all these facts, and on all these grounds, he acquired, even amongst the Christians, that popularity which attaches itself to greatness justified by personal deeds and living proofs, in spite of the fear, and even the hatred, inspired thereby. Christian Europe saw in him the able and potent chief of Mussulman Asia, and whilst detesting, admired him. After the capture of Jerusalem by Saladin, the Christians of the East, in their distress, sent to the West their most eloquent prelate and gravest historian, William, Archbishop of Tyre, who 15 years before, in the reign of Baldwin IV., had been chancellor of the kingdom of Jerusalem. He, accompanied by a legate of Pope Gregory VIII., scoured Italy, France, and Germany, recounting everywhere the miseries of the Holy Land, and imploring the aid of all Christian princes and peoples, whatever might be their own position of affairs and their own quarrels in Europe. At a parliament assembled at Gisors on the 21st of January, 1188, and at a diet convoked at Mayence on the 27th of March following, he so powerfully affected the knighthood of France, England, and Germany, that the three sovereigns of these three states, Philip Augustus, Richard Coeur de Lion, and Frederick Barbarossa, engaged with acclamation in a new crusade. They were princes of very different ages and degrees of merit, but all three distinguished for their personal qualities as well as their puissance. Frederick Barbarossa was 67, and for the last 36 years had been leading, in Germany and Italy, as politician and soldier, a very active and stormy existence. Richard Coeur de Lion was 31, and had but just ascended the throne, where he was to shine as the most valiant and adventurous of knights, rather than as a king. Philip Augustus, though only 23, had already shown signs, beneath the vivacious sallies of youth, of the reflective and steady ability characteristic of riper age. Of these three sovereigns, the eldest, Frederick Barbarossa, was first ready to plunge amongst the perils of the crusade. Starting from Ratisbon about Christmas, 1189, with an army of 150,000 men, he traversed the Greek Empire and Asia Minor, defeated the Sultan of Iconium, passed the first defiles of Taurus, and seemed to be approaching the object of his voyage, when, on the 10th of June, 1190, having arrived at the borders of the Selef, a small river which throws itself into the Mediterranean close to Seleucia, he determined to cross it by fording, was seized with a chill, and, according to some, drowned before his people's eyes, but, according to others, carried dying to Seleucia, where he expired. His young son Conrad, Duke of Swabia, was not equal to taking the command of such an army, and it broke up. The majority of the German princes returned to Europe, and there remained beneath the banner of Christ only a weak band of warriors, faithful to their vow, a boy chief and a bear. When the crusaders of the other nations, assembled before St. Jean d'Acre, saw the remnant of that grand German army arrive, not a soul could restrain his tears. 3,000 men, all but stark naked, and harassed to death, marched sorrowfully along, with the dried bones of their emperor carried in a coffin. For in the 12th century the art of embalming the dead was unknown. Barbarossa, before leaving Europe, had asked that if he should die in the crusade, he might be buried in the church of the Resurrection at Jerusalem. But this wish could not be accomplished, as the Christians did not recover the holy city, and the mortal remains of the emperor were carried, as some say, to Tyre, and, as others, to Antioch, where his tomb has not been discovered. End of chapter 17, part 3. Chapter 17, part 4 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 17 The Crusades, Their Decline and End, Part 4. Frederick Barbarossa was already dead in Asia Minor, and the German army was already broken up, when on the 24th of June, 1190, Philip Augustus went and took the Oriflamme at Saint Denis, on his way to Versailles, where he had appointed to meet Richard, and whence the two kings, in fact, set out on the 4th of July to embark with their troops, Philip at Genoa and Richard at Marseilles. They had agreed to touch nowhere until they reached Sicily, where Philip was to arrive the first, on the 16th of September, and Richard was 8 days later. But instead of simply touching, they passed at Messina all the autumn of 1190 and all the winter of 1190–91, no longer seeming to think of anything but quarrelling and amusing themselves. Nor were grounds for quarrel or opportunities for amusements to seek. Richard, in spite of his promise, was unwilling to marry the Princess Alice, Philip's sister, and Philip, after lively discussion, would not agree to give him back his word, save in consideration of a sum of 10,000 silver marks, whereof he shall pay us 3,000 at the feast of All Saints, and year by year in succession at this same feast. Some of their amusements were not more refined than their family arrangements, and ruffianly contests and violent enmities sprang up amidst the feasts and the games in which kings and knights nearly every evening indulged in the plains round about Messina. One day there came amongst the Crusaders thus assembled a peasant driving an ass, laden with those long and strong reeds known by the name of canes. English and French, with Richard at their head, bought them of him, and mounting on horseback, ran tilt at one another, armed with these reeds by way of lances. Richard found himself opposite to a French knight, named William des Barres, of whose strength and valour he had already, not without displeasure, had experience in Normandy. The two champions met with so rude a shock that their reeds broke, and the king's cloak was torn. Richard, in pique, urged his horse violently against the French knight, in order to make him lose his stirrups, but William kept a firm seat, whilst the king fell under his horse, which came down in his impetuosity. Richard, more and more exasperated, had another horse brought, and charged a second time, but with no more success, the immovable knight. One of Richard's favourites, the Earl of Leicester, would have taken his place and avenged his lord. But let be, Robert, said the king, it is a matter between him and me. And he once more attacked William des Barres, and once more to no purpose. Fly from my sight, cried he to the knight, and take care never to appear again, for I will be ever a mortal foe to thee and thine. William des Barres, somewhat discomfited, went in search of the King of France, to put himself under his protection. Philip accordingly paid a visit to Richard, who merely said, I'll not hear a word. It needed nothing less than the prayers of the bishops, and even, it is said, a threat of excommunication, to induce Richard to grant William des Barres the king's peace during the time of pilgrimage. Such a comrade was assuredly very inconvenient, and might be under difficult circumstances very dangerous. Philip, without being susceptible or quarrelsome, was naturally independent, and disposed to act on every occasion according to his own ideas. He resolved not to break with Richard, but to divide their commands, and separate their fortunes. On the approach of spring 1191, he announced to him that the time had arrived for continuing their pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and that, as for himself, he was quite ready to set out. I am not ready, said Richard, and I cannot depart before the middle of August. Philip, after some discussion, set out alone with his army on the 30th of March, and the 14th of April arrived before St. Jean d'Acre. This important place, of which Saladin had made himself master nearly 4 years before, was being besieged by the last king of Jerusalem, Guy de Lusignan, at the head of the Christians of Palestine, and by a multitude of crusaders, Genoese, Danish, Flemish, and German, who had flocked freely to the enterprise. A strong and valiant Mussulman garrison was defending St. Jean d'Acre. Saladin manoeuvred incessantly for its relief, and several battles had already been fought beneath the walls. When the King of France arrived, he was received by the Christians besieging, says the Chronicles of St. Denis, with supreme joy, as if he were an angel come down from heaven. Philip set vigorously to work to push on the siege, but at his departure he had promised Richard not to deliver the grand assault until they had formed a junction before the place with all their forces. Richard, who had set out from Messina at the beginning of May, though he had said that he would not be ready till August, lingered again on the way to reduce the island of Cyprus and to celebrate there his marriage with Berengaria of Navarre, in lieu of Alice of France. At last he arrived, on the 7th of June, before St. Jean d'Acre, and several assaults in succession were made on the place, with equal determination on the part of the besiegers and the besieged. The tumultuous waves of the Franks, says an Arab historian, rolled towards the walls of the city with the rapidity of a torrent, and they climbed the half-ruined battlements as wild goats climb precipitous rocks, whilst the Saracens threw themselves upon the besiegers like stones unloosed from the top of a mountain. At length, on the 13th of July, 1191, in spite of the energetic resistance offered by the garrison, which defended itself as a lion defends his blood-stained den, St. Jean d'Acre surrendered. The terms of capitulation stated that 200,000 pieces of gold should be paid to the chiefs of the Christian army, that 1,600 prisoners and the wood of the true cross should be given up to them, and that the garrison as well as all the people of the town should remain in the conqueror's power, pending full execution of the treaty. Whilst the siege was still going on, the discord between the kings of France and England was increasing in animosity and venom. The conquest of Cyprus had become a new subject of dispute. When the French were most eager for the assault, King Richard remained in his tent, and so the besieged had scarcely ever to repulse more than one or other of the kings and armies at the time. Saladin, it is said, showed Richard particular attention, sending him grapes and pears from Damascus, and Philip conceived some mistrust of these relations. In camp the common talk, combined with anxious curiosity, was that Philip was jealous of Richard's warlike popularity, and Richard was jealous of the power and political weight of the King of France. When St. Jean d'Acre had been taken, the judicious Philip, in view of what it had cost the Christians of East and West, in time and blood, to recover this single town, considered that a fresh and complete conquest of Palestine and Syria, which was absolutely necessary for a re-establishment of the kingdom of Jerusalem, was impossible. He had discharged what he owed to the Crusade, and the course now permitted and prescribed to him was to give his attention to France. The news he received from home was not encouraging. His son Louis, hardly 4 years old, had been dangerously ill, and he himself fell ill and remained some days in bed, in the midst of the town he had just conquered. His enemies called his illness in question, for already there was a rumour abroad that he had an idea of giving up the Crusade and returning to France. But the details given by contemporary chronicles about the effects of his illness scarcely permit it to be regarded as a sham. Violent sweats, they say, committed such havoc with his bones and all his members, that the nails fell from his fingers and the hair from his head, insomuch that it was believed, and indeed the rumour is not yet dispelled, that he had taken a deadly poison. There was nothing strange in Philip's illness, after all his fatigues, in such a country and such a season. Saladin too was ill at the same time, and more than once unable to take part with his troops in their engagements. But however that may be, a contemporary English chronicle, Benedict, Abbot of Peterborough, relates that on the 22nd of July, 1191, whilst King Richard was playing chess with the Earl of Gloucester, the Bishop of Beauvois, the Duke of Burgundy, and 2 knights of consideration, presented themselves before him on behalf of the King of France. They were dissolved in tears, says he, in such sort they could not utter a single word, and seeing them so moved, those present wept in their turn for pity's sake. Weep not, said King Richard to them. I know what ye be come to ask. Your lord, the King of France, desires to go home again, and ye be come in his name to ask, on his behalf, my counsel and leave to get him gone. It is true, sir, you know all, answered the messengers. Our king saith that if he depart not speedily from this land, he will surely die. It will be for him and for the kingdom of France, replied King Richard, eternal shame, if he go home without fulfilling the work for the which he came, and he shall not go hence by my advice. But if he must die or return home, let him do what he will, and what may appear to him expedient for him and his. The source from which this story comes, and the tone of it, are enough to take from it all authority, for it is the custom of monastic chronicles to attribute to political or military characters emotions and demonstrations alien to their position and their times. Philip Augustus, moreover, was one of the most decided, most insensible to any other influence but that of his own mind, and most disregardful of his enemies' bitter speeches, of all the kings in French history. He returned to France after the capture of St. Jean d'Acre, because he considered the ultimate success of the crusade impossible, and his return necessary for the interests of France and for his own. He was right in thus thinking and acting, and King Richard, when insultingly reproaching him for it, did not foresee that a year later he would himself be doing the same thing, and would give up the crusade without having obtained anything more for Christendom except fresh reverses. On the 31st of July, 1191, Philip, leaving with the army of the Crusaders 10,000 foot and 500 knights, under the command of Duke Hugh of Burgundy, who had orders to obey King Richard, set sail for France, and a few days after Christmas in the same year landed in his kingdom, and forthwith resumed, at Fontainebleau according to some, and at Paris according to others, the regular direction of his government. We shall see before long with what intelligent energy and with what success he developed and consolidated the territorial greatness of France and the influence of the kingship to her security in Europe and her prosperity at home. From the 1st of August 1191 to the 9th of October 1192, King Richard remained alone in the East, as chief of the crusade and defender of Christendom. He pertains during that period to the history of England and no longer to that of France. We will, however, recall a few facts to show how fruitless for the cause of Christendom in the East was the prolongation of his stay, and what strange deeds, at one time of savage barbarism and at another of mad pride or fantastic knight errantry, were united in him with noble instincts and the most heroic courage. On the 20th of August 1191, 5 weeks after the surrender of St. Jean d'Acre, he found that Saladin was not fulfilling with sufficient promptitude the conditions of capitulation, and to bring him up to time he ordered the decapitation before the walls of the place of, according to some, 2,500, and according to others 5,000 Mussulman prisoners remaining in his hands. The only effect of this massacre was, that during Richard's first campaign after Philip's departure for France, Saladin put to the sword all the Christians taken in battle or caught struggling, and ordered their bodies to be left without burial, as those of the garrison of St. Jean d'Acre had been. Some months afterward Richard conceived the idea of putting an end to the struggle between Christendom and Islamry, which he was not succeeding in terminating by war, by a marriage. He had a sister, Joan of England, widow of William II, King of Sicily, and Saladin had a brother, Malek Athel, a valiant warrior, respected by the Christians. Richard had proposals made to Saladin to unite them in marriage, and set them to reign together over the Christians and Mussulmans in the kingdom of Jerusalem. The only result of the negotiation was to give Saladin time for repairing the fortifications of Jerusalem, and to bring down upon King Richard and his sister, on the part of the Christian bishops, the fiercest threats of the fulminations of the Church. With the exception of this ridiculous incident, Richard's life, during the whole course of this year, was nothing but a series of great or small battles, desperately contested against Saladin. When Richard had obtained a success, he pursued it in a haughty, passionate spirit; when he suffered a check, he offered Saladin peace, but always on condition of surrendering Jerusalem to the Christians; and Saladin always answered, "Jerusalem never was yours, and we may not without sin give it up to you, for it is the place where the mysteries of our religion were accomplished, and the last one of my soldiers will perish before the Mussulmans renounce conquests made in the name of Mahomet." Twice Richard and his army drew near Jerusalem, without his daring to look upon it, he said, since he was not in a condition to take it. At last, in the summer of 1192, the two armies and the two chiefs began to be weary of a war without result. A great one, however, for Saladin and the Mussulmans was the departure of Richard and the Crusaders. Being unable to agree about conditions for a definitive peace, they contented themselves on both sides with a truce for 3 years and 8 months, leaving Jerusalem in possession of the Mussulmans, but open for worship to the Christians, in whose hands remained at the same time the towns they were in occupation of on the maritime coast, from Jaffa to Tyre. This truce, which was called peace, having received the signature of all the Christian and Mussulman princes, was celebrated by galas and tournaments, at which Christians and Mussulmans seemed, for a moment, to have forgotten their hate; and on the 9th of October, 1192, Richard embarked at St. Jean d'Acre to go and run other risks. Thus ended the Third Crusade, undertaken by the three greatest sovereigns and the three greatest armies of Christian Europe, and with the loudly proclaimed object of retaking Jerusalem from the infidels, and re establishing a king over the sepulchre of Jesus Christ. The Emperor Frederick Barbarossa perished in it before he had trodden the soil of Palestine. King Philip Augustus retired from it voluntarily, so soon as experience had foreshadowed to him the impossibility of success. King Richard abandoned it perforce, after having exhausted upon it his heroism and his knightly pride. The three armies at the moment of departure from Europe amounted, according to the historians of the time, to 500,000 or 600,000 men, of whom scarcely 100,000 returned, and the only result of the Third Crusade was to leave as head over all the most beautiful provinces of Mussulman Asia and Africa Saladin, the most illustrious and most able chieftain, in war and in politics, that Islamry had produced since Mahomet. From the end of the 12th to the middle of the 13th century, between the crusade of Philip Augustus and that of St. Louis, it is usual to count 3 crusades, over which we will not linger. 2 of these crusades, one from 1195 to 1198, under Henry VI, Emperor of Germany, and the other from 1216 to 1240, under the Emperor Frederick II and Andrew II, King of Hungary, are unconnected with France, and almost exclusively German, or, in origin and range, confined to Eastern Europe. They led, in Syria, Palestine, and Egypt, to wars, negotiations, and manifold complications. Jerusalem fell once more for a while into the hands of the Christians, and there, on the 18th of March, 1229, in the Church of the Resurrection, the Emperor Frederick II, at that time excommunicated by Pope Gregory IX, placed with his own hands the royal crown upon his head. But these events, confused, disconnected, and short lived as they were, did not produce in the West, and especially in France, any considerable reverberation, and did not exercise upon the relative situations of Europe and Asia, of Christendom and Islamry, any really historical influence. In people's lives and in the affairs of the world there are many movements of no significance, and more cry than wool, and those facts only which have had some weight and some duration are here to be noted for study and comprehension. The event which has been called the Fifth Crusade was not wanting, so far, in real importance, and it would have to be described here if it had been really a crusade, but it does not deserve the name. The Crusades were a very different thing from wars and conquests. Their real and peculiar characteristic was, that they should be struggles between Christianity and Islamism, between the fruitful civilization of Europe and the barbarism and stagnation of Asia. Therein consist their originality and their grandeur. It was certainly on this understanding, and with this view, that Pope Innocent III, one of the greatest men of the 13th century, seconded with all his might the movement which was at that time springing up again in favour of a fresh crusade, and which brought about, in 1202, an alliance between a great number of powerful lords, French, Flemish, and Italian, and the Republic of Venice, for the purpose of recovering Jerusalem from the infidels. But from the very first, the ambition, the opportunities, and the private interests of the Venetians, combined with the recollection of the perfidy displayed by the Greek emperors, diverted the new crusaders from the design they had proclaimed. What Bohemond, during the first crusade, had proposed to Godfrey de Bouillon, and what the Bishop of Langres, during the second, had suggested to Louis the Young, namely, the capture of Constantinople for the sake of ensuring that of Jerusalem. The first crusaders of the 13th century were led by bias, greed, anger, and spite to take in hand and accomplish. They conquered Constantinople, and having once made that conquest, they troubled themselves no more about Jerusalem. Founded May 16, 1204, in the person of Baldwin IX, Count of Flanders, the Latin Empire of the East existed for 70 years, in the teeth of many a storm, only to fall once more, in 1273, into the hands of the Greek emperors, overthrown in 1453 by the Turks, who are still in possession. One circumstance connected rather with literature than politics gives Frenchmen a particular interest in this conquest of the Greek empire by the Latin Christians. For it was a Frenchman, Geoffrey de Villehardouin, seneschal of Theobald III, Count of Champagne, who, after having been one of the chief actors in it, wrote the history of it, and his work, strictly historical as to facts, and admirably epic in description of character and warmth of colouring, is one of the earliest and finest monuments of French literature. But to return to the real Crusades. End of chapter 17, part 4. Chapter 17, part 5 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 17. The Crusades, Their Decline and End. Part 5. At the beginning of the 13th century, whilst the enterprises, which were still called Crusades, were becoming more and more degenerate in character and potency, there was born in France, on the 25th of April, 1215, not merely the prince, but the man who was to be the most worthy representative and the most devoted slave of that religious and moral passion which had inspired the Crusades. Louis IX, though born to the purple, a powerful king, a valiant warrior, a splendid knight, and an object of reverence to all those who at a distance observed his life, and of affection to all those who approached his person, was neither biased nor intoxicated by any such human glories and delights; neither in his thoughts nor in his conduct did they ever occupy the foremost place. Before all and above all, he wished to be, and was indeed a Christian, a true Christian, guided and governed by the idea and the resolve of defending the Christian faith and fulfilling the Christian law. Had he been born in the most lowly condition as the world holds, or as religion the most commanding, had he been obscure, needy, a priest, a monk, or a hermit, he would not have been more constantly and more zealously filled with the desire of living as a faithful servant of Jesus Christ, and of ensuring, by pious obedience to God here, the salvation of his soul hereafter. This is the peculiar and original characteristic of St. Louis, and a fact rare and probably unique in the history of kings. He was canonized on the 11th of August, 1297, and during 24 years 9 successive popes had prosecuted the customary inquiries as to his faith and life. It is said that the Christian enthusiasm of St. Louis had its source in the strict education he received from Queen Blanche, his mother. That is overstepping the limits of that education and of her influence. Queen Blanche, though a firm believer and steadfastly pious, was a stranger to enthusiasm, and too discreet and too politic to make it the dominating principle of her son's life any more than of her own. The truth of the matter is, that by her watchfulness and her exactitude in morals, she helped to impress upon her son the great Christian lesson of hatred for sin and habitual concern for the eternal salvation of his soul. Madame used to say of me, Louis was constantly repeating, that if I were sick unto death, and could not be cured save by acting in such wise that I should sin mortally, she would let me die rather than that I should anger my Creator to my damnation. In the first years of his government, when he had reached his majority, there was nothing to show that the idea of the Crusade occupied Louis IX's mind, and it was only in 1239, when he was now 24, that it showed itself vividly in him. Some of his principal vassals, the Counts of Champagne, Brittany, and Meissen, had raised an army of crusaders, and were getting ready to start for Palestine, and the king was not contented with giving them encouragement, but he desired that Amaury de Montfort, his constable, should in his name serve Jesus Christ in this war, and for that reason he gave his arms, and assigned to him per day a sum of money, for which Amaury thanked him on his knees, that is, did him homage, according to the usage of those times, and the crusaders were mighty pleased to have this lord with them. 5 years afterwards, at the close of 1244, Louis fell seriously ill at Pontoise. The alarm and sorrow in the kingdom were extreme. The king himself believed that his last hour was come, and he had all his household summoned, thanked them for their kind attentions, recommended them to be good servants of God, and did all that a good Christian ought to do. His mother, his wife, his brothers, and all who were about him kept continually praying for him, his mother beyond all others adding to her prayers great austerities. Once he appeared motionless and breathless, and he was supposed to be dead. One of the dames who were tending him, says Joinville, would have drawn the sheet over his face, saying that he was dead, but another dame, who was on the other side of the bed, would not suffer it, saying that there was still life in his body. When the king heard the dispute between these two dames, our Lord wrought in him. He began to sigh, stretched his arms and legs, and said, in a hollow voice, as if he had come forth from a tomb, He, by God's grace, has visited me, He who cometh from on high, and has recalled me from amongst the dead. Scarcely had he recovered his senses and speech, when he sent for William of Auvergne, Bishop of Paris, together with Peter de Coucy, Bishop of Meaux, in whose diocese he happened to be, and requested them to place upon his shoulder the cross of the voyage over the sea. The two bishops tried to divert him from this idea, and the two queens, Blanche and Margaret, conjured him on their knees to wait till he was well, and after that he might do as he pleased. He insisted, declaring that he would take no nourishment till he had received the cross. At last the Bishop of Paris yielded and gave him a cross. The king received it with transport, kissing it, and placing it right gently upon his breast. When the queen, his mother, knew that he had taken the cross, says Joinville, she made as great mourning as if she had seen him dead. Still more than 3 years rolled by before Louis fulfilled the engagement which he had thus entered into, with himself alone, one might say, and against the wish of nearly everybody about him. The Crusades, although they still remained an object of religious and knightly aspiration, were, from the political point of view, decried, and without daring to say so, many men of weight, lay or ecclesiastical, had no desire to take part in them. Under the influence of this public feeling, timidly exhibited, but seriously cherished, Louis continued, for 3 years, to apply himself to the interior concerns of his kingdom, and to his relations with the European powers, as if he had no other idea. There was a moment when his wisest counsellors and the queen, his mother, conceived a hope of inducing him to give up his purpose. My lord king, said one day that same Bishop of Paris, who in the crisis of his illness had given way to his wishes, bethink you that, when you received the cross, when you suddenly and without reflection made this awful vow, you were weak, and sooth to say, of a wandering mind, and that took away from your words the weight of verity and authority. Our Lord the Pope, who knows the necessities of your kingdom and your weakness of body, will gladly grant unto you a dispensation. Lo, we have the puissance of the schismatic Emperor Frederick, the snares of the wealthy king of the English, the treasons but lately stopped of the Poitevins, and the subtle wranglings of the Albigensians to fear. Germany is disturbed, Italy has no rest, the Holy Land is hard of access. You will not easily penetrate thither, and behind you will be left the implacable hatred between the Pope and Frederick. To whom will you leave us, every one of us, in our feebleness and desolation? Queen Blanche appealed to other considerations, the good counsel she had always given her son, and the pleasure God took in seeing a son giving heed to and believing his mother; and to her she promised that, if he would remain, the Holy Land should not suffer, and that more troops should be sent thither than he could lead thither himself. The king listened attentively and with deep emotion. You say, he answered, that I was not in possession of my senses when I took the cross. Well, as you wish. I lay it aside, I give it back to you. And raising his hand to his shoulder, he undid the cross upon it, saying, Here it is, my lord bishop. I restore to you the cross I had put on. All present congratulated themselves, but the king, with a sudden change of look and intention, said to them, My friends, now assuredly I lack not sense and reason. I am neither weak nor wandering of mind, and I demand my cross back again. He who knoweth all things knoweth that until it is replaced upon my shoulder, no food shall enter my lips. At these words all present declared that herein was the finger of God, and none dared to raise, in opposition to the king's saying, any objection. In June 1248, Louis, after having received at Saint Denis, together with the Oriflamme, the scrip and staff of a pilgrim, took leave, at Corbeil or Cluny, of his mother Queen Blanche, whom he left regent during his absence with the fullest powers. Most sweet fair son, said she, embracing him, fair tender son, I shall never see you more. Full well my heart assures me. He took with him Queen Margaret of Provence, his wife, who had declared that she would never part from him. On arriving in the early part of August at Oegis Mortes, he found assembled there a fleet of 38 vessels with a certain number of transport ships, which he had hired from the Republic of Genoa, and they were to convey to the east the troops and personal retinue of the king himself. The number of these vessels proves that Louis was far from bringing one of those vast armies with which the first Crusades had been familiar. It even appears that he had been careful to get rid of such mobs, for before embarking he sent away nearly 10,000 bowmen, Genoese, Venetian, Pisan, and even French, whom he had at first engaged, and of whom, after inspection, he desired nothing further. The sixth Crusade was the personal achievement of St. Louis, not the offspring of a popular movement, and he carried it out with a picked army, furnished by the feudal chivalry and by the religious and military orders dedicated to the service of the Holy Land. The Isle of Cyprus was the trusting place appointed for all the forces of the expedition. Louis arrived there on the 12th of September, 1248, and reckoned upon remaining there only a few days, for it was Egypt that he was in a hurry to reach. The Christian world was at that time of opinion that to deliver the Holy Land it was necessary first of all to strike a blow at Islamism in Egypt, wherein its chief strength resided. But scarcely had the Crusaders formed a junction in Cyprus, when the vices of the expedition and the weaknesses of its chief began to be manifest. Louis, unshakable in his religious zeal, was wanting in clear ideas and fixed resolves as to the carrying out of his design. He inspired his associates with sympathy rather than exercised authority over them, and he made himself admired without making himself obeyed. He did not succeed in winning a majority in the council of chiefs over to his opinion as to the necessity for a speedy departure for Egypt. It was decided to pass the winter in Cyprus, and during this leisurely halt of 7 months, the improvidence of the Crusaders, their ignorance of the places, people, and facts, amidst which they were about to launch themselves, their headstrong rashness, their stormy rivalries, and their moral and military irregularities aggravated the difficulties of the enterprise, great as they already were. Louis passed this time in interfering between them, in hushing up their quarrels, in upbraiding them for their licentiousness, and in reconciling the Templars and Hospitallers. His kindness was injurious to his power. He lent too ready an ear to the wishes or complaints of his comrades, and small matters took up his thoughts and his time almost as much as great. At last a start was made from Cyprus in May 1249, and in spite of violent gales of wind which dispersed a large number of vessels, they arrived on the 4th of June before Damietta. The Crusader chiefs met on board the king's ship, the Montjoy, and one of those present, Guy, a knight in the train of the Count of Melun, in a letter to one of his friends, a student at Paris, reports to him the king's address in the following terms: My friends and lieges, we shall be invincible if we be inseparable in brotherly love. It was not without the will of God that we arrived here so speedily. Descend we upon this land and occupy it in force. I am not the King of France. I am not Holy Church. It is all ye who are King and Holy Church. I am but a man whose life will pass away, as that of any other man, whenever it shall please God. Any issue of our expedition is to usward good. If we be conquered, we shall wing our way to heaven as martyrs. And if we be conquerors, men will celebrate the glory of the Lord, and that of France, and what is more, that of Christendom, will grow thereby. It were senseless to suppose that God, whose providence is over everything, raised me up for naught. He will see in us his own, his mighty cause. Fight we for Christ, it is Christ who will triumph in us, not for our own sake, but for the honour and blessedness of his name. It was determined to disembark the next day. An army of Saracens lined the shore. The galley which bore the Oriflamme was one of the first to touch. When the king heard tell that the banner of Saint Denis was on shore, he, in spite of the Pope's legate who was with him, would not leave it. He leaped into the sea, which was up to his armpits, and went, shield on neck, helm on head, and lance in hand, and joined his people on the seashore. When he came to land and perceived the Saracens, he asked what folk they were, and it was told him that they were the Saracens. Then he put his lance beneath his arm and his shield in front of him, and would have charged the Saracens, if his mighty men who were with him had suffered him. This, from his very first outset, was Louis exactly, the most fervent of Christians, and the most splendid of knights, much rather than a general and a king. Such he appeared at the moment of landing, and such he was during the whole duration, and throughout all the incidents of his campaign in Egypt, from June 1249 to May 1250, ever admirable for his moral greatness and knightly valour, but without foresight or consecutive plan as a leader, without efficiency as a commander in action, and ever decided or biassed, either by his own momentary impressions or the fancies of his comrades. He took Damietta without the least difficulty. The Mussulmans, stricken with surprise as much as terror, abandoned the place, and when Fakhr Eddin, the commandant of the Turks, came before the Sultan of Egypt, Malek Saleh, who was ill and almost dying, "Couldst thou not have held out for at least an instant?" said the Sultan. "What! Not a single one of you got slain?" Having become masters of Damietta, St. Louis and the Crusaders committed the same fault there as in the Isle of Cyprus. They halted there for an indefinite time. They were expecting fresh Crusaders, and they spent the time of expectation in quarrelling over the partition of the booty taken in the city. They made away with it, they wasted it blindly. The barons, said Joinville, took to giving grand banquets, with an excess of meats, and the people of the common sort took up with bad women. Louis saw and deplored these irregularities, without being in a condition to stop them. End of chapter 15, part 5. Chapter 17, Part 6 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 17, The Crusades, Their Decline and End, Part 6. At length, on the 20th of November, 1249, after more than 5 months' inactivity at Damietta, the Crusaders put themselves once more in motion, with the determination of marching upon Babylon, that outskirt of Cairo, now called Old Cairo, which the greater part of them, in their ignorance, mistook for the real Babylon, and where they flattered themselves they would find immense riches, and avenge the olden sufferings of the Hebrew captives. The Mussulmans had found time to recover from their first fright, and to organize at all points a vigorous resistance. On the 8th of February, 1250, a battle took place 20 leagues from Damietta, at Mansoura, the City of Victory, on the right bank of the Nile. The king's brother, Robert, Count of Artois, marched with the vanguard, and obtained an early success. But William de Sonnac, Grand Master of the Templars, and William Longsword, Earl of Salisbury, leader of the English Crusaders, but lately arrived at Damietta, insisted upon his waiting for the king before pushing the victory to the uttermost. Robert taxed them ironically with caution. "Count Robert," said William Longsword, "we shall be presently where thou'lt not dare to come nigh the tail of my horse." There came a message from the king, ordering his brother to wait for him, but Robert made no account of it. "I have already put the Saracens to flight," said he, "and I will wait for none to complete their defeat." And he rushed forward into Mansoura. All those who had dissuaded him followed after. They found the Mussulmans numerous and perfectly rallied. In a few moments the Count of Artois fell, pierced with wounds, and more than 300 knights of his train, the same number of English, together with their leader William Longsword, and 280 Templars, paid with their lives for the senseless ardour of the French prince. The king hurried up in all haste to the aid of his brother, but he had scarcely arrived, and as yet knew nothing of his brother's fate, when he himself engaged so impetuously in the battle that he was on the point of being taken prisoner by 6 Saracens who had already seized the reins of his horse. He was defending himself vigorously with his sword, when several of his knights came up with him and set him free. He asked one of them if he had any news of his brother, and the other answered, "Certainly I have news of him, for I am sure that he is now in paradise." "Praised be God," answered the king, with a tear or two, and went on with his fighting. The battlefield was left that day to the Crusaders, but they were not allowed to occupy it as conquerors. For 3 days afterwards, on the 11th of February, 1250, the camp of St. Louis was assailed by clouds of Saracens, horse and foot, Mamelukes and Bedouins. All surprise had vanished. The Mussulmans measured at a glance the numbers of the Christians, and attacked them in full assurance of success, whatever heroism they might display, and the Crusaders themselves indulged in no more self-illusion, and thought only of defending themselves. Lack of provisions and sickness soon rendered defence almost as impossible as attack. Every day saw the Christian camp more and more encumbered with the famine-stricken, the dying, and the dead, and the necessity for retreating became evident. Louis made to the Sultan Malek Moaddam an offer to evacuate Egypt and give up Damietta, provided that the kingdom of Jerusalem were restored to the Christians, and the army permitted to accomplish its retreat without obstruction. The Sultan, without accepting or rejecting the proposition, asked what guarantees would be given him for the surrender of Damietta. Louis offered as hostage one of his brothers, the Count of Anjou, or the Count of Poitiers. "We must have the king himself," said the Mussulmans. A unanimous cry of indignation arose amongst the Crusaders. "We would rather," said Geoffrey de Sargines, "that we had been all slain or taken prisoners by the Saracens, than be reproached with having left our king in pawn." All negotiation was broken off, and on the 5th of April, 1250, the Crusaders decided upon retreating. This was the most deplorable scene of a deplorable drama, and at the same time it was, for the king, an occasion for displaying, in their most sublime and most attractive traits, all the virtues of the Christian. Whilst sickness and famine were devastating the camp, Louis made himself visitor, physician, and comforter, and his presence and his words exercised upon the worst cases a searching influence. He had one day sent his chaplain, William de Chartres, to visit one of his household servants, a modest man of some means, named Courgelm, who was at the point of death. When the chaplain was retiring, "I am waiting for my lord, our saintly king, to come," said the dying man. "I will not depart this life until I have seen him and spoken to him, and then I will die." The king came and addressed to him the most affectionate words of consolation, and when he had left him, and before he had re entered his tent, he was told that Courgelm had expired. When the 5th of April, the day fixed for the retreat, had come, Louis himself was ill and much enfeebled. He was urged to go aboard one of the vessels which were to descend the Nile, carrying the wounded and the most suffering; but he refused absolutely, saying, "I don't separate from my people in the hour of danger." He remained on land, and when he had to move forward he fainted twice. When he came to himself, he was amongst the last to leave the camp, got himself helped on the back of a little Arab horse, covered with silken housings, and marched at a slow pace with the rear guard, having beside him Geoffrey de Sargines, who watched over him, and protected me against the Saracens, said Louis himself to Joinville, as a good servant protects his lord Tancred against the flies. Neither the king's courage nor his servant's devotion was enough to ensure success, even to the retreat. At 4 leagues' distance from the camp it had just left, the rear guard of the Crusaders, harassed by clouds of Saracens, was obliged to halt. Louis could no longer keep on his horse. He was put up at a house, says Joinville, and laid, almost dead, upon the lap of a tradeswoman from Paris, and it was believed that he would not last till evening. With his consent one of his lieges entered into parley with one of the Mussulman chiefs; a truce was about to be concluded, and the Mussulman was taking off his ring from his finger as a pledge that he would observe it. But during this, says Joinville, there took place a great mishap. A traitor of the sergeant, whose name was Marcel, began calling to our people, "Sirs knights, surrender, for such is the king's command. Cause not the king's death." All thought that it was the king's command, and they gave up their swords to the Saracens. Being forthwith declared prisoners, the king and all the rear guard were removed to Mansourah, the king by boat, and his 2 brothers, the counts of Anjou and Poitiers, and all the other Crusaders, drawn up in a body and shackled, followed on foot on the river bank. The advance guard and all the rest of the army soon met the same fate. 10,000 prisoners. This was all that remained of the crusade that had started 18 months before from Oegis Mortis. Nevertheless, the lofty bearing and the piety of the king still inspired the Mussulmans with great respect. A negotiation was opened between him and the Sultan Malek Moaddam, who, having previously freed him from his chains, had him treated with a certain magnificence. As the price of a truce and of his liberty, Louis received a demand for the immediate surrender of Damietta, a heavy ransom, and the restitution of several places which the Christians still held in Palestine. I cannot dispose of those places, said Louis, for they do not belong to me. The princes and the Christian orders, in whose hands they are, can alone keep or surrender them. The Sultan in anger threatened to have the king put to the torture, or sent to the Grand Caliph of Baghdad, who would detain him in prison for the rest of his days. I am your prisoner, said Louis. You can do with me what you will. You call yourself a prisoner, said the Mussulman negotiators, and so we believe you are, but you treat us as if you had us in prison. The Sultan perceived that he had to do with an indomitable spirit, and he did not insist any longer upon more than the surrender of Damietta, and on a ransom of 500,000 livres, that is, about 10,132,000 francs, or 405,280 pounds, of modern money, according to Messier de Wiley, supposing, as is probable, that livres of Tours are meant. I will pay willingly 500,000 livres for the deliverance of my people, said Louis, and I will give up Damietta for the deliverance of my own person, for I am not a man who ought to be bought and sold for money. By my faith, said the Sultan, the Frank is liberal not to have haggled about so large a sum. Go tell him that I will give him 100,000 livres to help towards paying the ransom. The negotiation was concluded on this basis, and victors and vanquished quitted Mansoura, and arrived, partly by land and partly by the Nile, within a few leagues of Damietta, the surrender of which was fixed for the 7th of May. But 5 days previously a tragic event took place. Several emirs of the Mamelukes suddenly entered Louis's tent. They had just slain the Sultan Malek Moadam, against whom they had for some time been conspiring. Fear not, sir, said they to the king. This was to be. Do what concerns you in the respect of the stipulated conditions, and you shall be free. Of those emirs one, who had slain the Sultan with his own hand, asked the king brusquely, What wilt thou give me? I have slain thine enemy, who would have put thee to death, had he lived. And he asked to be made knight. Louis answered not a word. Some of the crusaders present urged him to satisfy the desire of the emir, who had in his power the decision of their fate. I will never confer knighthood on an infidel, said Louis. Let the emir turn Christian. I will take him away to France, enrich him, and make him knight. It is said that, in their admiration for this piety and this indomitable firmness, the emirs had at one time a notion of taking Louis himself for sultan in the place of him whom they just had slain, and this report was probably not altogether devoid of foundation, for some time afterwards, in the intimacy of the conversations between them, Louis one day said to Joinville, Think you that I would have taken the kingdom of Babylon if they had offered it to me? Whereupon I told him, adds Joinville, that he would have done a mad act, seeing that they had slain their lord, and he said to me that of a truth he would not have refused. However that may be, the conditions agreed upon with the late Sultan Malek Moadam were carried out. On the 7th of May, 1250, Geoffrey de Sargines gave up to the emirs the keys of Damietta, and the Mussulmans entered it tumultuously. The king was waiting aboard his ship for the payment which his people were to make for the release of his brother, the Count of Poitiers, and when he saw approaching a bark on which he recognized his brother, light up, he cried instantly to his sailors, which was the signal agreed upon for setting out. And leaving forthwith the coast of Egypt, the fleet which bore the remains of the Christian army made sail for the shores of Palestine. The king, having arrived at St. Jean d'Acre on the 14th of May, 1250, accepted without shrinking the trial imposed upon him by his unfortunate situation. he saw his forces considerably reduced, and the majority of the Crusaders left to him, even his brothers themselves did not hide their ardent desire to return to France. He had that virtue, so rare amongst kings, of taking into consideration the wishes of his comrades, and of desiring their free assent to the burden he asked them to bear with him. He assembled the chief of them, and put the question plainly before them. "The Queen, my mother," he said, "biddeth me and prayeth me to go me hence to France, for that my kingdom has neither peace nor truce with the King of England. The folk here tell me that, if I get me hence, this land is lost, for none of those that be there will dare to abide in it. I pray you, therefore, to give it thought, for it is a grave matter, and I grant you 9 days for to answer me, whatever shall seem to you good." 8 days after they returned, and Guy de Maubuisson, speaking in their name, said to the king, "Sir, your brothers and the rich men who be here have had regard unto your condition, and they see that you cannot remain in this country to your own and your kingdom's honour. For of all the knights who came in your train, and of whom you led into Cyprus 2800, there remain not 100 in this city. Wherefore they do counsel you, sir, to get you hence to France, and to provide troops and money wherewith you may return speedily to this country, to take vengeance on these enemies of God who have kept you in prison." Louis, without any discussion, interrogated all present, one after another, and all, even the Pope's legate, agreed with Guy de Maubuisson. "I was seated just 14th, facing the legate," said Joinville, "and when he asked me how it seemed to me, I answered him, that if the king could hold out so far as to keep the field for a year, he would do himself great honour if he remained." Only 2 knights, William de Beaumont and Sir de Chatenay, had the courage to support the opinion of Joinville, which was bolder for the time being, but not less indecisive in respect for the immediate future than the contrary opinion. "I have heard you out, sirs," said the king, "and I will answer you, within 8 clays from this time, touching that which it shall please me to do." "Next Sunday," says Joinville, "we came again all of us before the king. Sirs," said he, "I thank very much all those who have counselled me to get me gone to France, and likewise those who have counselled me to bide. But I have bethought me that, if I bide, I see no danger lest my kingdom of France be lost, for the Queen, my mother, has a many folk to defend it. I have noted likewise that the barons of this land do say that, if I go hence, the kingdom of Jerusalem is lost. At no price will I suffer to be lost the kingdom of Jerusalem, which I came to guard and conquer. My resolve then is, that I bide for the present. So I say unto you, ye rich men who are here, and to all other knights who shall have a mind to bide with me, come and speak boldly unto me, and I will give ye so much that it shall not be my fault if ye have no mind to bide." Thus none, save Louis himself, dared go to the root of the question. The most discreet advised him to depart, only for the purpose of coming back, and recommencing what had been so unsuccessful, and the boldest only urged him to remain a year longer. None took the risk of saying, even after so many mighty but vain experiments, that the enterprise was chimerical and must be given up. Louis alone was, in word and deed, perfectly true to his own absorbing idea of recovering the Holy Sepulchre from the Mussulmans, and re-establishing the kingdom of Jerusalem. His was one of those pure and majestic souls, which are almost alien to the world in which they live, and in which disinterested passion is so strong that it puts judgment to silence, extinguishes all fear, and keeps up hope to infinity. The king's 2 brothers embarked with a numerous retinue. How many Crusaders' knights or men-at-arms remained with Louis there is nothing to show, but they were assuredly far from sufficient for the attainment of the twofold end he had in view, and even for ensuring less grand results, such as the deliverance of the Crusaders still remaining prisoners in the hands of the Mussulmans, and anything like an effectual protection for the Christians settled in Palestine and Syria. Twice Louis believed he was on the point of accomplishing his desire. Towards the end of 1250, and again in 1252, the Sultan of Aleppo and Damascus, and the Emirs of Egypt, being engaged in a violent struggle, made offers to him by turns of restoring the kingdom of Jerusalem, if he would form an active alliance with one or the other party against its enemies. Louis sought means of accepting either of these offers without neglecting his previous engagements, and without compromising the fate of the Christians still prisoners in Egypt, or living in the territories of Aleppo and Damascus. But during the negotiations entered upon with a view to this end, the Mussulmans of Syria and Egypt suspended their differences, and made common cause against the remnants of the Christian Crusaders, and all hope of re-entering Jerusalem by these means vanished away. Another time, the Sultan of Damascus, touched by Louis's pious perseverance, had word sent to him that he, if he wished, could go on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, and should find himself in perfect safety. The king, says Joinville, held a great council, and none urged him to go. It was shown unto him that if he, who was the greatest king in Christendom, performed his pilgrimage without delivering the holy city from the enemies of God, all the other kings and other pilgrims who came after him would hold themselves content with doing just as much, and would trouble themselves no more about the deliverance of Jerusalem. He was reminded of the example set by Richard Coeur de Lion, who 60 years before had refused to cast even a look upon Jerusalem when he was unable to deliver her from her enemies. Louis, just as Richard had, refused the incomplete satisfaction which had been offered him, and for nearly 4 years spent by him on the coasts of Palestine and Syria since his departure from Damietta, from 1250 to 1254, he expended in small works of piety, sympathy, protection, and care for the future of the Christian populations in Asia his time, his strength, his pecuniary resources, and the ardour of a soul which could not remain idly abandoned to sorrowing over great desires unsatisfied. End of chapter 17, part 6. Chapter 17, part 7 of volume 2 of a popular history of France from the earliest times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of a popular history of France from the earliest times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 17, The Crusades, Their Decline and End, Part 7. An unexpected event occurred, and brought about all at once a change in his position and his plans. At the commencement of the year 1253, at Sidon, the ramparts of which he was engaged in repairing, he heard that his mother, Queen Blanche, had died at Paris on the 27th of November, 1252. He made so great mourning thereat, says Joinville, that for 2 days no speech could be gotten of him. After that he sent a chambermaid for to fetch me. When I came before him in his chamber where he was alone, so soon as he got sight of me, he stretched forth his arms and said to me, O Seneschal, I have lost my mother. It was a great loss both for the son and for the king. Imperious, exacting, jealous, and often disagreeable in private life and in the bosom of her family, Blanche was, nevertheless, according to all contemporary authority, even the least favourable to her, the most discreet woman of her time, with a mind singularly quick and penetrating, and with a man's heart to live in her woman's sex and ideas. Personally magnanimous, of indomitable energy, sovereign mistress in all the affairs of her age, guardian and protectress of France, worthy of comparison with Semiramis, the most eminent of her sex. From the time of Louis's departure on the Crusade, as well as during his minority, she had given him constant proofs of a devotion as intelligent as it was impassioned, as useful as it was masterful. All letters from France demanded the speedy return of the king. The Christians of Syria were themselves of the same opinion. The king, they said, had done for us here all he could do. He will serve us far better by sending us strong reinforcements from France. Louis embarked at St. Jean d'Acre on the 24th of April, 1254, carrying away with him, on 13 vessels, large and small, Queen Margaret, his children, his personal retinue, and his own more immediate men at arms, and leaving the Christians of Syria, for their protection in his name, 100 knights under the orders of Geoffrey de Sargines, that comrade of his, in whose bravery and pious fealty he had the most entire confidence. After 2 months and a half at sea, the king and his fleet arrived, on the 8th of July, 1254, off the port of Heuries, which at that time belonged to the empire and not to the France. For 2 days Louis refused to land at this point, for his heart was set upon not putting his foot upon land again, save on the soil of his own kingdom at Oegis Mortes, whence he had, 6 years before, set out. At least he yielded to the entreaties of the queen and those who were about him, landed at Hyeres, passed slowly through France, and made his solemn entry into Paris on the 7th of September, 1254. The burgesses and all those who were in the city were there to meet him, clad and bedecked in all their best according to their condition. If the other towns had received him with great joy, Paris evinced even more than any other. For several days there were bonfires, dances, and other public rejoicings, which ended sooner than the people wished, for the king, who was pained to see the expense, the dances, and the vanities indulged in, went off to the wood of Vincennes to put a stop to them. So soon as he had resumed the government of his kingdom, after 6 years' absence and adventures, heroic indeed, but all in vain, for the cause of Christendom, those of his counsellors and servants who lived most closely with him, and knew him best, were struck at the same time with what he had remained and what he had become during this long and cruel trial. When the king had happily returned to France, how piously he bare himself towards God, how justly towards his subjects, how compassionately towards the afflicted, and how humbly in his own respect, and with what zeal he laboured to make progress, according to his power, in every virtue. All this can be attested by persons who carefully watched his manner of life, and who knew the spotlessness of his conscience. It is the opinion of the most clear-sighted and the wisest that in proportion as gold is more precious than silver, so the manner of living and acting which the king brought back from his pilgrimage in the Holy Land was holy and new, and superior to his former behaviour, albeit even in his youth he had ever been good and guileless, and worthy of high esteem. These are the words written about Saint Louis by his confessor Geoffrey de Boileau, a chronicle, curt and simple even to dryness, but at the same time well informed. An attempt will be made presently to give a fair idea of the character of Saint Louis' government during the last 15 years of his reign, and of the place he fills in the history of the kingship and of politics in France. But just now it is only with the part he played in the Crusades, and with what became of them in his hands, that we have to occupy our attention. For 7 years after his return to France, from 1254 to 1261, Louis seemed to think no more about them, and there is nothing to show that he spoke of them even to his most intimate confidants. But in spite of his apparent calmness, he was living, so far as they were concerned, in a continual ferment of imagination and internal fever, ever flattering himself that some favourable circumstance would call him back to his interrupted work. And he had reason to believe that circumstances were responsive to his wishes. The Christians of Palestine and Syria were a prey to perils and evils, which became more pressing every day. The cross was being humbled at one time before the Tartars of Chinggis Khan, at another before the Mussulmans of Egypt. Pope Urban was calling upon the King of France, and Geoffrey de Sargines, the heroic representative whom Louis had left in St. Jean d'Acre at the head of a small garrison, was writing to him that ruin was imminent, and speedy succour indispensable to prevent it. In 1261 Louis held at Paris a parliament, at which, without any talk of a new crusade, measures were taken which revealed an idea of it. There were decrees for fasts and prayers on behalf of the Christians of the East, and for frequent and earnest military drill. In 1263 the crusade was openly preached, taxes were levied even on the clergy for the purpose of contributing towards it, and princes and barons bound themselves to take part in it. Louis was all approval and encouragement, without declaring his own intention. In 1267 a parliament was convoked at Paris. The king at first conversed discreetly with some of his barons about the new plan of crusade, and then, suddenly, having had the precious relics deposited in the holy chapel set before the eyes of the assembly, he opened the session by ardently exhorting those present to avenge the insult which had so long been offered to the Saviour in the Holy Land, and to recover the Christian heritage possessed for our sins by the infidels. Next year, on the 9th of February, 1268, at a new parliament assembled at Paris, the king took an oath to start in the month of May, 1270. Great was the surprise, and the disquietude was even greater than the surprise. The kingdom was enjoying abroad a peace, and at home a tranquillity and prosperity, for a long time past without example. Feudal quarrels were becoming more rare, and terminating more quickly, and the king possessed the confidence and respect of the whole population. Why compromise such advantages by such an enterprise, so distant, so costly, and so doubtful of success? Whether from good sense or from displeasure at the burdens imposed upon them, many ecclesiastics showed symptoms of opposition, and Pope Clement IV gave the king nothing but ambiguous and very reserved counsel. When he learned that Louis was taking with him on the crusade 3 of his sons, aged respectively 22, 18, and 17, he could not refrain from writing to the Cardinal of Saint Cecile, "It does not strike us as an act of well-balanced judgment to impose the taking of the cross upon so many of the king's sons, and especially the eldest, and, albeit we have heard reasons to the contrary, either we be much mistaken, or they are utterly devoid of reason." Even the king's personal condition was matter for grave anxiety. His health was very much enfeebled, and several of his most intimate and most far-seeing advisers were openly opposed to his design. He vehemently urged Joinville to take the cross again with him, but Joinville refused downright. "I thought," said he, "that they all committed a mortal sin to advise him the voyage, because the whole kingdom was in fair peace at home and with all neighbours, and so soon as he departed the state of the kingdom did naught but worsen. They also committed a great sin to advise him the voyage in the great state of weakness in which his body was, for he could not bear to go by chariot or to ride. He was so weak that he suffered me to carry him in my arms from the hotel of the Count of Auxerre the place where I took leave of him, to the Cordilleras. And nevertheless, weak as he was, had he remained in France, he might have lived yet a while and wrought much good. All objections, all warnings, all anxieties came to nothing in the face of Louis's fixed idea and pious passion. He started from Paris on the 16th of March, 1270, a sick man almost already, but with soul content, and probably the only one without misgiving in the midst of all his comrades. It was once more at Oegis Mortes that he went to embark. All was as yet dark and undecided as to the plan of the expedition. Was Egypt, or Palestine, or Constantinople, or Tunis to be the first point of attack? Negotiations touching this subject had been opened with the Venetians and the Genoese, without arriving at any conclusion or certainty. Steps were taken at haphazard, with full trust in Providence, and utter forgetfulness that Providence does not absolve men from foresight. On arriving at Oegis Mortes about the middle of May, Louis found nothing organized, nothing in readiness, neither crusaders nor vessels. Everything was done slowly, incompletely, and with the greatest irregularity. At last, on the 2nd of July, 1270, he set sail without any one's knowing, and without the king's telling any one whither they were going. It was only in Sardinia, after 4 days' halt at Cagliari, that Louis announced to the chiefs of the Crusade, assembled aboard his ship, the Mountjoy, that he was making for Tunis, and that their Christian work would commence there. The King of Tunis, as he was then called, Mohammed Mostanser, had for some time been talking of his desire to become a Christian, if he could be efficiently protected against the seditions of his subjects. Louis welcomed with transport the prospect of Mussulman conversions. Ah, he cried, if I could only see myself the gossip and sponsor of so great a godson! But on the 17th of July, when the fleet arrived before Tunis, the admiral, Florent de Warens, probably without the king's orders, and with that want of reflection which was conspicuous at each step of the enterprise, immediately took possession of the harbour and of some Tunisian vessels as a prize, and sent word to the king that he had only to support him, and that the disembarkation of the troops might be effected in perfect safety. Thus war was commenced at the very first moment against the Mussulman prince, whom there had been a promise of seeing before long a Christian. At the end of a fortnight, after some fights between the Tunisians and the Crusaders, so much political and military blindness produced its natural consequences. The reinforcements promised to Louis by his brother Charles of Anjou, King of Sicily, had not arrived, provisions were falling short, and the heats of an African summer were working havoc amongst the army with such rapidity that before long there was no time to bury the dead, but they were cast pell-mell into the ditch which surrounded the camp, and the air was tainted thereby. On the 3rd of August Louis was attacked by the epidemic fever, and obliged to keep his bed in his tent. He asked news of his son John Tristan, Count of Nevers, who had fallen ill before him, and whose recent death aboard the vessel to which he had been removed, in hopes that the sea air might be beneficial, had been carefully concealed from him. The count, as well as the Princess Isabel, married to Theobald the Young, King of Navarre, was a favourite child of Louis, who, on hearing of his loss, folded his hands and sought in silence and prayer some assuagement of his grief. His malady grew worse, and having sent for his successor Prince Philip, Philip the Bold, he took from his hour book some instructions which he had written out for him, and with his own hand and in French, and delivered them to him, bidding him to observe them scrupulously. He gave likewise to his daughter Isabel, who was weeping at the foot of his bed, and to his son-in-law the King of Navarre, some writings which had been intended for them, and he further charged Isabel to deliver another to her youngest sister, Agnes, affianced to the Duke of Burgundy. "Dearest daughter," said he, "think well hereon. Full many folk have fallen asleep with wild thoughts of sin, and in the morning their place has not known them." Just after he had finished satisfying his paternal solicitude, it was announced to him, on the 24th of August, that envoys from the Emperor Michael Palaeologus had landed at Cape Carthage, with orders to demand his intervention with his brother Charles, King of Sicily, to deter him from making war on the but lately re-established Greek Empire. Louis summoned all his strength to receive them in his tent, in the presence of certain of his councillors, who were uneasy at the fatigue he was imposing upon himself. "I promise you, if I live," said he to the envoys, "to cooperate, so far as I may be able, in what your master demands of me. Meanwhile I exhort you to have patience, and be of good courage." This was his last political act, and his last concern with the affairs of the world. Henceforth he was occupied only with pious effusions, which had a bearing, at one time, on his hopes for his soul, at another on those Christian interests which had been so dear to him all his life. He kept repeating his customary orisons in a low voice, and he was heard murmuring those broken words: "Fair Sir God, have mercy on this people that biddeth here, and bring them back to their own land. Let them not fall into the hands of their enemies, and let them not be constrained to deny thy name." And at the same time that he thus expressed his sad reflections upon the situation in which he was leaving his army and his people, he cried from time to time, as he raised himself on his bed, "Jerusalem, Jerusalem, we will go up to Jerusalem." During the night of the 24th and 25th of August he ceased to speak, all the time continuing to show that he was in full possession of his senses. He insisted upon receiving extreme unction out of bed, and lying upon a coarse sackcloth covered with cinders, with the cross before him; and on Monday, the 25th of August, 1270, at 3 P.M., he departed in peace, whilst uttering these last words: "Father, after an example of the Divine Master, into thy hands I commend my spirit." End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18, Part 1 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18. The Kingship in France, Part 1. That the kingship occupied an important place and played an important part in the history of France is an evident and universally recognized fact. But to what causes this fact was due, and what particular characteristics gave the kingship in France that preponderating influence which, in weal and in woe, it exercised over the fortunes of the country, is still a question which has been less closely examined, and which still remains vague and obscure. The question it is which we could now shed light upon and determine with some approach to precision. We cannot properly comprehend and justly appreciate a great historical force until we have seen it issuing from its primary source and followed it in its various developments. At the first glance, two facts strike us in the history of the kingship in France. It was in France that it adopted soonest and most persistently maintained its fundamental principle, heredity. In the other monarchical states of Europe, in England, in Germany, in Spain, and in Italy, diverse principles, at one time election, and at another right of conquest, have been mingled with or substituted for the heredity of the throne. Different dynasties have reigned, and England has had her Saxon, Danish, and Norman kings, her Plantagenets, her Tudors, her Stuarts, her Nassaus, her Brunswicks. In Germany, and up to the 18th century, the empire, the sole central dignity, was elective and transferable. Spain was for a long while parcelled out into several distinct kingdoms, and since she attained territorial unity the houses of Austria and Bourbon have both occupied her throne. The monarchy and the republic for many a year disputed and divided Italy. Only in France was there, at any time during 8 centuries, but a single king and a single line of kings. Unity and heredity, those two essential principles of monarchy, have been the invariable characteristics of the kingship in France. A second fact, less apparent and less remarkable, but nevertheless not without importance or without effect upon the history of the kingship in France, is the extreme variety of character, of faculties, of intellectual and moral bent, of policy and personal conduct amongst the French kings. In the long roll of 33 kings who reigned in France from Hugh Capet to Louis XVI, there were kings wise and kings foolish, kings able and kings incapable, kings rash and kings slothful, kings earnest and kings frivolous, kings saintly and kings licentious, kings good and sympathetic towards their people, kings egotistical and concerned solely about themselves, kings lovable and beloved, kings sombre and dreaded or detested. As we go forward and encounter them on our way, all these kingly characters will be seen appearing and acting in all their diversity and all their incoherence. Absolute monarchical power in France was, almost in every successive reign, singularly modified, being at one time aggravated and at another alleviated according to the ideas, sentiments, morals, and spontaneous instincts of the monarchs. Nowhere else, throughout the great European monarchies, has the difference between kingly personages exercised so much influence on government and national condition. In that country the free action of individuals has filled a prominent place and taken a prominent part in the course of events. It has been shown how insignificant and inert, as sovereigns were, the first 3 successors of Hugh Capet. The goodness to his people displayed by King Robert was the only kingly trait which, during that period, deserved to leave a trace in history. The kingship appeared once more with the attributes of energy and efficiency on the accession of Louis VI, son of Philip I. He was brought up in the monastery of St. Denis, which at that time had for its superior a man of judgment, the abbot Adam, and he then gave evidence of tendencies and received his training under influences worthy of the position which awaited him. He was handsome, tall, strong, and alert, determined and yet affable. He had more taste for military exercises than for the amusements of childhood and the pleasures of youth. He was at that time called Louis the Wideawake. He had the good fortune to find in the monastery of St. Denis a fellow student capable of becoming a king's counsellor. Suger, a child born at St. Denis of obscure parentage, and 3 or 4 years younger than Prince Louis, had been brought up for charity's sake in the abbey, and the abbot Adam, who had perceived his natural abilities, had taken pains to develop them. A bond of esteem and mutual friendship was formed between the 2 young people, both of whom were disposed to earnest thought and earnest living. And when, in 1108, Louis the Wideawake ascended the throne, the monk Suger became his adviser whilst remaining his friend. A very small kingdom was at that time the domain belonging properly and directly to the King of France. Ile-de-France, properly so called, and a part of Orléans, l'Orient, pretty nearly the 5 departments of the Seine, Seine-et-Oise, Seine-Marne, Oise and Loire, besides, through recent acquisitions, French Vexin, which bordered on the Ile-de-France and had for its chief place Pontoise, being separated by the little river Epte from the Norman Vexin, of which Rouen was the capital. Half the countship of Sens and the countship of Bourges, such was the whole of its extent. But this limited state was as liable to agitation, and often as troublous and as toilsome to govern, as the very greatest of modern states. It was full of petty lords, almost sovereigns in their own estates, and sufficiently strong to struggle against their kingly suzerain, who had, besides, all around his domains, several neighbours more powerful than himself in the extent and population of their states. But lord and peasant, layman and ecclesiastic, castle and country, and the churches of France were not long discovering that, if the kingdom was small, it had verily a king. Louis did not direct to a distance from home his ambition and his efforts. It was within his own dominion, to check the violence of the strong against the weak, to put a stop to the quarrels of the strong amongst themselves, to make an end, in France at least, of unrighteousness and devastation, and to establish there some sort of order and some sort of justice, that he displayed by his energy and his perseverance. He was animated, says Suger, by a strong sense of equity. To air his courage was his delight. He scorned inaction. He opened his eyes to see the way of discretion. He broke his rest, and was unwearied in his solicitude. Suger has recounted in detail 16 of the numerous expeditions which Louis undertook into the interior, to accomplish his work of repression or of exemplary chastisement. Bouchard, lord of Montmorency, Matthew de Beaumont, Dreux de Mouchy-le-Châtel, Oblate de Roussy, Léon de Mayenne, Thomas de Maule, Hugh de Crécy, William de la Roche-Guyon, Hugh de Puiset, and Amaury de Montfort learned to their cost that the king was not to be braved with impunity. Bouchard, on taking up arms one day against him, refused to accept his sword from the hands of one of his people who offered it to him, and said, by way of boast to the countess his wife, "Noble countess, give thou joyously this glittering sword to the count thy spouse. He who taketh it from thee as count will bring it back to thee as king." In this very campaign, Bouchard, by his death, says Suger, restored peace to the kingdom, and took away himself and his war to the bottomless pit of hell. Hugh de Puiset had frequently broken his oaths of peace, and recommenced his devastations and revolts, and Louis resumed his course of hunting him down, destroyed the castle of Puiset, threw down the walls, dug up the wells, and razed it completely to the ground, as a place devoted to the curse of heaven. Thomas de Maule, lord of Coucy, had been committing cruel ravages upon the town and church of Léon, lands and inhabitants, when Louis, summoned by their complaints, repaired to Léon, and there, on the advice of the bishops and grandees, and especially of Raoul, the illustrious Count of Vermandois, the most powerful, after the king, of the lords in this part of the country, he determined to go and attack the castle of Coucy, and so went back to his own camp. The people whom he had sent to explore the spot reported that the approach to the castle was very difficult, and, in truth, impossible. Many urged the king to change his purpose in the matter, but he cried, "Nay, what we resolved on at Léon stands. I would not hold back therefrom, though it were to save my life. The king's majesty would be vilified if I were to fly before this scoundrel." Forthwith, in spite of his corpulence, and with admirable ardour, he pushed on with his troops through ravines and roads encumbered with forests. Thomas, made prisoner and mortally wounded, was brought to King Louis, and by his order removed to Léon, to the almost universal satisfaction of his own folk and ours. Next day his lands were sold for the benefit of the public treasury, his ponds were broken up, and King Louis, sparing the country because he had the lord of it at his disposal, took the road back to Léon, and afterwards returned in triumph to Paris. Sometimes, when the people and their habitual protectors, the bishops, invoked his aid, Louis would carry his arms beyond his own dominions, by sole right of justice and kingship. "It is known," said Suger, "that kings have long hands." In 1121, the Bishop of Clermont-Ferrand made a complaint to the king against William VI., Count of Auvergne, who had taken possession of the town, and even of the episcopal church, and was exercising therein unbridled tyranny. The king, who never lost a moment when there was a question of helping the church, took up with pleasure and solemnity what was, under these circumstances, the cause of God, and having been unable, either by word of mouth or by letters sealed with the seal of the king's majesty, to bring back the tyrant to his duty, he assembled his troops, and led into revolted Auvergne a numerous army of Frenchmen. He had now become exceeding fat, and could scarce support the heavy mass of his body. Any one else, however humble, would have had neither the will nor the power to ride a horseback; but he, against the advice of all his friends, listened only to the voice of courage, braved the fiery suns of June and August, which were the dread of the youngest knights, and made a scoff of those who could not bear the heat, although many a time, during the passage of narrow and difficult swampy places, he was constrained to get himself held on by those about him. After an obstinate struggle, and at the intervention of William VII., Duke of Aquitaine, the Count of Auvergne's suzerain, Louis fixed a special day for regulating and deciding in Parliament, at Orleans, and in the duke's presence, between the bishop and the count, the points to which the Auvergnat had hitherto refused to subscribe. Then, triumphantly leading back his army, he returned victoriously to France. He had asserted his power, and increased his ascendancy, without any pretension to territorial aggrandizement. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Part 2 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18. The Kingship in France. Part 2. Into his relations with his two powerful neighbours, the King of England, Duke of Normandy, and the Emperor of Germany, Louis the Fat, introduced the same watchfulness, the same firmness, and, at need, the same warlike energy, whilst observing the same moderation, and the same policy of holding aloof from all turbulent or indiscreet ambition, adjusting his pretensions to his power, and being more concerned to govern his kingdom efficiently than to add to it by conquest. Twice in 1109 and in 1118 he had war in Normandy with Henry I, King of England, and he therein was guilty of certain temerities resulting in a reverse, which he hastened to repair during a vigorous prosecution of the campaign. But, when once his honour was satisfied, he showed a ready inclination for the peace which the Pope, Calixtus II, in council at Rome, succeeded in establishing between the two rivals. The war with the Emperor of Germany, Henry V, in 1124, appeared, at the first blush, a more serious matter. The Emperor had raised a numerous army of Lorrainers, Alemannians, Bavarians, Swabians, and Saxons, and was threatening the very city of Rheims with instant attack. Louis hastened to put himself in position. He went and took solemnly, at the altar of Saint Denis, the banner of that particular patron of the kingdom, and flew with a mere handful of men to confront the enemy, and parry the first blow, calling on the whole of France to follow him. France summoned the flower of her chivalry, and when the army had assembled from every quarter of the kingdom at Rheims, there was seen, said Suger, so great a host of knights and men afoot, that they might have been compared to swarms of grasshoppers covering the face of the earth, not only on the banks of the rivers, but on the mountains and over the plains. The multitude was formed in 3 divisions. The third division was composed of Orleannese, Parisians, the people of Etampes, and those of Saint Denis, and at their head was the king in person. With them, said he, I shall fight bravely and with good assurance. Besides being protected by the saint, my liege lord, I have here of my countrymen those who nurtured me with peculiar affection, and who, of a surety, will bring me back living, or carry me off dead, and save my body. At news of this mighty host, and the ardour with which they were animated, the Emperor Henry V advanced no farther, and, before long, marching under some pretext towards other places, he preferred the shame of retreating like a coward to the risk of exposing his empire and himself to certain destruction. After this victory, which was more than as great as a triumph on the field of battle, the French returned, every one, to their homes. The 3 elements which contributed to the formation and character of the kingship in France, the German element, the Roman element, and the Christian element, appear in conjunction with the reign of Louis the Fat. We have still the warrior chief of a feudal society, founded by conquest, in him who, in spite of his moderation and discretion, cried many a time, says Suger, "What a pitiable state is this of ours, to never have knowledge and strength both together! In my youth had knowledge, and in my old age had strength been mine, I might have conquered many kingdoms. And probably from this exclamation of a king in the 12th century came the familiar proverb, if youth but knew, and age could do. We see the maxims of the Roman Empire and reminiscences of Charlemagne in Louis's habit of considering justice to emanate from the king as fountainhead, and of believing in his right to import it everywhere. And what conclusion of a reign could be more Christian-like than his when, exhausted by the long enfeeblement of his wasted body, but disdaining to die ignobly or unpreparedly, he called about him pious men, bishops, abbots, and many priests of holy church, and then, scorning all false shame, he demanded to make his confession devoutly before them all, and to fortify himself against death by the comfortable sacrament of the body and blood of Christ. While everything is being arranged, the king on a sudden rises of himself, dresses himself, issues fully clad from his chamber, to the wonderment of all, advances to meet the body of our Lord Jesus Christ, and prostrates himself in reverence. Thereupon, in the presence of all, cleric and laic, he lays aside his kingship, deposes himself from the government of the state, confesses the sin of having ordered it all, hands to his son Louis the king's ring, and binds him to promise, on oath, to protect the Church of God, the poor, and the orphan, to respect the rights of everybody, and to keep none prisoner in his court, save such a one as should have actually transgressed in the court itself. This king, so well prepared for death, in his last days found great cause for rejoicing, as a father. William VII, Duke of Aquitaine, had, at his death, entrusted to him the guardianship of his daughter Eleanor, heiress of all his dominions, that is to say, of Poitou, of Saintonge, of Gascony, and of the Basque country, the most beautiful provinces of the southwest of France, from the Lower Loire to the Pyrenees. A marriage between Eleanor and Louis the Young, already sharing his father's throne, was soon conducted, and a brilliant embassy, composed of more than 500 lords and noble knights, to whom the king had added his intimate adviser Suger, set out for Aquitaine, where the ceremony was to take place. At the moment of departure the king had them all assembled about him, and, addressing himself to his son, said, "May the strong hand of God Almighty, by whom kings reign, protect thee, my dear son, both thee and thine. If, by any mischance, I were to lose thee, thee and those I send with thee, neither my life nor my kingdom would thenceforth be aught to me." The marriage took place at Bordeaux at the end of July, 1137, and on the 8th of August following, Louis the Young, on his way back to Paris, was crowned at Poitiers as Duke of Aquitaine. He there learned that the king, his father, had lately died on the 1st of August. Louis the Fat was far from foreseeing the deplorable issues of the marriage, which he regarded as one of the blessings of his reign. In spite of its long duration of 43 years, the reign of Louis VII, called the Young, was a period barren of events and of persons worthy of keeping a place in history. We have already had the story of this king's unfortunate crusade from 1147 to 1149, the commencement at Antioch of his imbroglio with his wife Eleanor of Aquitaine, and the fatal divorce which in 1152, at the same time that it freed the king from a faithless queen, entailed for France the loss of the beautiful provinces she had brought to him in dowry, and caused them to pass into the possession of Henry II, King of England. Here was the only event, under Louis the Young's reign, of any real importance, in view of its long and bloody consequences for his country. A petty war, or a sullen strife between the kings of France and England, petty quarrels of Louis with some of the great lords of his kingdom, certain rigorous measures against certain districts in travail of local liberties, the first bubblings of that religious fermentation which resulted before long, in the south of France, in the crusade against the Albigensians, such were the facts which went to make up with somewhat of insipidity the annals of this reign. So long as Suger lived, the kingship preserved at home the wisdom which it had been accustomed to display, and abroad the respect it had acquired under Louis the Fat. But at the death of Suger it went on languishing and declining, without encountering any great obstacles. It was reserved for Louis the Young's son, Philip Augustus, to open for France, and for the kingship in France, a new era of strength and progress. Philip II, to whom history has preserved the name of Philip Augustus, given him by his contemporaries, had shared the crown, been anointed, and taken to wife Isabel of Hainault, a year before the death of Louis VII. Put him in possession of the kingdom. He was as yet only 15, and his father by his will had left him under the guidance of Philip of Alsace, Count of Flanders as regent, and of Robert Clermont, Marshal of France, as governor. But Philip, though he began his reign under this double influence, soon let it be seen that he intended to reign by himself, and to reign with vigour. Whatever my vassals do, I must bear with their violence and outrageous insults and villainous misdeeds. But please God they will get weak and old whilst I shall grow in strength and power, and shall be in my turn avenged according to my desire. He was hardly 20 when one day one of his barons, seeing him gnawing with an air of abstraction and dreaminess a little green twig, said to his neighbours, "If any one could tell me what the king is thinking of, I would give him my best horse." Another of those present boldly asked the king. "I am thinking," answered Philip, "of a certain matter, and that is, whether God will grant unto me or unto one of my heirs grace to exalt France to the height at which she was in the time of Charlemagne." It was not granted to Philip Augustus to resuscitate the Frankish empire of Charlemagne, a work impossible for him or any one whatsoever in the 12th and 13th centuries. But he made the extension and territorial construction of the kingdom of France the chief aim of his life, and in that work he was successful. Out of the 43 years of his reign, 26 at the least were war years, devoted to that very purpose. During the first 6, it was with some of his great French vassals, the Count of Champagne, the Duke of Burgundy, and even the Count of Flanders, sometimes regent, that Philip had to do battle, for they all sought to profit by his minority, so as to make themselves independent and aggrandize themselves at the expense of the crown. But once in possession of the personal power as well as the title of king, it was from 1187 to 1216 against 3 successive kings of England, Henry II., Richard Coeur de Lion, and John Lackland, masters of the most beautiful provinces of France, that Philip directed his persistent efforts. They were, in respect of power, of political capacity and military popularity, his most formidable foes. Henry II., what with his ripeness of age, his ability, energy, and perseverance, without any mean jealousy or puerile obstinacy, had over Philip every advantage of position and experience, and he availed himself thereof with discretion, habitually maintaining his feudal status of great French vassal as well as that of foreign sovereign, seeking peace rather than strife with his youthful suzerain, and sometimes even going to his aid. He thus played off the greater part of the undeclared attempts or armed expeditions by which, from 1186 to 1189, Philip tried to cut him short in his French possessions, and so long as Henry II. Lived, there were but few changes in the territorial proportions of the two states. But at Henry's death Philip found himself in a very different position towards Henry's 2 sons, Richard Coeur de Lion and John Lackland. They were of his own generation. He had been on terms with them, even in opposition to their own father, of complicity and familiarity. They had no authority over him, and he had no respect for them. Richard was the feudal prince beyond comparison the boldest, the most unreflecting, the most passionate, the most ruffianly, the most heroic adventurer of the Middle Ages, hungering after movement and action, possessed of a craving spirit for displaying his strength, and doing his pleasure at all times and in all places, not only in contempt of the rights and well-being of his subjects, but at the risk of his own safety, his own power, and even of his crown. Philip was of a sedate temperament, patient, persevering, moved but little by the spirit of adventure, more ambitious than fiery, capable of far-reaching designs, and discreet at the same time that he was indifferent as to the employment of means. He had fine sport with Richard. We have already had the story of the relations between them, and their rupture during their joint crusade in the East. On returning to the West, Philip did not wrest from King Richard those great and definitive conquests which were to restore to France the greater part of the marriage portion that went with Eleanor of Aquitaine. But he paved the way for them by petty victories and petty acquisitions, and making more and more certain of his superiority over his rival. When, after Richard's death, he had to do with John Lackland, cowardly and insolent, knavish and addle-pated, choleric, debauched, and indolent, an intriguing subordinate on the throne on which he made pretence to be the most despotic of kings, Philip had over him, even more than over his brother Richard, immense advantages. He made such use of them that after 6 years' struggling from 1199 to 1205, he deprived John of the greater part of his French possessions, Anjou, Normandy, Touraine, Maine, and Poitou. Philip would have been quite willing to dispense with any legal procedure by way of sanction to his conquests, but John furnished him with an excellent pretext. For on the 3rd of April, 1203, he assassinated with his own hand, in the Tower of Rouen, his young nephew Arthur, Duke of Brittany, and in that capacity vassal of Philip Augustus, to whom he was coming to do homage. Philip had John, also his vassal, cited before the court of the barons of France, his peers, to plead his defence of this odious act. King John, says the contemporary English historian Matthew Paris, sent Eustace, Bishop of Ely, to tell King Philip that he would willingly go to his court to answer before his judges, and to show entire obedience in the matter, but that he must have a safe conduct. But King Philip replied, but with neither heart nor visage unmoved, willingly, let him come in peace and safety. And return so too, my lord? Said the bishop. Yes, rejoined the king, if the decision of his peers allow him. And when the envoys from England entreated him to grant to the King of England to go and return in safety, the King of France was wroth, and answered with his usual oath, No, by all the saints of France, unless the decision tally therewith. My lord king, rejoined the bishop, the Duke of Normandy cannot come unless there come also the King of England, since the Duke and the King are one and the same person. The baronage of England would never allow it in any way, and if the king were willing, he would run, as you know, risk of imprisonment or death. King Philip answered him, How now, my lord bishop? It is well known that my liegeman, the Duke of Normandy, by violence got possession of England, and so, prithee, if a vassal increase in honour and power, shall his lord suzerain lose his rights? Never. King John was not willing to trust to chance and the decision of the French, who liked him not, and he feared above everything to be reproached with the shameful murder of Arthur. The grandees of France, nevertheless, proceeded to a decision which they could not do lawfully, since he whom they had to try was absent, and would have gone had he been able. The condemnation, not the whit the less, took full effect, and Philip Augustus thus recovered possession of nearly all the territories which his father, Louis VII., had kept but for a moment. He added in succession other provinces to his dominions, in such wise that the kingdom of France, which was limited, as we have seen, under Louis the Fat, to the Ile de France, and certain portions of Picardy and Orleanness, comprised besides, at the end of the reign of Philip Augustus, Vermandois, Artois, the two Vexin, French and Norman, Berry, Normandy, Maine, Anjou, Poitou, Touraine, and Auvergne. End of chapter 18, part 2. Chapter 18, part 3 of volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18, The Kingship in France, Part 3. In 1206 the territorial work of Philip Augustus was well nigh completed, but his wars were not over. John Lackland, when worsted, kicked against the pricks, and was incessantly hankering, in his antagonism to the King of France, after hostile alliances and local conspiracies easy to hatch amongst certain feudal lords discontented with their suzerain. John was on intimate terms with his nephew, Otho IV., Emperor of Germany, and the foe of Philip Augustus, who had supported against him Frederick II., his rival for the empire. They prepared in concert for a grand attack upon the King of France, and they had won over to their coalition some of his most important vassals, amongst others Renaud de Dampierre, Count of Boulogne. Philip determined to divert their attack, whilst anticipating it, by an unexpected enterprise, the invasion of England itself. Circumstances seemed favourable. King John, by his oppression and his perfidy, had drawn upon him the hatred and contempt of his people, and the barons of England, supported and guided by the Archbishop of Canterbury, Stephen Langton, had commenced against him the struggle which was to be endured some years afterwards by the forced concession of Magna Charta, that foundation stone of English liberties. John, having been embroiled for 5 years past with the court of Rome, affected to defy the excommunication which the Pope had hurled at him, and of which the King of France had been asked by several prelates of the English Church to ensure the efficient working. On the 8th of April, 1213, Philip convoked, at Soissons, his principal vassals or allies, explained to them the grounds of his design against the King of England, and, by a sort of special confederation, they bound themselves, all of them, to support him. One of the most considerable vassals, however, the sometime regent of France during the minority of Philip, Ferrand, Count of Flanders, did not attend the meeting to which he had been summoned, and declared his intention of taking no part in the war against England. "By all the saints of France," cried Philip, "either France shall become Flanders, or Flanders France." And, all the while pressing forward the equipment of a large fleet collected at Calais for the invasion of England, he entered Flanders, besieged and took several of the richest cities in the country, Cassel, Ypres, Bruges, and Courtrai, and pitched his camp before the walls of Ghent, to lower, as he said, the pride of the men of Ghent, and make them bend their necks beneath the yoke of kings. But he heard that John Lackland, after making his peace with the court of Rome through acceptance of all the conditions and all the humiliations it had thought proper to impose upon him, had just landed at Rochelle, and was exciting a serious insurrection amongst the lords of Saintonge and Poitou. At the same time Philip's fleet, having been attacked in Calais roads by that of John, had been half destroyed or captured, and the other half had been forced to take shelter in the harbour of Damme, where it was strictly blockaded. Philip, forthwith adopting a twofold and energetic resolution, ordered his son Philip to go and put down the insurrection of the Poitevins on the banks of the Loire, and himself took in hand the war in Flanders, which was of the most consequence, considering the quality of the foe and the designs they proclaimed. They had at their head the Emperor Otho IV, who had already won the reputation of a brave and able soldier, and they numbered in their ranks several of the greatest lords, German, Flemish, and Dutch, and Hugh de Beauve, the most dreaded of those adventurers in the pay of the wealthy princes, who were known at that time by the name of roadsters, routiers, mercenaries. They proposed, it was said, to dismember France, and a promise to that effect had been made by the Emperor Otho to his principal chieftains assembled in secret conference. "It is against Philip himself, and him alone," he had said to them, "that we must direct all our efforts. It is he who must be slain first of all, for it is he alone who opposes us and makes himself our foe in everything. When he is dead, you will be able to subdue and divide the kingdom according to our pleasure. As for thee, Renaud, thou shalt take Peronne and all Vermandois. Hugh shall be master of Beauvais, Salisbury of Dreux, Conrad of Mantes, together with Vexin, and as for thee, Ferrante, thou shalt have Paris." The two armies marched over the Low Countries and Flanders, seeking out both of them the most favourable position for commencing the attack. On Sunday the 27th of August, 1214, Philip had halted near the bridge of Bouvines, not far from Lille, and was resting under an ash beside a small chapel dedicated to St. Peter. There came running to him a messenger, sent by Guerin, Bishop of Senlis, his confidant in war as well as government, and brought him word that his rearguard, attacked by the Emperor Otho, was not sufficient to resist him. Philip went into the chapel, said a short prayer, and cried as he came out, "Haste we forward to the rescue of our comrades." Then he put on his armour, mounted his horse, and made swiftly for the point of attack, amidst the shouts of all those who were about him, "To arms! To arms!" Both armies numbered in their ranks not only all the feudal chivalry on the two sides, but burgher forces, those from the majority of the great cities of Flanders being for Otho, and those from 16 towns or communes of France for Philip Augustus. It was not, as we have seen, the first time that the forces from the French rural districts had taken part in the king's wars. Louis the Fat had often received their aid against the tyrannical and turbulent lords of his small kingdoms. But since the reign of Louis the Fat the organisation and importance of the communes had made great progress in France, and it was not only rural communes, but considerable cities, such as Amiens, Arras, Beauvais, Compiègne, and Soissons, which sent to the army of Philip Augustus bodies of men in large numbers and ready trained to arms. Contemporary historians put the army of Otho at 100,000, and that of Philip Augustus at from 50 to 60,000 men; but amongst modern historians one of the most eminent, M. Sismondi, reduces them both to some 15 or 20,000. One would say that the reduction is as excessive as the original estimate. However they may be, the communal forces evidently filled an important place in the king's army at Bouvines, and maintained it brilliantly. So soon as Philip had placed himself at the head of the first line of his troops, the men of Soissons, says William the Breton, who was present at the battle, being impatient and inflamed by the words of Bishop Guerin, let out their horses at the full speed of their legs, and attacked the enemy. But the Flemish knights prick not forward to the encounter, indignant that the first charge against them was not made by knights, as would have been seemly, and remain motionless at their post. The men of Soissons, meanwhile, see no need of dealing softly with them and humouring them, so thrust them roughly, upset them from their horses, slay a many of them, and force them to leave their place or defend themselves, willy-nilly. At last the Chevalier Eustace, scorning the burghers and proud of his illustrious ancestors, moves out into the middle of the plain, and with haughty voice roars, "Death to the French!" The battle soon became general and obstinate. It was a multitude of hand-to-hand fights in the midst of a confused melee. In this melee, the knights of the Emperor Otho did not forget the instructions he had given them before the engagement. They sought out the King of France himself to aim their blows at him, and ere long they knew him by the presence of the royal standard, and made their way almost up to him. The communes, and chiefly those of Corbeil, Amiens, Beauvais, Compiègne, and Arras, thereupon pierced through the battalions of the knights and placed themselves in front of the king, when some German infantry came up round Philip, and with hooks and light lances threw him down from his horse. But a small body of knights who had remained by him overthrew, dispersed, and slew these infantry, and the king, recovering himself more quickly than had been expected, leapt upon another horse, and dashed again into the melee. Then danger threatened the Emperor Otho in his turn. The French drove back those about him, and came right up to him. A sword thrust, delivered with vigour, entered the brain of Otho's horse. The horse, mortally wounded, reared up and turned his head in the direction whence he had come, and the Emperor, thus carried away, showed his back to the French, and was off in full flight. "Ye will see his face no more to-day," said Philip to his followers, and he said truly. In vain did William de Bar, the first knight of his day in strength and valour and renown, dash off in pursuit of the Emperor. Twice he was on the point of seizing him, but Otho escaped, thanks to the swiftness of his horse and the great number of his German knights, who, whilst their Emperor was flying, were fighting to a miracle. But their bravery saved only their master. The battle of Bouvines was lost for the Anglo-Germano-Flemish coalition. It was still prolonged for several hours, but in the evening it was over, and the prisoners of note were conducted to Philip Augustus. There were 5 counts, Ferrand of Flanders, Renaud of Boulogne, William of Salisbury, a natural brother of King John, Otho of Tecklenburg, and Conrad of Dartmund, and 25 barons, bearing their own standard, to battle. Philip Augustus spared all their lives, sent away the Earl of Salisbury to his brother, confined the Count of Boulogne at Peronne, where he was subjected to very rigorous imprisonment, with chains so short that he could scarce move one step; and as for the Count of Flanders, his sometime regent, Philip dragged him in chains in his train. It is difficult to determine from the evidence of contemporaries which was the more rejoiced at and proud of this victory, king or people. The same day, when evening approached, says William the Breton, the army returned laden with spoils to the camp, and the king, with a heart full of joy and gratitude, offered 1,000 thanksgivings to the Supreme King, who had vouchsafed to him a triumph over so many enemies. And in order that posterity might preserve for ever a memorial of so great a success, the Bishop of Senlis founded, outside the walls of that town, a chapel, which he named Victory, and which, endowed with great possessions and having a government according to canonical rule, enjoyed the honour of possessing an abbot and a holy convent. Who can recount, imagine, or set down with a pen, or parchment, or tablets, the cheers of joy, the hymns of triumph, and the numberless dances of the people, the sweet chants of the clergy, the harmonious sounds of warlike instruments, the solemn decorations of the churches inside and out, the streets, the houses, the roads of all the castles and towns, hung with curtains and tapestry of silk and covered with flowers, shrubs and green branches, all the inhabitants of every sort, sex, and age running from every quarter to see so grand a triumph, peasants and harvesters breaking off their work, hanging round their necks their sickles and hoes, for it was the season of harvest, and throwing themselves in a throng upon the roads to see in irons that Count of Flanders, that Fernand whose arms they had formerly dreaded. It was no groundless joy on the part of the people, and a spontaneous instinct gave them a forecast of the importance of that triumph which elicited their cheers. The battle of Bouvines was not the victory of Philip Augustus alone, over a coalition of foreign princes. The victory was the work of king and people, barons, knights, burghers and peasants of Ile-de-France, of Orleans, of Picardy, of Normandy, of Champagne, and of Burgundy. And this union of different classes and different populations in a sentiment, a contest, and a triumph shared in common was a decisive step in the organization and unity of France. The victory of Bouvines marked the commencement of the time at which men might speak, and indeed did speak, by one single name of the French. The nation in France and the kingship in France on that day rose out of and above the feudal system. Philip Augustus was about the same time apprised of his son Louis's success on the banks of the Loire. The incapacity and swaggering insolence of King John had made all his Poitevin allies disgusted with him. He had been obliged to abandon his attack upon the King of France in the provinces, and the insurrection, growing daily more serious, of the English barons and clergy for the purpose of obtaining Magna Charta was preparing for him other reverses. He had ceased to be a dangerous rival to Philip. No period has had better reason than our own to know how successes and conquests can intoxicate warlike kings. But Philip, whose valour on occasion was second to none, had no actual inclination towards war or towards conquest for the sole pleasure of extending his dominion. Liking better, according to his custom, says William the Breton, to conquer by peace than by war, he hasted to put an end by treaties, truces, or contracts to his quarrels with King John, the Count of Flanders, and the principal lords made prisoner at Bouvines. Discretion in his case was proof against the temptations of circumstances or the promptings of passion, and he took care not to overtly compromise his power, his responsibility, and the honour of his name by enterprises which did not naturally come in his way, or which he considered without chances of success. Whilst still a youth, he had given, in 1191, a sure proof of that self-command which is so rare amongst ambitious princes, by withdrawing from the crusade in which he had been engaged with Richard Coeur de Lion, and it was still more apparent in two great events at the latter end of his reign: the crusade against the Albigensians and his son Louis's expedition in England, the crown of which had, in 1215, been offered to him by the barons at war with King John in defence of Magna Charta. The organization of the kingdom, the nation, and the kingship of France was not the only great event and the only great achievement of that epoch. At the same time that this political movement was going on in the state, a religious and intellectual ferment was making head in the church and in men's minds. After the conquest of the Gauls by the Franks, the Christian clergy, sole depositaries of all lights to lighten their age, and sole possessors of any idea of opposing the conquerors with arguments other than those of brute force, or of employing towards the vanquished any instrument of subjection other than violence, became the connecting link between the nation of the conquerors and the nation of the conquered, and, in the name of one and the same divine law, enjoined obedience on the subjects, and, in the case of the masters, moderated the transports of power. But in the course of this active and salutary participation in the affairs of the world, the Christian clergy lost somewhat of their primitive and proper character. Religion, in their hands, was a means of power as well as of civilization, and its principal members became rich, and frequently substituted material weapons for the spiritual authority which had originally been their only reliance. When they were in a condition to hold their own against powerful laymen, they frequently adopted the powerful laymen's morals and shared their ignorance. And in the 7th and 8th centuries the barbarism which held the world in its clutches had made inroads upon the Church. Charlemagne essayed to resuscitate dying civilization, and sought amongst the clergy his chief means of success. He founded schools, filled them with students to whom promises of ecclesiastical preferments were held out as rewards of their merit, and, in fine, exerted himself with all his might to restore to the Christian Church her dignity and her influence. When Charlemagne was dead, nearly all his great achievements disappeared in the chaos which came after him. His schools alone survived and preserved certain centres of intellectual activity. When the feudal system had become established, and had introduced some rule into social relations, when the fate of mankind appeared no longer entirely left to the risks of force, intellect once more found some sort of employment, and once more assumed some sort of sway. Active and educated minds once more began to watch with some sort of independence the social facts before their eyes, to stigmatize vices, and to seek for remedies. The spectacle afforded by their age could not fail to strike them. Society, after having made some few strides away from physical chaos, seemed in danger of falling into moral chaos. Morals had sunk far below the laws, and religion was in deplorable contrast to morals. It was not laymen only who abandoned themselves with impunity to every excess of violence and licentiousness. Scandals were frequent amongst the clergy themselves. Bishoprics and other ecclesiastical benefices, publicly sold or left by will, passed down through families from father to son, and from husband to wife, and the possessions of the church served for dowry to the daughters of bishops. Absolution was at a low quotation in the market, and redemption for sins of the greatest enormity cost scarcely the price of founding a church or a monastery. Horror-stricken at the sight of such corruption in the only things they at the time recognized as holy, men no longer knew where to find the rule of life or the safeguard of conscience. But it is the peculiar and glorious characteristic of Christianity that it is unable to bear for long, without making an effort to check them, the vices it has been unable to prevent, and that it always carries in its womb the vigorous germ of human regeneration. In the midst of their irregularities, the 11th and 12th centuries saw the outbreak of a grand religious, moral, and intellectual fermentation, and it was the Church herself that had the honour and the power of taking the initiative in the Reformation. Under the influence of Gregory VII, the rigour of the popes began to declare itself against the scandals of the episcopate, traffic in ecclesiastical benefices, and the bad morals of the secular clergy. At the same time austere men exerted themselves to rekindle the fervour of monastic life, re-established rigid rules in the cloister, and refilled the monasteries by their preaching and example. Saint Robert of Molesme founded the order of Citeaux, Saint Norbert that of Prémontre. Saint Bernard detached the Clairvaux from Meaux, which he considered too worldly. Saint Bruno built Chartreuse. Saint Hugo, Saint Gerard, and others besides gave the Abbey of Cluny its renown, and ecclesiastical reform extended everywhere. Hereupon rich and powerful laymen, filled with ardour for their faith and fear for their external welfare, went seeking after solitude, and devoted themselves to prayer in the monasteries they had founded or enriched with their wealth. Whole families were dispersed amongst various religious houses, and all the severities of penance hardly sufficed to quiet imaginations scared at the perils of living in the world or at the vices of their age. And at the same time, in addition to this outburst of piety, ignorance was decried and stigmatized as the source of the prevailing evils. The function of teaching was included amongst the duties of the religious estate, and every newly founded or reformed monastery became a school, in which pupils of all conditions were gratuitously instructed in the sciences known by the name of liberal arts. Bold spirits began to use the rights of individual thought in opposition to the authority of established doctrines, and others, without dreaming of opposing, strove at any rate to understand, which is the way to produce discussion. Activity and freedom of thought were receiving development at the same time that fervent faith and fervent piety were. The great moral movement of humanity in the 11th and 12th centuries arose from events very different in different parts of the beautiful country, which was not yet, but was from that time forward tending to become, France. Amongst these events, which cannot be here recounted in detail, we will fix upon two, which were the most striking and the most productive of important consequences for the whole history of the epoch: the quarrel of Abélard with St. Bernard, and the crusade against the Albigensians. We shall there see how northern France and southern France differed one from the other before the bloody crisis, which was to unite them in one single name and one common destiny. End of chapter 18, part 3. Chapter 18, Part 4 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18. The Kingship in France, Part 4. In France, properly so called at that time, north of the Rhone and the Loire, the Church had herself accomplished the chief part of the reforms which had become necessary. It was there that the most active and most eloquent of the reforming monks had appeared, had preached, and had founded or regenerated a great number of monasteries. It was there that, at first amongst the clergy, and then, through their example, amongst the laity, Christian discipline and morals had resumed some sway. There, too, the Christian faith and Church were, amongst the mass of the population, but little or not assailed. Heretics, when any appeared, obtained support neither from princes nor people. They were proceeded against, condemned, and burned without their exciting public sympathy by their presence, or public commiseration by their punishment. It was in the very midst of the clergy themselves, amongst literates and teachers, that, in northern France, the intellectual and innovating movement of the period was manifested and concentrated. The movement was vigorous and earnest, and it was a really studious host which thronged to the lessons of Abelard at Paris, on Mount St. Genevieve, at Melun, at Corbeil, and at the Paraclete. But this host contained but few of the people. The greater part of those who formed it were either already in the Church, or soon, in various capacities, about to be. And the discussions raised at the meetings corresponded with the persons attending them. There was the disputation of the schools, there was no founding of sects. The lessons of Abelard and the questions he handled were scientifico-religious. It was to expound and propagate what they regarded as the philosophy of Christianity that masters and pupils made bold use of the freedom of thought. They made but slight war upon the existing practical abuses of the Church. They differed from her in the interpretation and comments contained in some of her dogmas, and they considered themselves in a position to explain and confirm faith by reason. The chiefs of the Church, with St. Bernard at their head, were not slow to descry, in these interpretations and comments based upon science, danger to the simple and pure faith of the Christian. They saw the apparition of dawning rationalism confronting orthodoxy. They were, as all their contemporaries were, wholly strangers to the bare notion of freedom of thought and conscience, and they began a zealous struggle against the new teachers, but they did not push it to the last cruel extremities. They had many a handle against Abelard, his private life, the scandal of his connection with Heloise, the restless and haughty fickleness of his character, laid him open to severe strictures. But his stern adversaries did not take so much advantage of them as they might have taken. They had his doctrines condemned at the councils of Soissons and Sens. They prohibited him from public lecturing, and they imposed upon him the seclusion of the cloister. But they did not even harbour the notion of having him burned as a heretic, and science and glory were respected in his person, even when his ideas were proscribed. Peter the Venerable, abbot of Cluny, one of the most highly considered and honoured prelates of the Church, received him amongst his own monks, and treated him with paternal kindness, taking care of his health, as well as of his eternal welfare. And he who was the adversary of St. Bernard and the teacher condemned by the councils of Soissons and Sens, died peacefully, on the 21st of April, 1142, in the Abbey of St. Marcellus, near Chalons-sur-Saône, after having received the sacraments with much piety, and in presence of all the brethren of the monastery. Thus, wrote Peter the Venerable to Heloise, abbess for 11 years past of the Paraclete, the man who, by his singular authority in science, was known to nearly all the world, and was illustrious wherever he was known, learned, in the school of him who said, know that I am meek and lowly of heart, to remain meek and lowly, and, as it is but right to believe, he has thus returned to him. The struggle of Abelard with the Church of northern France and the crusade against the Albigensians in southern France are divided by much more than diversity and contrast. There is an abyss between them. In their religious condition, and in the nature as well as degree of their civilization, the populations of the two regions were radically different. In the northeast, between the Rhine, the Scheldt, and the Loire, Christianity had been obliged to deal with little more than the barbarism and ignorance of the German conquerors. In the south, on the two banks of the Rhone and the Garonne, along the Mediterranean and by the Pyrenees, it had encountered all manner of institutions, traditions, religions, and disbeliefs, Greek, Roman, African, Oriental, pagan, and Mussulman. The frequent invasions and long stays of the Saracens in those countries had mingled Arab blood with the Gallic, Roman, Asiatic, and Visigothic, and this mixture of so many different races, tongues, creeds, and ideas had resulted in a civilization more developed, more elegant, more humane, and more liberal, but far less coherent, simple, and strong, morally as well as politically, than the warlike, feudal civilization of Germanic France. In the religious order especially, the dissimilarity was profound. In northern France, in spite of internal disorder, and through the influence of its bishops, missionaries, and monastic reformers, the Orthodox Church had obtained a decided superiority and full dominion. But in southern France, on the contrary, all the controversies, all the sects, and all the mystical or philosophical heresies which had disturbed Christendom from the 2nd century to the 9th had crept in and spread abroad. In it there were Arians, Manichaeans, Gnostics, Paulicians, Cathars, the pure, and other sects of more local or more recent origin and name, Albigensians, Vaudians, good people and poor of Lyons, some piously possessed with the desire of returning to the pure faith and fraternal organization of the primitive evangelical church, others given over to the extravagances of imagination or asceticism. The princes and the great laic lords of the country, the counts of Toulouse, Poix, and Comminges, the Viscount of Beziers, and many others had not remained unaffected by this condition of the people. The majority were accused of tolerating and even protecting the heretics, and some were suspected of allowing their ideas to penetrate within their own households. The bold sallies of the critical and jeering spirit, and the abandonment of established creeds and disciplines, bring about, before long, a relaxation of morals, and liberty requires long time and many trials before it learns to disavow and rise superior to license. In many of the feudal courts and castles of Languedoc, Provence, and Aquitaine, imaginations, words, and lives were licentious, and the charming poetry of the troubadours and the gallant adventures of knights caused it to be too easily forgotten that morality was but little more regarded than the faith. Dating from the latter half of the 11th century, not only the popes, but the whole Orthodox Church of France and its spiritual heads, were seriously disquieted at the state of mind of southern France, and the dangers it threatened to the whole of Christendom. In 1145, St. Bernard, in all the lustre of his name and influence, undertook, in concert with Cardinal Alberic, legate of the Pope Eugenius III., to go and preach against the heretics in the countship of Toulouse. "We see here," he wrote to Alphonse Jourdain, Count of Toulouse, "churches without flocks, flocks without priests, priests without the respect which is their due, and Christians without Christ. Men die in their sins without being reconciled by penance or admitted to the Holy Communion. Souls are sent pell-mell before the awful tribunal of God. The grace of baptism is refused to little children. Those to whom the Lord said, 'Suffer little children to come unto me,' do not obtain the means of coming to salvation. Is it because of a belief that these little children have no need of the Saviour, inasmuch as they are little? Is it then for naught that our Lord from being great became little? What say I? Is it then for naught that he was scourged and spat upon, crucified and dead?" St. Bernard preached with great success in Toulouse itself, but he was not satisfied with easy success. He had come to fight the heretics, and he went to look for them where he was told he would find them numerous and powerful. He repaired, says a contemporary chronicler, to the castle of Vertefeuille, or Verfeil, in the district of Toulouse, where flourished at that time the scions of a numerous nobility and a multitude of people, thinking that if he could extinguish heretical perversity in this place where it was so very much spread, it would be easy for him to make head against it elsewhere. When he had begun preaching in the church against those who were of most consideration in the place, they went out, and the people followed them. But the holy man, going out after them, gave utterance to the word of God in the public streets. The nobles then hid themselves on all sides in their houses, and as for him, he continued to preach to the common people who came about him. Whereupon, the others making uproar and knocking upon the doors, so that the crowd could not hear his voice, he then, having shaken off the dust from his feet as a testimony against them, departed from their midst, and looking on the town, cursed it, saying, Verdfoy, God wither thee. Now there were at that time in the castle 100 knights abiding, having arms, banners, and horses, and keeping themselves at their own expense, not at the expense of other. After the not very effectual mission of St. Bernard, who died in 1153, and for half a century, the Orthodox Church was several times occupied with the heretics of southern France, who were before long called Albigensians, either because they were numerous in the diocese of Albi, or because the Council of Lombers, one of the first at which their condemnation was expressly pronounced in 1165, was held in that diocese. But the measures adopted at that time against them were at first feebly executed, and had but little effect. The new ideas spread more and more, and in 1167 the innovators themselves held, at Saint Félix de Caraman, a petty council, at which they appointed bishops for districts where they had numerous partisans. Raymond VI, who in 1195 succeeded his father, Raymond V, as Count of Toulouse, was supposedly to be favourably disposed towards them. He admitted them to intimacy with him, and, it was said, allowed himself, in respect of the Orthodox Church, great liberty of thought and speech. Meanwhile, the great days and the chief actors in the struggle commenced by St. Bernard were approaching. In 1198, Lothaire Conti, a pupil of the University of Paris, was elected pope, with the title of Innocent III, and 4 or 5 years later, Simon, Count of Montfort-l'Aumery, came back from the Fifth Crusade in the East, with a celebrity already established by his valour and his zeal against the infidels. Innocent III, no unworthy rival of Gregory VII, his late predecessor in the Holy See, had the same grandeur of ideas and the same fixity of purpose, with less headiness in his character, and more knowledge of the world, and more of the spirit of policy. He looked upon the whole of Christendom as his kingdom, and upon himself as the king whose business it was to make prevalent everywhere the law of God. Simon, as Count of Montfort-l'Aumery, was not a powerful lord, but he was descended, it was said, from a natural son of King Robert. His mother, who was English, had left him heir to the earldom of Leicester, and he had for his wife Alice de Montmorency. His social status and his personal renown, superior as they were to his worldly fortunes, authorized in his case any flight of ambition, and in the East he had learned to believe that anything was allowed to him in the service of the Christian faith. Innocent III, on receiving the tiara, set to work at once upon the government of Christendom. Simon de Montfort, on returning from Palestine, did not dream of the new crusade to which he was soon to be summoned, and for which he was so well prepared. Innocent III at first employed against the heretics of southern France only spiritual and legitimate weapons. Before proscribing, he tried to convert them. He sent to them a great number of missionaries, nearly all taken from the order of Citeaux, and of proved zeal already. Many amongst them had successively the title and power of legates, and they went preaching throughout the whole country, communicating with the princes and laic lords, whom they requested to drive away the heretics from their domains, and holding with the heretics themselves conferences which frequently drew a numerous attendance. A knight full of sagacity, according to a contemporary chronicle, Pons d'Adhemar of Rodel, said, one day to Fulk, Bishop of Toulouse, one of the most zealous of the Pope's delegates, "We could not have believed that Rome had so many powerful arguments against these folk here." "See you not," said the bishop, "how little force there is in their objections? Certainly, answered the knight. Why then do you not expel them from your lands? We cannot, answered Pons. We have been brought up with them, we have amongst them folk near and dear to us, and we see them living honestly. Some of the legates, wearied at the little effect of their preaching, showed an inclination to give up their mission. Peter de Castelnau himself, the most zealous of all, and destined before long to pay for his zeal with his life, wrote to the Pope to beg for permission to return to his monastery. 2 Spanish priests, Diego Acebes, Bishop of Osma, and his sub-prior Dominic, falling in with the Roman legates at Montpellier, heard them express their disgust. Give up, they said to the legates, your retinue, your horses, and your goings in state. Proceed in all humility, afoot and barefoot, without gold or silver, living and teaching after the example of the Divine Master. We dare not take on ourselves such things, answered the Pope's agents. They would seem sort of innovation, but if some person of sufficient authority consent to precede us in such guise, we would follow him readily. The Bishop of Osma sent away his retinue to Spain, and kept with him only his companion Dominic, and they, taking with them 2 of the monks of Citeaux, Peter de Castelnau and Raoul, the most fervent of the delegates from Rome, began that course of austerity and of preaching amongst the people which was ultimately to make of the sub-prior Dominic a saint and the founder of a great religious order, to which has often but wrongly been attributed the origin, though it certainly became the principal agent, of the Inquisition. Whilst joining in humble and pious energy with the 2 Spanish priests, the 2 monks of Citeaux, and Peter de Castelnau especially, did not cease to urge amongst the laic princes the extirpation of the heretics. In 1205 they repaired to Toulouse to demand of Raymond VI a formal promise, which indeed they obtained. But Raymond was one of those undecided and feeble characters who dare not refuse to promise what they dare not attempt to do. He wished to live in peace with the Orthodox Church, without behaving cruelly to a large number of his subjects. The fanatical legate, Peter de Castelnau, enraged at his tergiversation, instantly excommunicated him, and the Pope sent to the Count a threatening letter, giving him therein to understand that in case of need stronger measures would be adopted against him. Raymond, affrighted, prevailed on the 2 legates to repair to St. Gilles, and he there renewed his promises to them, but he always sought for and found on the morrow some excuse for retarding the execution of them. The legates, after having reproached him vehemently, determined to leave St. Gilles without further delay, and the day after their departure, January 15th, 1208, as they were getting ready to cross the Rhone, 2 strangers, who had lodged the night before in the same hostelry with them, drew near, and one of the 2 gave Peter de Castelnau a lance thrust with such force, that the legate, after exclaiming, "God forgive thee, as I do," had only time to give his comrade his last instructions, and then expired. Great was the emotion in France and at Rome. It was barely 30 years since in England, after an outburst of passion on the part of King Henry II, 4 knights of his court had murdered the Archbishop Thomas à Becket in Canterbury Cathedral. Was the Count of Toulouse, too, guilty of having instigated the shedding of blood and the murder of a prelate? Such was, in the 13th century, the general cry throughout the Catholic Church, and the signal for war against Raymond VI, a war undertaken on the plea of a personal crime, but in reality for the extirpation of heresy in southern France, and for the dispossession of the native princes, who would not fully obey the decrees of the papacy, in favour of foreign conquerors who would put them into execution. The crusade against the Albigensians was the most striking application of 2 principles equally false and fatal, which did more than as much evil to the Catholics as to the heretics, and to the papacy as to freedom. And they are, the right of the spiritual power to claim for the coercion of souls the material force of the temporal powers, and its right to strip temporal sovereigns, in case they set at naught its injunctions, of their title to the obedience of their people. In other words, denial of religious liberty to conscience and of political independence to states. It was by virtue of these 2 principles, at that time dominant, but not without some opposition, in Christendom, that Innocent III, in 1208, summoned the King of France, the great lords and the knights, and the clergy, secular and regular, of the kingdom to assume the cross and go forth to extirpate from southern France the Albigensians, worse than the Saracens, and that he promised to the chiefs of the Crusaders the sovereignty of such domains as they should win by conquest from the princes who were heretics or protectors of heretics. End of chapter 18, part 4. Chapter 18, part 5 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18, The Kingship in France, Part 5. Throughout all France, and even outside of France, the passions of religion and ambition were aroused at this summons to the crusade against the Albigensians. 12 abbots and 20 monks of Citeaux dispersed themselves in all directions preaching the crusade, and lords and knights, burghers and peasants, laymen and clergy, hastened to respond. From near and far they came, says the contemporary poet-chronicler William of Tudela. There be men from Auvergne and Burgundy, France and Limousin. There be men from all the world. There be Germans, Poitevins, Gascons, Rouergas, and Santonguese. Never did God make scribe who, whatsoever his pains, could set them all down in writing, in 2 months or in 3. The poet reckons 20,000 horsemen armed at all points, and more than 200,000 villains and peasants, not to speak of burghers and clergy. A less exaggerative, though more fanatical writer, Peter of Val-Cernay, the chief contemporary chronicle of this crusade, contents himself with saying that, at the siege of Carcassonne, one of the first operations of the Crusaders, it was said that their army numbered 50,000 men. Whatever may be the truth about the numbers, the Crusaders were passionately ardent and persevering. The war against the Albigensians lasted 15 years, from 1208 to 1223, and of the 2 leading spirits, one ordering and the other executing, Pope Innocent III and Simon de Montfort, neither saw the end of it. During these 15 years, in the regions situated between the Rhone, the Pyrenees, and the Garonne, and even the Dordogne, nearly all the towns and strong castles, Béziers, Carcassonne, Castelnaudary, Lavaux, Gaillac, Marseille, Minerve, Termes, Toulouse, etc., were taken, lost, retaken, given over to pillage, sack, and massacre, and burnt by the Crusaders with all the cruelty of fanatics and all the greed of conquerors. We do not care to dwell here in detail upon this tragical and monotonous history. We will simply recall some few of its characteristics. Doubt has been thrown upon the answer attributed to Arnaud Aumery, abbot of Citeaux, when he was asked, in 1209, by the conquerors of Béziers, how, at the assault of the city, they should distinguish the heretics from the faithful. Slay them all. God will be sure to know his own. The doubt is more charitable than reasonable, for it is a contemporary, himself a monk of Citeaux, who reports without any comment this hateful speech. Simon de Montfort, the hero of the crusade, employed similar language. One day 2 heretics, taken at Castres, were brought before him. One of them was unshakable in his belief, the other expressed a readiness to turn convert. "Burn them both," said the count. "If this fellow mean what he says, the fire will serve for expiation of his sins, and if he lie, he will suffer the penalty for his imposture." At the siege of the castle of Lavaux, in 1211, Amaury, lord of Montreal, and 80 knights had been made prisoners, and the noble Count Simon, says Peter of Val-Cernay, decided to hang them all on one gibbet. But when Amaury, the most distinguished among them, had been hanged, the gallows poles, which from too great haste had not been firmly fixed in the ground, having come down, the count, perceiving how great was the delay, ordered the rest to be slain. The pilgrims therefore fell upon them right eagerly, and slew them on the spot. Further, the count caused stones to be heaped upon the lady of the castle, Amaury's sister, a very wicked heretic, who had been cast into a well. Finally our crusaders, with extreme alacrity, burned heretics without number. In the midst of these atrocious unbridlements of passions supposed to be religious, other passions were not slow to make their appearance. Innocent III. Had promised the Crusaders the sovereignty of the domains they might win by conquest from princes who were heretics or protectors of heretics. After the capture in 1209 of Beziers and Carcassonne, possessions of Raymond Roger, Viscount of Albi, and nephew of the Count of Toulouse, the Abbot of Citeaux, a legate of the Pope, assembled the principal chiefs of the Crusaders that they might choose one amongst them as lord and governor of their conquests. The offer was made successively to Eudes, Duke of Burgundy, to Peter de Courtenay, Count of Nevers, and to Walter de Chatillon, Count of St. Paul, but they all three declined, saying that they had sufficient domains of their own without usurping those of the Viscount of Beziers, to whom, in their opinion, they had already caused enough loss. The legate, somewhat embarrassed, it is said, proposed to appoint 2 bishops and 4 knights, who, in concert with him, should choose a new master for the conquered territories. The proposal was agreed to, and after some moments of hesitation, Simon de Montfort, being elected by this committee, accepted the proffered domains, and took immediate possession of them, on publication of a charter conceived as follows: Simon, Lord of Montfort, Earl of Leicester, Viscount of Beziers and Carcassonne, the Lord having delivered unto my hands the lands of the heretics and unbelieving people, that is to say, whatsoever he hath thought fit to take from them by the hand of the Crusaders, his servants, I have accepted, humbly and devoutly, this charge and administration with confidence in his aid. The Pope wrote to him forthwith to confirm him in hereditary possession of his new dominions, at the same time expressing to him a hope that, in concert with the legates, he would continue to carry out the extirpation of the heretics. The dispossessed Viscount, Raymond Roger, having been put in prison by his conqueror in a tower of Carcassonne itself, died there at the end of 3 months, of disease according to some, and a violent death according to others, but the latter appears to be a groundless suspicion, for it was not to cowardly and secret crimes that Simon de Montfort was inclined. From this time forth the war in southern France changed character, or rather it assumed a double character. With the war of religion was openly joined a war of conquest. It was no longer merely against the Albigensians and their heresies, it was against the native princes of southern France and their domains that the crusade was prosecuted. Simon de Montfort was eminently qualified to direct and accomplish this twofold design. Sincerely fanatical and passionately ambitious, of a valour that knew no fatigue, handsome and strong, combining tact with authority, pitiless towards his enemies as became his mission of doing justice in the name of the faith and the church, a leader faithful to his friends, and devoted to their common cause, whilst reckoning upon them for his own private purposes, he possessed those natural qualities which confer spontaneous empire over men, and those abilities which lure them on by opening a way for the fulfilment of their interested hopes. And as for himself, by the stealthy growth of selfishness, which is so prone to become developed when circumstances are tempting, he every day made his personal fortunes of greater and greater account in his views and his conduct. His ambitious appetite grew by the very difficulties it encountered, as well as by the successes it fed upon. The Count of Toulouse, persecuted and despoiled, complained loudly in the ears of the Pope, protested against the charge of favouring the heretics, offered and actually made the concessions demanded by Rome, and as security gave up 7 of his principal strongholds. But, being ever too irresolute and too weak to keep his engagements to his subjects' detriment, no less than to stand out against his adversaries' requirements, he was continually falling back into the same condition, and keeping off attacks which were more and more urgent by promises which always remained without effect. Having sent to Rome embassy upon embassy with explanations and excuses, he twice went thither himself, in 1210 and in 1215, the first time alone, the second with his young son, who was then 13, and who was at a later period Raymond VII. He appealed to the Pope's sense of justice, he repudiated the stories and depicted the violence of his enemies, and finally pleaded the rights of his son, innocent of all that was imputed to himself, and yet similarly attacked and despoiled. Innocent III. Had neither a narrow mind nor an unfeeling heart. He listened to the father's pleading, took an interest in the youth, and wrote in April 1212 and January 1213 to his legates in Languedoc and to Simon de Montfort. After having led the army of the Crusaders into the domains of the Count of Toulouse, ye have not been content with invading all the places wherein there were heretics, but ye have further gotten possession of those wherein there was no suspicion of heresy. The same ambassadors have objected to us that ye have usurped what was another's with so much greed and so little consideration, that of all the domains of the Count of Toulouse there remains to him barely the town of that name, together with the castle of Montauban. Now, though the said Count has been found guilty of many matters against God and against the Church, and our legates, in order to force him to acknowledgment thereof, have excommunicated his person, and have left his domains to the first captor, nevertheless he has not yet been condemned as a heretic, nor as an accomplice in the death of Peter de Castelnau, of sacred memory, albeit he is strongly suspected thereof. That is why we did ordain that, if there should appear against him a proper accuser within a certain time, there should be appointed him a day for clearing himself, according to the form pointed out in our letters, reserving to ourselves the delivery of a definitive sentence thereupon, in all which the procedure hath not been according to our orders. We wot not, therefore, on what ground we could yet grant to others his dominions which have not been taken away either from him or from his heirs, and above all, we would not appear to have fraudulently extorted from him the castles he hath committed to us, the will of the apostle being, that we should refrain from even the appearance of wrong. But Innocent III forgot that, in the case of either temporal or spiritual sovereigns, when there has once been an appeal to force, there is no stopping, at pleasure and within specified limits, the movement that has been set going and the agents which have the work in hand. He had decreed war against the princes who were heretics or protectors of heretics, and he had promised their domains to their conquerors. He meant to reserve to himself the right of pronouncing definitive judgment as to the condemnation of princes as heretics, and as to dispossessing them of their dominions. But when force had done its business on the very spot, when the condemnation of the princes as heretics had been pronounced by the Pope's legates and their bodily dispossession effected by his laic allies, the reserves and regrets of Innocent III were vain. He had proclaimed two principles, the bodily extirpation of the heretics and the political dethronement of the princes who were their accomplices or protectors, but the application of the principles slipped out of his own hands. 3 local councils assembled in 1210, 1212, and 1213, at St. Gilles, at Arles, and at Lavar, and presided over by the Pope's legates, proclaimed the excommunication of Raymond VI, and the cession of his dominions to Simon de Montfort, who took possession of them for himself and his comrades. Nor were the Pope's legates without their share in the conquest. Arnauld Aumery, abbot of Citeaux, became Archbishop of Narbonne, and Abbot Fouque of Marseille, celebrated in his youth as a gallant troubadour, was Bishop of Toulouse and the most ardent of the Crusaders. When these conquerors heard that the Pope had given a kind reception to Raymond VI and his young son, and lent a favourable ear to their complaints, they sent haughty warnings to Innocent III, giving him to understand that the work was all over, and that, if he meddled, Simon de Montfort and his warriors might probably not bow to his decisions. Don Pedro II, King of Aragon, had strongly supported before Innocent III the claims of the Count of Toulouse and of the southern princes his allies. He cajoled the Lord Pope, says the prejudiced chronicler of these events, the monk Peter of Vaux-Cernay, so far as to persuade him that the cause of the faith was achieved against the heretics, they being put to distant flight and completely driven from the Albigensian country, and that accordingly it was necessary for him to revoke altogether the indulgence he had granted to the Crusaders. The sovereign pontiff, too credulously listening to the perfidious suggestions of the said king, readily assented to his demands, and wrote to the Count of Montfort, with orders and commands to restore without delay of the Counts of Comminges and of Foix, and to Gaston of Bime, very wicked and abandoned people, the lands which, by just judgment of God and by the aid of the Crusaders, he at last had conquered. But in spite of his desire to do justice, Innocent III, studying policy rather than moderation, did not care to enter upon a struggle against the agents, ecclesiastical and laic, whom he had let loose upon southern France. In November 1215 the Fourth Lateran Council met at Rome, and the Count of Toulouse, his son, and the Count of Foix brought their claims before it. It is quite true, says Peter of Vaux-Cernay, that they found there, and what is worse among the prelates, certain folk who opposed the cause of the faith, and laboured for the restoration of the said counts, but the council of Ahitophel did not prevail, for the Lord Pope, in agreement with the greater and saner part of the council, decreed that the city of Toulouse and other territories conquered by the Crusaders should be ceded to the Count of Montfort, who, more than any other, had borne himself right valiantly and loyally in the holy enterprise. And as for the domains which Count Raymond possessed in Provence, the Southern pontiff decided that they should be reserved to him in order to make provision, either with part or even the whole, for the son of this count, provided always that, by sure signs of fealty and good behaviour, he should show himself worthy of compassion. This last inclination towards compassion on the part of the pope in favour of the young Count Raymond, provided he showed himself worthy of it, remained as fruitless as the remonstrances addressed to his legates, for on the 17th of July, 1216, 7 months after the Lateran Council, Innocent III died, leaving Simon de Montfort and his comrades in possession of all they had taken, and the war still raging between the native princes of southern France and the foreign conquerors. The primitive religious character of the Crusade wore off more and more. Worldly ambition and the spirit of conquest became more and more predominant, and the question lay far less between Catholics and heretics than between the old and new masters of the country, between the independence of the southern people and the triumph of warriors come from the north of France, that is to say, between two different races, civilizations, and languages. Raymond VI. And his son recovered thenceforth certain supports and opportunities of which hitherto the accusation of heresy and the judgments of the court of Rome had robbed them. Their neighbouring allies and their secret or intimidated partisans took fresh courage, and the fortune of battle became shifty. Successes and reverses were shared by both sides, and not only many small places and castles, but the largest towns, Toulouse amongst others, fell into the hands of each party alternately. Innocent III's successor in the Holy See, Pope Honorius III., though at first very pronounced in his opposition to the Albigensians, had less ability, less perseverance, and less influence than his predecessor. Finally, on the 12th of June, 1218, Simon de Montfort, who had been for 9 months unsuccessfully besieging Toulouse, which had again come into the possession of Raymond VI., was killed by a shower of stones, under the walls of the place, and left to his son Amaury the inheritance of his war and his conquests, but not of his vigorous genius and his warlike renown. The struggle still dragged on for 5 years with varied fortune on each side. But Amaury de Montfort was losing ground every day, and Raymond VI., when he died in August 1222, had recovered the greater part of his dominions. His son Raymond VII. Continued the war for 18 months longer, with enough of popular favour and success to make his enemies despair of recovering their advantages; and, on the 14th of January, 1224, Amaury de Montfort, after having concluded with the Counts of Toulouse and Foix a treaty which seemed to have only a provisional character, went forth, says the history of Languedoc, with all the French from Carcassonne, and left for ever the country which his house had possessed for nearly 14 years. Scarcely had he arrived at the court of Louis VIII., who had just succeeded his father, Philip Augustus, when he ceded to the King of France his rights over the domains which the Crusaders had conquered by a deed conceived in these terms: "Know that we give up to our Lord Louis, the illustrious King of the French, and to his heirs forever, to dispose of according to their pleasure, all the privileges and gifts that the Roman Church did grant unto our father Simon of pious memory, in respect of the Countship of Toulouse and other districts in Albigeois. Supposing that the Pope do accomplish all the demands made to him by the king through the Archbishop of Bourges and the Bishop of Langres and Chartres, else, be it known for certain that we cede not to any one aught of all of these domains." While this cruel war lasted, Philip Augustus would not take any part in it. Not that he had any leaning towards the Albigensian heretics on the score of creed or religious liberty, but his sense of justice and moderation was shocked at the violence employed against them, and he had a repugnance of the idea of taking part in the devastation of the beautiful southern provinces. He took it ill, moreover, that the Pope should arrogate to himself the right of despoiling of their dominions, on the ground of heresy, princes who were vassals of the King of France, and, without offering any formal opposition, he had no mind to give his assent thereto. When Innocent III. Called upon him to co-operate in the crusade, Philip answered, that he had at his flanks 2 huge and terrible lions, the Emperor Otho and King John of England, who were working with all their might to bring trouble upon the kingdom of France; that consequently he had no inclination at all to leave France or even to send his son, but it seemed to him enough for the present, if he allowed his barons to march against the disturbers of peace and of the faith in the province of Narbonne. In 1213, when Simon de Montfort had gained the battle of Muret, Philip allowed Prince Louis to go and look on when possession was taken of Toulouse by the Crusaders. But when Louis came back and reported to his father, in the presence of the princes and barons who were, for the most part, relatives and allies of Count Raymond, the great havoc committed by Count Simon in the city after surrender, the king withdrew to his apartments without any ado beyond saying to those present, "Sirs, I have yet hope that before very long Count de Montfort and his brother Guy will die at their work, for God is just, and will suffer these counts to perish thereat, because their quarrel is unjust." Nevertheless, at a little later period when the crusade was at its greatest heat, Philip, on the pope's repeated entreaty, authorized his son to take part in it with such lords as might be willing to accompany him, but he ordered that the expedition should not start before the spring, and, on the occurrence of some fresh incident, he had it further put off until the following year. He received visits from Count Raymond VI, and openly testified good will towards him. When Simon de Montfort was decisively victorious, and in possession of the places wrested from Raymond, Philip Augustus recognized accomplished facts, and received the new Count of Toulouse as his vassal. But when, after the death of Simon de Montfort and Innocent III, the question was once more thrown open, and when Raymond VI first and then his son Raymond VII had recovered the greater part of their dominions, Philip formally refused to recognize Amaury de Montfort as successor to his father's conquests. Nay, he did more, he refused to accept the cession of those conquests, offered to him by Amaury de Montfort and pressed upon him by Pope Honorius III. Philip Augustus was not a scrupulous sovereign, nor disposed to compromise himself for the mere sake of defending justice and humanity, but he was too judicious not to respect and protect, to a certain extent, the rights of his vassals as well as his own, and at the same time, too discreet to involve himself without necessity in a barbarous and dubious war. He held aloof from the crusade against the Albigensians with as much wisdom, and more than as much dignity, as he had displayed 17 years before, in withdrawing from the crusade against the Saracens. End of Chapter 18, Part 5.
Chapter 18, Part 6 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sudeshna. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18, The Kingship in France, Part 6. He had in 1216 another great chance of showing his discretion. The English barons were at war with their king John Lackland, in defense of Magna Charta, which they had obtained the year before, and they offered the crown of England to the King of France for his son Prince Louis. Before accepting, Philip demanded 24 hostages, taken from the men of note in the country, as a guarantee that the offer would be supported in good earnest, and the hostages were sent to him. But Pope Innocent III had lately released King John from his oath in respect of Magna Charta, and had excommunicated the insurgent barons, and he now instructed his legate to oppose the projected design, with the threat of excommunicating the King of France. Philip Augustus, who in his youth had dreamed of resuscitating the empire of Charlemagne, was strongly tempted to seize the opportunity of doing over again the work of William the Conqueror, but he hesitated to endanger his power and his kingdom in such a war against King John and the Pope. The prince was urgent in entreating his father. "Sir," said he, "I am your liege man for the fief you have given me on this side of the sea. But it pertains not to you to decide aught as to the kingdom of England. I do beseech you to place no obstacle in the way of my departure." The king, seeing his son's firm resolution and anxiety, says the historian Matthew Paris, was one with him in feeling and desire. But foreseeing the dangers of events to come, he did not give his public consent, and without any expression of wish or counsel, permitted him to go, with the gift of his blessing. It was the young and ambitious Princess Blanche of Castile, wife of Prince Louis and destined to be the mother of Saint Louis, who, after her husband's departure for England, made it her business to raise troops for him and to send him means of sustaining the war. Events justified the discreet reserve of Philip Augustus, for John Lackland, after having suffered one reverse previously, died on the 19th of October 1216. His death broke up the party of the insurgent barons, and his son, Henry III, who was crowned on the 28th of October in Gloucester Cathedral, immediately confirmed the Great Charter. Thus the national grievance vanished, and national feeling resumed its sway in England. The French everywhere became unpopular, and after a few months' struggle, with equal want of skill and success, Prince Louis gave up his enterprise and returned to France with his French comrades, on no other conditions but a mutual exchange of prisoners and an amnesty for the English who had been his adherents. At this juncture, as well as in the crusade against the Albigensians, Philip Augustus behaved towards the Pope with a wisdom and ability hard of attainment at any time, and very rare in his own. He constantly humored the papacy without being subservient to it, and he testified towards it his respect and at the same time his independence. He understood all the gravity of a rupture with Rome, and he neglected nothing to avoid one, but he also considered that Rome, herself not wanting in discretion, would be content with the deference of the King of France, rather than get embroiled with him by exacting his submission. Philip Augustus in his political life always preserved this proper mean, and he found it succeed. But in his domestic life there came a day when he suffered himself to be hurried out of his usual deference towards the Pope, and after a violent attempt at resistance, he resigned himself to submission. 3 years after the death of his first wife Isabel of Hainaut, who had left him a son, Prince Louis, he married Princess Ingeborga of Denmark, without knowing anything at all of her, just as it generally happens in the case of royal marriages. No sooner had she become his wife than, without any cause that can be assigned with certainty, he took such a dislike to her that towards the end of the same year he demanded of and succeeded in obtaining from a French council held at Compiègne nullity of his marriage on the ground of prohibited consanguinity. "Oh, naughty France, naughty France! Oh, Rome, Rome!" cried the poor Danish princess on learning this decision, and she did in fact appeal to Pope Celestine III. Whilst the question was being investigated at Rome, Ingeborga, whom Philip had in vain tried to send back to Denmark, was marched about under restraint in France from castle to castle and convent to convent, and treated with iniquitous and shocking severity. Pope Celestine, after examination, annulled the decision of the Council of Compiègne, touching the pretended consanguinity, leaving in suspense the question of divorce, and consequently without breaking the tie of marriage between the king and the Danish princess. "I have seen," he wrote to the Archbishop of Sens, "the genealogy sent to me by the bishops, and it is due to that inspection and the uproar caused by this scandal that I have annulled the decree. Take care now, therefore, that Philip do not marry again, and so break the tie which still unites him to the Church." Philip paid no heed to this canonical injunction. His heart was set upon marrying again, and after having unsuccessfully sought the hand of 2 German princesses on the borders of the Rhine, who were alarmed by the fate of Ingeborga, he obtained that of a princess, a Tyrolese by origin, Agnes, according to others Mary, of Merania, that is Moravia, an Austrian province in German Maurienne, out of which the chroniclers of the time made Merani or Merania the name that has remained in the history of Agnes. She was the daughter of Berthold, Marquis of Istria, whom about 1180 the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa had made Duke of Moravia. According to all contemporary chronicles, Agnes was not only beautiful but charming. She made a great impression at the court of France, and Philip Augustus, after his marriage with her in June 1196, became infatuated with her. But a pope more stern and bold than Celestine III, Innocent III, had just been raised to the Holy See, and was exerting himself in court as well as monastery to effect a reformation of morals. Immediately after his accession, he concerned himself with the conjugal irregularity in which the King of France was living. My predecessor, Celestine, he wrote to the Bishop of Paris, would fain have put a stop to this scandal, but he was unsuccessful. As for me, I am quite resolved to prosecute his work and obtain by all and any means fulfillment of God's law. Be instant in speaking thereof to the king on my behalf, and tell him that his obstinate refusals may probably bring upon him both the wrath of God and the thunders of the church. And indeed, Philip's refusals were very obstinate, for the pride of the king and the feelings of the man were equally wounded. I had rather lose half my domains, said he, than separate from Agnes. The Pope threatened him with the interdict, that is, the suspension of all religious ceremonies, festivals, and forms in the Church of France. Philip resisted not only the threat but also the sentence of the interdict, which was actually pronounced first in the churches of the royal domain and afterwards in those of the whole kingdom. So wroth was the king, says the Chronicle of Saint Denis, that he thrust from their sees all the prelates of his kingdom, because they had assented to the interdict. I had rather turn Mussulman, said Philip. Saladin was a happy man, for he had no pope. But Innocent III was inflexible. He claimed respect for laws divine and human, for the domestic hearth and public order. The conscience of the nation was troubled. Agnes herself applied to the Pope, urging her youth, her ignorance of the world, the sincerity and purity of her love for her husband. Innocent III was touched, and before long gave indisputable evidence that he was, but without budging from his duty and his right as a Christian. For 4 years the struggle went on. At last Philippe yielded to the injunction of the Pope and the feeling of his people. He sent away Agnes and recalled Ingeborga. The Pope in his hour of victory showed his sense of equity and his moral appreciation, taking into consideration the good faith of Agnes in respect of her marriage, and Philip's possible mistake as to his right to marry her. He declared the legitimacy of the 2 children born of their union. Agnes retired to Poissy, where a few months afterwards she died. Ingeborga resumed her title and rights as queen, but without really enjoying them. Philip, incensed as well as beaten, banished her far from him and his court to Étampes, where she lived 11 years in profound retirement. It was only in 1212 that, to fully satisfy the Pope, Philip, more persevering in his political wisdom than his domestic prejudices, restored the Danish princess to all her royal station at his side. She was destined to survive him. There can be little doubt but that the affection of Philip Augustus for Agnes of Merania was sincere. Nothing can be better proof of it than the long struggle he maintained to prevent separation from her, but to say nothing of the religious scruples which at last perhaps began to prick the conscience of the king. Great political activity and the government of a kingdom are a powerful cure for sorrows of the heart, and seldom is there a human soul so large and so constant as to have room for sentiments and interests so different, both of them at once and for a long continuance. It has been shown with what intelligent assiduity Philip Augustus strove to extend, or rather to complete, the kingdom of France. What a mixture of firmness and moderation he brought to bear upon his relations with his vassals, as well as with his neighbors, and what bravery he showed in war, though he preferred to succeed by the weapons of peace. He was as energetic and effective in the internal administration of his kingdom as in foreign affairs. Monsieur Léopold de Lille, one of the most learned French academicians and one of the most accurate in his knowledge, has devoted a volume of more than 700 pages, octavo, to a simple catalogue of the official acts of Philip Augustus, and this catalogue contains a list of 2,236 administrative acts of all kinds, of which Monsieur de Lille confines himself to merely setting forth the title and object. Search has been made in this long table to see what part was taken by Philip Augustus in the establishment and interior regulation of the communes, that great fact which is so conspicuous in the history of French civilization, and which will before long be made the topic of discourse here. The search brings to light during this reign 41 acts confirming certain communes already established, or certain privileges previously granted to certain populations. 43 acts establishing new communes or granting new local privileges, and 9 acts decreeing suppression of certain communes, or a repressive intervention of the royal authority in their internal regulation, on account of quarrels or irregularities in their relations either with their lord or especially with their bishop. These mere figures show the liberal character of the government of Philip Augustus in respect of this important work of the 11th, 12th and 13th centuries. Nor are we less struck by his efficient energy in his care for the interests and material civilization of his people. In 1185, as he was walking one day in his palace, he placed himself at a window whence he was sometimes pleased by way of pastime to watch the Seine flowing by. Some carts as they passed caused the mud with which the streets were filled to emit a fetid smell quite unbearable. The king, shocked at what was as unhealthy as it was disgusting, sent for the burghers and provost of the city, and ordered that all the thoroughfares and streets of Paris should be paved with hard and solid stone. For this right Christian prince aspired to rid Paris of her ancient name, Lutetia, mud town. It is added that, on hearing of so good a resolution, a moneyed man of the day named Gerard de Poissy volunteered to contribute towards the construction of the pavement 11,000 silver marks. Nor was Philip Augustus less concerned for the external security than for the internal salubrity of Paris. In 1190, on the eve of his departure for the Crusade, he ordered the burghers of Paris to surround with a good wall, flanked by towers, the city he loved so well, and to make gates thereto, and in 20 years this great work was finished on both sides of the Seine. The king gave the same orders, adds the historian Rigord, about the towns and castles of all his kingdom, and indeed it appears from the catalogue of M. Leopold de Lille at the date of 1193 that at the request of Philip Augustus, Peter the Courtenay, Count of Nevers, with the aid of the churchmen, had the walls of the town of Auxerre built, and Philip's foresight went beyond such important achievements. He had a good wall built to enclose the wood of Vincennes, heretofore open to any sort of folk. The King of England, on hearing thereof, gathered a great mass of fawns, hens, does, and bucks, taken in his forests in Normandy and Aquitaine, and having had them shipped aboard a large covered vessel with suitable fodder, he sent them by way of the Seine to King Philip Augustus, his liege lord at Paris. King Philip received this gift gladly, had his parks stocked with the animals, and put keepers over them. A feeling totally unconnected with the pleasures of the chase caused him to order an enclosure very different from that of Vincennes. The common cemetery of Paris, hard by the Church of the Holy Innocents, opposite the street of Saint Denis, had remained up to that time open to all passers, man and beast, without anything to prevent it from being confounded with the most profane spot. And the king, hurt at such indecency, had it enclosed by high stone walls, with as many gates as were judged necessary, which were closed every night. At the same time he had built in the same quarter the first great municipal marketplaces, enclosed likewise by a wall, with gates shut at night, and surmounted by a sort of covered gallery. He was not quite a stranger to a certain instinct, neither systematic nor of general application, but practical and effective on occasion, in favor of the freedom of industry and commerce. Before his time, the ovens employed by the baking trade in Paris were a monopoly for the profit of certain religious or laic establishments. But when Philip Augustus ordered the walling in of the new and much larger area of the city, he did not think it right to render its new inhabitants subject to these old liabilities, and he permitted all the bakers to have ovens wherein to bake their bread, either for themselves or for all individuals who might wish to make use of them. Nor were churches and hospitals a whit less than the material interests of the people an object of solicitude to him. His reign saw the completion, and it might almost be said the construction, of Notre Dame de Paris, the frontage of which in particular was the work of this epoch. At the same time the king had the palace of the Louvre repaired and enlarged, and he added to it that strong tower in which he kept in captivity for more than 12 years Ferrand, Count of Flanders, taken prisoner at the Battle of Bouvines. It would be a failure of justice and truth not to add to these proofs of manifold and indefatigable activity on the part of Philip Augustus the constant interest he testified in letters, science, study, the University of Paris and its masters and pupils. It was to him that in 1200, after a violent riot, in which they considered they had reason to complain of the provost of Paris, the students owed a decree which, by regarding them as clerics, exempted them from the ordinary criminal jurisdiction, so as to render them subject only to ecclesiastical authority. At that time there was no idea how to efficiently protect freedom, save by granting some privilege. End of chapter 18, part 6. Recording by Sudeshna.
Chapter 18, Part 7 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18. The Kingship in France, Part 7. A death which seems premature for a man as sound and strong in constitution as in judgment struck down Philip Augustus at the age of only 58, as he was on his way from Passy-sur-Eure to Paris to be present at the council which was to meet there and once more take up the affair of the Albigensians. He had for several months been battling with an incessant fever. He was obliged to halt at Mantes, and there he died on the 14th of January, 1223, leaving the kingdom of France far more extensive and more compact, and the kingship in France far stronger and more respected than he had found them. It was the natural and well-deserved result of his life. At a time of violence and irregular adventure, he had shown to Europe the spectacle of an earnest, far-sighted, moderate, and able government, and one which, in the end, under many hard trials, had nearly always succeeded in its designs, during a reign of 43 years. He disposed by will of a considerable amount amassed without parsimony, and even, historians say, in spite of a royal magnificence. We will take from that but 2 paragraphs, the first 2. We will and prescribe first of all that, without any gainsaying, our testamentary executors do levy and set aside, out of our possessions, 50,000 livres of Paris, in order to restore, as God shall inspire them with wisdom, whatsoever may be due to those from whom they shall recognize that we have unjustly taken or extorted or kept back aught, and we do ordain this most strictly. We give to our dear spouse Isambur, evidently Inyaburia, Queen of the French, 10,000 livres of Paris. We might have given more to the said queen, but we have confined ourselves to this sum in order that we might make more complete restitution and reparation of what we have unjustly levied. There is in these 2 cases of testamentary reparation, to persons unknown on the one hand and to a lady long maltreated on the other, a touch of probity and honourable regret for wrong-doing which arouses for this great king, in his dying hour, more moral esteem than one would otherwise be tempted to feel for him. His son, Louis VIII., inherited a great kingdom, an undisputed crown, and a power that was respected. It was a matter of general remark, moreover, that by his mother, Isabel of Hainault, he was descended in the direct line from Hermengarde, Countess of Namur, daughter of Charles of Lorraine, the last of the Carlovingians. Thus the claims of the 2 dynasties of Charlemagne and of Hugh Capet were united in his person, and although the authority of the Capetians was no longer disputed, contemporaries were glad to see in Louis VIII. This twofold heirship, which gave him the perfect stamp of a legitimate monarch. He was, besides, the first Capetian whom the king his father had not considered it necessary to have consecrated during his own life so as to impress upon him in good time the seal of religion. Louis was consecrated at Rheims no earlier than the 6th of August, 1223, 3 weeks after the death of Philip Augustus, and his consecration was celebrated, at Paris as well as at Rheims, with rejoicings both popular and magnificent. But in the condition in which France was during the 13th century, amidst a civilization still so imperfect and without the fortifying institutions of a free government, no accidental good fortune could make up for a king's want of personal merit, and Louis VIII. Was a man of downright mediocrity, without foresight, volatile in his resolves, and weak and fickle in the execution of them. He, as well as Philip Augustus, had to make war on the King of England, and negotiate with the Pope on the subject of the Albigensians; but at one time he followed, without well understanding it, his father's policy; at another he neglected it for some whim, or under some temporary influence. Yet he was not unsuccessful in his wax-like enterprises. In his campaign against Henry III., King of England, he took Niort, St. Jean d'Angely, and Rochelle; he accomplished the subject of Limousin and Perigord; and had he pushed on his victories beyond the Garonne, he might perhaps have deprived the English of Aquitaine, their last possession in France; but, at the solicitation of Pope Honorius III., he gave up this war, to resume the crusade against the Albigensians. Philip Augustus had foreseen this mistake. "After my death," he had said, "the clergy will use all their efforts to entangle my son Louis in the matters of the Albigensians; but he is in weak and shattered health; he will be unable to bear the fatigue; he will soon die, and then the kingdom will be left in the hands of a woman and children, and so there will be no lack of dangers." The prediction was realized. The military campaign of Louis VIII. On the Rhone was successful; after a somewhat difficult siege, he took Avignon; the principal towns in the neighbourhood, Nimes and Arles, amongst others, submitted; Amaury de Montfort had ceded to him all his rights over his father's conquests in Languedoc; and the Albigensians were so completely destroyed or dispersed or cowed that, when it seemed good to make a further example amongst them of the severity of the Church against heretics, it was a hard matter to rout out in the diocese of Narbonne one of their former preachers, Peter Isarn, an old man hidden in an obscure retreat, from which he was dragged to be burned in solemn state. This was Louis VIII.'s last exploit in southern France. He was displeased with the Pope, whom he reproached with not keeping all his promises; his troops were being decimated by sickness; and he was deserted by Theobald IV., Count of Champagne, after serving, according to feudal law, for 40 days. Louis, incensed, disgusted, and ill, himself left his army, to return to his own northern France; but he never reached it, for fever compelled him to halt at Montpensier in Auvergne, where he died on the 8th of November, 1226, after a reign of 3 years, adding to the history of France no glory, save that of having been the son of Philip Augustus, the husband of Blanche of Castile, and the father of Saint Louis. We have already perused the most brilliant and celebrated amongst the events of Saint Louis's reign, his 2 crusades against the Mussulmans; and we have learned to know the man at the same time with the event, for it was in these warlike outbursts of his Christian faith that the king's character, nay, his whole soul, was displayed in all its originality and splendor. It was his good fortune, moreover, to have at that time as his comrade and biographer Sire de Joinville, one of the most sprightly and charming writers of the nascent French language. It is now of Louis in France and of his government at home that we have to take note. And in this part of his history he is not the only royal and really regnant personage we encounter; for of the 44 years of Saint Louis's reign, nearly 15, with a long interval of separation, pertain to the government of Queen Blanche of Castile, rather than that of the king her son. Louis, at his accession in 1226, was only 11, and he remained a minor up to the age of 21, in 1236, for the time of majority in the case of royalty was not yet especially rigorously fixed. During those 10 years Queen Blanche governed France, not at all, as is commonly asserted, with the official title of regent, but simply as guardian of the king her son. With a good sense really admirable in a person so proud and ambitious, she saw that official power was ill suited to her woman's condition, and would weaken rather than strengthen her, and she screened herself from view behind her son. He it was who, in 1226, wrote to the great vassals, bidding them to his consecration; he it was who reigned and commanded, and his name alone appeared on royal decrees and on treaties. It was not until 22 years had passed, in 1248, that Louis, on starting for the crusade, officially delegated to his mother the kingly authority, and that Blanche, during her son's absence, really governed with the title of regent, up to the 1st of December, 1252, the day of his death. During the first period of his government, and so long as her son's minority lasted, Queen Blanche had to grapple with intrigues, plots, insurrections, and open war, and, what was still worse for her, with the insults and calumnies of the crown's great vassals, burning to seize once more, under a woman's government, the independence and power which had been effectually disputed with them by Philip Augustus. Blanche resisted their attempts, at one time with open and persevering energy, at another dexterously, with all the tact, address, and allurements of a woman. Though she was now 40 years of age, she was beautiful, elegant, attractive, full of resources, and of grace in her conversation as well as her administration, endowed with all the means of pleasing, and skilful in availing herself of them with a coquetry which was occasionally more telling than discreet. The malcontents spread the most odious scandals about her. It so happened that one of the most considerable among the great vassals of France, Theobald IV., Count of Champagne, a brilliant and gay knight, an ingenious and prolific poet, had conceived a passion for her, and it was affirmed not only that she had yielded to his desires, in order to keep him bound to her service, but that she had, a while ago, in concert with him, murdered her husband, King Louis VIII. In 1230, some of the greatest barons of the kingdom, the Count of Brittany, the Count of Boulogne, the Count of St. Pol, formed a coalition for an attack upon Count Theobald, and invaded Champagne. Blanche, taking with her the young king her son, went to the aid of Count Theobald, and on arriving near Troyes, she had orders given in the king's name for the barons to withdraw. "If you have plaint to make," said she, "against the Count of Champagne, present before me your claim, and I will do you justice." "We will not plead before you," they answered, "for the custom of women is to fix their choice upon him, in preference to other men, who has slain their husband." But in spite of this insulting defiance, the barons did withdraw. 5 years later, in 1235, the Count of Champagne had, in his turn, risen against the king, and was forced, as an escape from imminent defeat, to accept severe terms. An interview took place between Queen Blanche and him, and "Pardy, Count Theobald," said the queen, "you ought not to have been against us; you ought surely to have remembered the kindness shown you by the king my son, who came to your aid, to save your land from the barons of France when they would fain have set fire to it all and laid it in ashes." The count cast a look upon the queen, who was so virtuous and so beautiful that at her great beauty he was all abashed, and answered her, "By my faith, madam, my heart and my body and all my land is at your command, and there is nothing which to please you I would not readily do; and against you or yours, please God, I will never go." Thereupon he went his way full pensively, and often there came back to his remembrance the queen's soft glance and lovely countenance. Then his heart was touched by a soft and amorous thought. But when he remembered how high a dame she was, so good and pure that he could never enjoy her, his soft thought of love was changed to a great sadness. And because deep thoughts engender melancholy, it was counselled unto him by certain wise men that he should make his study of canzonet for the Val and soft delight ditties. So made he the most beautiful canzonet and the most delightful and most melodious that at any time were heard. Histoire des Deux et des Comtes de Champagne, by M. D'Arbois de Jubainville, p. 249. Chronique de Saint Denis, in the Recul des Historiens de Gaule et de France, pp. 111 and 112. Neither in the events nor in the writings of the period is it easy to find anything which can authorize the accusations made by the foes of Queen Blanche. There is no knowing whether her heart were ever so little touched by the canzonet of Count Theobald, but it is certain that neither the poetry nor the advances of the count made any difference in the resolutions and behavior of the queen. She continued her resistance to the pretensions and machinations of the crown's great vassals, whether foes or lovers, and she carried forward, in the face and in the teeth of all, the extension of the domains and the power of the kingship. We observe in her no prompting of enthusiasm, of sympathetic charitableness, or of religious scrupulousness, that is, none of those grand moral impulses which are characteristic of Christian piety, and which were predominant in Saint Louis. Blanche was essentially politic and concerned with her temporal interests and successes, and it was not from her teaching or her example that her son imbibed those sublime and disinterested feelings which stamped him the most original and the rarest on the roll of glorious kings. What Saint Louis really owed to his mother, and it was a great deal, was the steady triumph which, whether by arms or by negotiation, Blanche gained over the great vassals, and the preponderance which, amidst the struggles of the feudal system, she secured for the kingship of her son in his minority. She saw by profound instinct what forces and alliances might be made serviceable to the kingly power against its rivals. When, on the 29th of November, 1226, only 3 weeks after the death of her husband, Louis VIII., she had her son crowned at Rheims, she bade to the ceremony not only the prelates and grandees of the kingdom, but also the inhabitants of the neighbouring communes, wishing to let the great lords see the people surrounding the royal child. 2 years later, in 1228, amidst the insurrection of the barons, who were assembled at Corbeil, and who meditated seizing the person of the young king during his halt at Montlhery on his march to Paris, Queen Blanche had summoned to her side, together with the faithful chivalry of the country, the burghers of Paris and of the neighbourhood, and they obeyed the summons with alacrity. They went forth, all under arms, and took the road to Montlhery, where they found the king, and escorted him to Paris, all in their ranks and in order of battle. From Montlhery to Paris the road was lined, on both sides, by men at arms and others, who loudly besought our Lord to grant the young king long life and prosperity, and to vouchsafe him protection against all his enemies. As soon as they set out from Paris, the lords, having been told the news, and not considering themselves in a condition to fight so great a host, retired each to his own abode, and by the ordering of God, who disposes as he pleases him of times and the deeds of men, they dared not undertake anything against the king during the rest of this year. Vie de Saint Louis, by Lenon de Tillemont, pp. 429 478. 8 years later, in 1236, Louis IX. Attained his majority, and his mother transferred to him a power respected, feared, and encompassed by vassals always turbulent and still often aggressive, but disunited, weakened, intimidated, or discredited, and always outwitted, for a space of 10 years, in their plots. When she had secured the political position of the king her son, and as the time of his majority approached, Queen Blanche gave her attention to his domestic life also. She belonged to the number of those who aspire to play the part of Providence towards the objects of their affection, and to regulate their destiny in everything. Louis was 19; he was handsome, after a refined and gentle style which spoke of moral worth without telling of great physical strength; he had delicate and chiselled features, a brilliant complexion, and light hair, abundant and glossy, which, through his grandmother Isabel, he inherited from the family of the Counts of Hainault. He displayed liveliness and elegance in his tastes; he was fond of amusements, games, hunting, hounds, and hawking birds, fine clothes, magnificent furniture. A holy man, they say, even reproached the queen his mother with having winked at certain inclinations evinced by him towards irregular connections. Blanche determined to have him married, and had no difficulty in exciting in him so honourable a desire. Raymond Berenger, Count of Provence, had a daughter, his eldest, named Marguerite, who was held, say the chronicles, to be the most noble, most beautiful, and best educated princess at that time in Europe. By the advice of his mother and of the wisest persons in his kingdom, Louis asked for her hand in marriage. The Count of Provence was overjoyed at the proposal, but he was somewhat anxious about the immense dowry which, it was said, he would have to give his daughter. His intimate adviser was a Provencal nobleman named Romeo de Villeneuve, who said to him, "Count, leave it to me, and let not this great expense cause you any trouble. If you marry your eldest tie, the more consideration of the alliance will get the others married better and at less cost." Count Raymond listened to reason, and before long acknowledged that his adviser was right. He had 4 daughters, Marguerite, Eleanor, Sancy, and Beatrice; and when Marguerite was Queen of France, Eleanor became Queen of England, Sancy Countess of Cornwall and afterwards Queen of the Romans, and Beatrice Countess of Anjou and Provence, and ultimately Queen of Sicily. Princess Marguerite arrived in France escorted by a brilliant embassy, and the marriage was celebrated at Sens, on the 27th of May, 1234, amidst great rejoicings and abundant largesse to the people. As soon as he was married and in possession of happiness at home, Louis of his own accord gave up the worldly amusements for which he had at first displayed a taste. His hunting establishment, his games, his magnificent furniture and dress, gave place to simpler pleasures and more Christian occupations. The active duties of the kingship, the fervent and scrupulous exercise of piety, the pure and impassioned joys of conjugal life, the glorious plans of a knight militant of the cross, were the only things which took up the thought and the time of this young king, who was modestly labouring to become a saint and a hero. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Part 8 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18, The Kingship in France, Part 8. There was one heartfelt discomfort which disturbed and troubled sometimes the sweetest moments of his life. Queen Blanche, having got her son married, was jealous of the wife and of the happiness she had conferred upon her, jealous as mother and as queen, a rival for affection and for empire. This sad and hateful feeling hurried her into acts as devoid of dignity as they were of justice and kindness. The harshness of Queen Blanche towards Queen Marguerite, says Joinville, was such that Queen Blanche would not suffer, so far as her power went, that her son should keep his wife's company. Where it was most pleasing to the king and the queen to live was at Pontoise, because the king's chamber was above and the queen's below. And they had so well arranged matters that they held their converse on a spiral staircase which led down from the one chamber to the other. When the ushers saw the queen mother coming into the chamber of the king her son, they knocked upon the door with their staves, and the king came running into his chamber, so that his mother might find him there; and so in turn did the ushers of Queen Marguerite's chamber when Queen Blanche came thither, so that she might find Queen Marguerite there. One day the king was with the queen his wife, and she was in great peril of death, for that she had suffered from a child of which she had been delivered. Queen Blanche came in, and took her son by the hand, and said to him, "Come you away, you are doing no good here." When Queen Marguerite saw that the queen mother was taking the king away, she said, "Alas! neither dead nor alive will you let me see my lord," and thereupon she swooned, and it was thought that she was dead. The king, who thought she was dying, came back, and with great pain she was brought round. Louis gave to his wife consolation and to his mother support. Amongst the noblest lords and in the happiest lives there are wounds which cannot be healed and sorrows which must be borne in silence. When Louis reached his majority, his entrance upon personal exercise of the kingly power produced no change in the conduct of public affairs. There was no vain seeking after innovation on purpose to mark the accession of a new master, and no reaction in the deeds and words of the sovereign or in the choice and treatment of his advisers. The kingship of the son was a continuance of the mother's government. Louis persisted in struggling for the preponderance of the crown against the great vassals, succeeding in taming Peter Mauclerc, the turbulent Count of Brittany, wrung from Theobald IV., Count of Champagne, the rights of suzerainty in the countships of Chartres, Blois, and Sancerre, and the viscountship of Chateaudun, and purchased the fertile countship of Macon from its possessor. It was almost always by pacific procedure, by negotiations ably conducted, and conventions faithfully executed, that he accomplished these increments of the kingly domain; and when he made war on any of the great vassals, he engaged therein only on their provocation, to maintain the right or honour of his crown, and he used victory with as much moderation as he had shown before entering upon the struggle. In 1241 he was at Poitiers, where his brother Alfonso, the new Count of Poitou, was to receive in his presence the homage of the neighbouring lords whose suzerain he was. A confidential letter arrived, addressed not to Louis himself but to Queen Blanche, whom many faithful subjects continued to regard as the real regent of the kingdom, and who probably continued also to have her own private agents. An inhabitant of Rochelle, at any rate, wrote to inform the queen mother that a great plot was being hatched amongst certain powerful lords, of La Marche, Saintonge, Angoumois, and perhaps others, to decline doing homage to the new Count of Poitou, and thus enter into rebellion against the king himself. The news was true, and was given with circumstantial detail. Hugh de Lusignan, Count of La Marche, and the most considerable amongst the vassals of the Count of Poitiers, was, if not the prime mover, at any rate the principal performer in the plot. His wife Joan, Isabel of Angoulême, widow of the late King of England, John Lackland, and mother of the reigning king, Henry III., was indignant at the notion of becoming a vassal of a prince himself a vassal to the King of France, and so seeing herself but lately a queen, and now a king's widow and a king's mother, degraded in France to a rank below that of the Countess of Poitiers. When her husband, the Count of La Marche, went and rejoined her at Angoulême, he found her giving way alternately to anger and tears, tears and anger.
"Saw you not," said she, "at Poitiers, where I waited 3 days to please your king and his queen, how that when I appeared before them in their chamber, the king was seated on one side of the bed, and the queen with the Countess of Chartres and her sister the abbess on the other? They did not call me or bid me sit with them, and that purposely, in order to make me vile in the eyes of so many folk. And neither at my coming nor in my going did they rise just a little from their seats, rendering me vile, as you did see yourself. I cannot speak of it for grief and shame. And it will be my death, far more even than the loss of our land which they have unworthily wrested from us, unless by God's grace they do repent them, and I see them in their turn reduced to desolation, and losing somewhat of their own lands. As for me, either I will lose all I have for that end, or I will perish in the attempt." Queen Blanche's correspondent added, "The Count of La Marche, whose kindness you know, seeing the countess in tears, said to her, 'Madam, give your commands. I will do all I can, be assured of that. Else,' said she, 'you shall not come near my person, and I will never see you more.' Then the count declared with many curses that he would do what his wife desired." And he was as good as his word. That same year, 1241, at the end of autumn, the new Count of Poitiers, who was holding his court for the first time, did not fail to bid to his feasts all the nobility of his appanage, and amongst the very first the Count and Countess of La Marche. They repaired to Poitiers, but 4 days before Christmas, when the court of Count Alfonso had received all its guests, the Count of La Marche, mounted on his war horse, with his wife on the crupper behind him, and escorted by his men at arms also mounted, crossbow in hand and in readiness for battle, was seen advancing to the prince's presence. Every one was on the tiptoe of expectation as to what would come next. Then the Count of La Marche addressed himself in a loud voice to the Count of Poitiers, saying, "I might have thought, in a moment of forgetfulness and weakness, to render thee homage, but now I swear to thee with a resolute heart, that I will never be thy liegeman. Thou dost unjustly dub thyself my lord; thou didst shamefully filch this countship from my stepson, Earl Richard, whilst he was faithfully fighting for God in the Holy Land, and was delivering our captives by his discretion and his compassion." After this insolent declaration the Count of La Marche violently thrust aside, by means of his men at arms, all those who barred his passage, hasted, by way of a parting insult, to fire the lodging appointed for him by Count Alfonso, and, followed by his people, left Poitiers at a gallop. Histoire de Saint Louis, by M. Félix Faure, p. 347. This meant war, and it burst out at the commencement of the following spring. It found Louis equally well prepared for it and determined to carry it through. But in him prudence and justice were as little to seek as resolution; he respected public opinion, and he wished to have the approval of those whom he called upon to commit themselves for him and with him. He summoned the crown's vassals to a parliament, and "What think you," he asked them, "should be done to a vassal who would fain hold land without owning a lord, and who goeth against the fealty and homage due from him and his predecessors?" The answer was, that the lord ought in that case to take back the fief as his own property. "As my name is Louis," said the king, "the Comte of La Marche doth claim to hold land in such wise, land which hath been a fief of France since the days of the valiant King Clovis, who won all Aquitaine from King Alaric, a pagan without faith or creed, and all the country to the Pyrenean Mount." And the barons promised their king their energetic co operation. The war was pushed on zealously by both sides. Henry III., King of England, sent to Louis messengers charged to declare to him that his reason for breaking the truce concluded between them was, that he regarded it as his duty towards his stepfather, the Count of La Marche, to defend him by arms. Louis answered that, for his part, he had scrupulously observed the truce, and had no idea of breaking it; but he considered that he had a perfect right to punish a rebellious vassal. In this young King of France, this docile son of an able mother, none knew what a hero there was, until he revealed himself on a sudden. Near two towns of Saintonge, Tilbourg and Saintes, at a bridge which covered the approaches of one and in front of the walls of the other, Louis, on the 21st and 22nd of July, delivered two battles, in which the brilliancy of his personal valor and the affectionate enthusiasm he excited in his troops secured victory and the surrender of the two places. At sight of the numerous banners, above which rose the oriflamme, close to Tilbourg, and of such a multitude of tents, one pressing against another and forming, as it were, a large and populous city, the King of England turned sharply to the Count of La Marche, saying, "My father, is this what you did promise me? Is yonder the numerous chivalry that you did engage to raise for me, when you said that all I should have to do would be to get money together?" "That did I never say," answered the count. "Yea, verily," rejoined Richard, Earl of Cornwall, brother of Henry III.; "for yonder I have amongst my baggage writing of your own to such purport." And when the Count of La Marche energetically denied that he had ever signed or sent such writing, Henry III. reminded him bitterly of the messages he had sent to England, and of his urgent exhortations to war. "It was never done with my consent," cried the Count of La Marche, with an oath; "put the blame of it upon your mother, who is my wife, for, by the gullet of God, it was all devised without my knowledge." It was not Henry III. alone who was disgusted with the war in which his mother had involved him. The majority of the English lords who had accompanied him left him, and asked the King of France for permission to pass through his kingdom on their way home. There were those who would have dissuaded Louis from compliance; but "let them go," said he; "I would ask nothing better than that all my foes should thus depart forever away from my abode." Those about him made merry over Henry III., a refugee at Bordeaux, deserted by the English and plundered by the Gascons. "Hold, hold," said Louis; "turn him not into ridicule, and make me not hated of him by reason of your banter; his charities and his piety shall exempt him from all contumely." The Count of La Marche lost no time in asking for peace, and Louis granted it with the firmness of a far seeing politician and the sympathetic feeling of a Christian. He required that the domains he had just wrested from the count should belong to the crown, and to the Count of Poitiers under the suzerainty of the crown. As for the rest of his lands, the Count of La Marche, his wife and children, were obliged to beg a grant of them at the good pleasure of the king, to whom the count was, further, to give up, as a guarantee for fidelity in future, 3 castles, in which a royal garrison should be kept at the count's expense. When introduced into the king's presence, the count, his wife, and children, with sobs, sighs, and tears, threw themselves upon their knees before him, and began to cry aloud, "Most gracious sir, forgive us thy wrath and thy displeasure, for we have done wickedly and pridefully towards thee." And the king, seeing the Count of La Marche in such humble guise before him, could not restrain his compassion amidst his wrath, but made him rise up, and forgave him graciously all the evil he had wrought against him. A prince who knew so well how to conquer and how to treat the conquered might have been tempted to make an unfair use, alternately, of his victories and of his clemency, and to pursue his advantages beyond measure; but Louis was in very deed a Christian. When war was not either a necessity or a duty, this brave and brilliant knight, from sheer equity and goodness of heart, loved peace rather than war. The successes he had gained in his campaign of 1242 were not for him the first step in an endless career of glory and conquest; he was anxious only to consolidate them whilst securing, in Western Europe, for the dominions of his adversaries, as well as for his own, the benefits of peace. He entered into negotiations successively with the Count of La Marche, the King of England, the Count of Toulouse, the King of Aragon, and the various princes and great feudal lords who had been more or less engaged in the war; and in January 1213, says the latest and most enlightened of his biographers, the Treaty of Loris marked the end of feudal troubles for the whole duration of St. Louis's reign. He drew his sword no more, save only against the enemies of the Christian faith and Christian civilization, the Mussulmans. Histoire de Saint Louis, by M. Felix Faure, p. 388. Nevertheless, there was no lack of opportunities for interfering with a powerful arm amongst the sovereigns his neighbors, and for working their disagreements to the profit of his ambition, had ambition guided his conduct. The great struggle between the empire and the papacy, in the persons of Frederick II., Emperor of Germany, and the 2 popes, Gregory IX. And Innocent IV., was causing violent agitation in Christendom, the 2 powers setting no bounds to their aspirations of getting the dominion one over the other, and of disposing one of the other's fate. Scarcely had Louis reached his majority when, in 1237, he tried his influence with both sovereigns to induce them to restore peace to the Christian world. He failed, and thenceforth he preserved a scrupulous neutrality towards each. The principles of international law, especially in respect of a government's interference in the contests of its neighbours, whether princes or peoples, were not, in the 13th century, systematically discussed and defined as they are nowadays with us; but the good sense and the moral sense of Saint Louis caused him to adopt, on this point, the proper course, and no temptation, not even that of satisfying his fervent piety, drew him into any departure from it. Distant or friendly, by turns, towards the two adversaries, according as they tried to intimidate him or win him over to them, his permanent care was to get neither the state nor the Church of France involved in the struggle between the priesthood and the empire, and to maintain the dignity of his crown and the liberties of his subjects, whilst employing his influence to make prevalent throughout Christendom a policy of justice and peace. That was the policy required, in the 13th century more than ever, by the most urgent interests of entire Christendom. She was at grips with two most formidable foes and perils. Through the Crusades she had, from the end of the 11th century, become engaged in a deadly struggle against the Mussulmans in Asia, and in the height of this struggle, and from the heart of the same Asia, there spread, towards the middle of the 13th century, over Eastern Europe, in Russia, Poland, Hungary, Bohemia, and Germany, a barbarous and very nearly pagan people, the Mongol Tartars, sweeping onward like an inundation of blood, ravaging and threatening with complete destruction all the dominions which were penetrated by their hordes. The name and description of these barbarians, the fame and dread of their devastations, ran rapidly through the whole of Christian Europe. "What must we do in this sad plight?" asked Queen Blanche of the king her son. "We must, my mother," answered Louis, with sorrowful voice, but not without divine inspiration, adds the chronicler, "we must be sustained by a heavenly consolation. If these Tartars, as we call them, arrive here, either we will hurl them back to Tartarus, their home, whence they are come, or they shall send us up to heaven." About the same period, another cause of disquietude and another feature of attraction came to be added to all those which turned the thoughts and impassioned piety of Louis towards the East. The perils of the Latin Empire of Constantinople, founded, as has been already mentioned, in 1204, under the headship of Baldwin, Count of Flanders, were becoming day by day more serious. Greeks, Mussulmans, and Tartars were all pressing it equally hard. In 1236 the Emperor, Baldwin II., came to solicit in person the support of the princes of Western Europe, and especially of the young King of France, whose piety and chivalrous ardour were already celebrated everywhere. Baldwin possessed a treasure of great power over the imaginations and convictions of Christians, in the crown of thorns worn by Jesus Christ during his Passion. He had already put it in pawn at Venice for a considerable loan advanced to him by the Venetians, and he now offered it to Louis in return for effectual aid in men and money. Louis accepted the proposal with transport. He had been scared, a short time ago, at the chance of losing another precious relic deposited in the Abbey of St. Denis, one of the nails which, it was said, had held our Lord's body upon the cross. It had been mislaid one ceremonial day whilst it was being exhibited to the people, and, when he recovered it, "I would rather," said Louis, "that the best city in my kingdom had been swallowed up in the earth." After having taken all the necessary precautions for avoiding any appearance of a shameful bargain, he obtained the crown of thorns, all expenses included, for 11,000 livres of Paris, that is to say, about $26,000 of our money. Our century cannot have any fellow feeling with such ready credulity, which is not required by Christian faith or countenanced by sound criticism; but we can and we ought to comprehend such sentiments in an age when men not only had profound faith in the facts recorded in the Gospels, but could not believe themselves to be looking upon the smallest tangible relic of those facts without experiencing an emotion and a reverence as profound as their faith. It is to such sentiments that we owe one of the most perfect and most charming monuments of the Middle Ages, the Holy Chapel, which Saint Louis had built between 1245 and 1248, in order to deposit there the precious relics he had collected. The king's piety had full justice and honour done it by the genius of the architect, Peter de Lontreux, who no doubt also shared his faith. End of chapter 18, part 8. Chapter 18, Part 9 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18, The Kingship in France, Part 9. It was after the purchase of the crown of thorns and the building of the Holy Chapel that Louis, accomplishing at last the desire of his soul, departed on his first crusade. We have already gone over the circumstances connected with his determination, his departure, and his life in the East, during the 6 years of pious adventure and glorious disaster he passed there. We have already seen what an impression of admiration and respect was produced throughout his kingdom when he was noticed to have brought back with him from the Holy Land a fashion of living and doing superior to his former behaviour, although in his youth he had always been good and innocent and worthy of high esteem. These expressions of his confessor are fully borne out by deeds and laws, the administration at home and the relations abroad, by the whole government, in fact, of Saint Louis during the last 15 years of his reign. The idea which was invariably conspicuous and constantly maintained during his reign was not that of a premeditated and ambitious policy, ever tending towards an interested object which is pursued with more or less reasonableness and success, and always with a large amount of trickery and violence on the part of the prince, of unrighteousness in his deeds, and of suffering on the part of the people. Philip Augustus, the grandfather, and Philip the Handsome, the grandson, of Saint Louis, the former with the moderation of an able man, the latter with the headiness and disregard of right or wrong, laboured both of them without cessation to extend the domains and power of the crown, to gain conquests over their neighbours and their vassals, and to destroy the social system of their age, the feudal system, its rights as well as its wrongs and tyrannies, in order to put in its place pure monarchy, and to exalt the kingly authority above all liberties, whether of the aristocracy or of the people. Saint Louis neither thought of nor attempted anything of the kind. He did not make war, at one time openly, at another secretly, upon the feudal system; he frankly accepted its principles, as he found them prevailing in the facts and ideas of his time. Whilst fully bent on repressing with firmness his vassals' attempts to shake themselves free from their duties towards him, and to render themselves independent of the crown, he respected their rights, kept his word to them scrupulously, and required of them nothing but what they really owed him. Into his relations with foreign sovereigns, his neighbours, he imported the same loyal spirit. Certain of his council used to tell him, reports Joinville, that he did not well in leaving those foreigners to their warfare; for if he gave them his good leave to impoverish one another, they would not attack him so readily as if they were rich. To that the king replied that they said not well; for, quoth he, if the neighbouring princes perceived that I left them to their warfare, they might make counsel amongst themselves, and say, it is through malice that the king leaves us through our warfare; then it might happen that by cause of the hatred they would have against me they would come and attack me, and I might be a great loser thereby. Without reckoning that I should thereby earn the hatred of God, who says, Blessed be the peacemakers, so well established was his renown as a sincere friend of peace, and a just arbiter in great disputes between princes and peoples, that his intervention and his decisions were invited wherever obscure and dangerous questions arose. In spite of the brilliant victories which, in 1212, he had gained at Talbourg and Saintes over Henry III., King of England, he himself perceived, on his return from the East, that the conquests won by his victories might at any moment become a fresh cause of new and grievous wars, disastrous probably for one or the other of the two peoples. He conceived, therefore, the design of giving to a peace which was so desirable a more secure basis by founding it upon transaction accepted on both sides as equitable. And thus, while restoring to the King of England certain possessions which the War of 1242 had lost to him, he succeeded in obtaining from him in return, as well in his own name as in the names of his sons and their heirs, a formal renunciation of all rights that he could pretend to over the Duchy of Normandy, the Countships of Anjou, Maine, Touraine, Poitou, and generally all that his family might have possessed on the continent, except only the lands which the King of France restored to him by the treaty, and those which remained to him in Gascony. For all these last the King of England undertook to do liege homage to the King of France, in the capacity of full peer of France and Duke of Aquitaine, and to faithfully fulfil the duties attached to the fief. When Louis made known this transaction to his councillors, they were very much against it, says Joinville. It seemeth to us, sir, said they to the king, that if you think you have not a right to the conquest won by you and your ancestors from the King of England, you do not make proper restitution to the said king in not restoring to him the whole; and if you think you have a right to it, it seemeth to us that you are a loser by all you restore. Sirs, answered Louis, I am certain that the antecessors of the King of England did quite justly lose the conquest which I hold; and as for the land I give it him not as a matter in which I am bound to him or his heirs, but to make love between my children and his, who are cousins german. And it seemeth to me that what I give him I turn to good purpose, inasmuch as he was not my liegeman, and he hereby cometh in amongst my liegemen. Henry III., in fact, went to Paris, having with him the ratification of the treaty, and prepared to accomplish the ceremony of homage. Louis received him as a brother, but without sparing him aught of the ceremony, in which, according to the ideas of the times, there was nothing humiliating any more than in the name of vassal, which was proudly borne by the greatest lords. It took place on Thursday, December 4, 1259, in the royal enclosure stretching in front of the palace, on the spot where at the present day is the Place Dauphine. There was a great concourse of prelates, barons, and other personages belonging to the two courts and the two nations. The King of England, on his knees, bareheaded, without cloak, belt, sword, or spurs, placed his folded hands in those of the King of France his suzerain, and said to him, "Sir, I become your liege man with mouth and hands, and I swear to promise you faith and loyalty, and to guard your right according to my power, and to do fair justice at your summons or the summons at your bailiff, to the best of my wit." Then the king kissed him on the mouth and raised him up. 3 years later Louis gave not only to the King of England, but to the whole English nation, a striking proof of his judicious and true hearted equity. An obstinate civil war was raging between Henry III. And his barons. Neither party, in defending its own rights, had any notion of respecting the rights of his adversaries, and England was alternating between a kingly and an aristocratic tyranny. Louis, chosen as arbiter by both sides, delivered solemnly, on the 23rd of January, 1264, a decision which was favourable to the English kingship, but at the same time expressly upheld the Great Charter and the traditional liberties of England. He concluded his decision with the following suggestions of amnesty: "We will also that the King of England and his barons do forgive one another mutually, that they do forget all the resentments that may exist between them, by consequence of the matters submitted to our arbitration, and that henceforth they do refrain reciprocally from an offence and injury on account of the same matters. But when men have had their ideas, passions, and interests profoundly agitated and made to clash, the wisest decisions and the most honest counsels in the world are not sufficient to re establish peace; the cup of experience has to be drunk to the dregs, and the parties are not resigned to peace until one or the other, or both, have exhausted themselves in the struggle and perceive the absolute necessity of accepting either defeat or compromise." In spite of the arbitration of the King of France, the civil war continued in England, but Louis did not seek any way to profit by it so as to extend, at the expense of his neighbours, his own possessions or power. He held himself also from their quarrels, and followed up by honest neutrality ineffectual arbitration. 5 centuries afterwards the great English historian, Hume, rendered him due homage in these terms: "Every time this virtuous prince interfered in the affairs of England, it was invariably with the view of settling differences between the king and the nobility. Adopting an admirable course of conduct, as politic probably as it certainly was just, he never interposed his good offices save to put an end to the disagreements of the English; he seconded all the measures which could give security to both parties, and he made persistent efforts, though without success, to moderate the fiery ambition of the Earl of Leicester." Hume, History of England, p. 465. It requires more than political wisdom, more even than virtue, to enable a king, a man having in charge the government of men, to accomplish his mission and to really deserve the title of Most Christian. It requires that he should be animated by a sentiment of affection, and that he should, in heart as well as mind, be in sympathy with those multitudes of creatures over whose lot he exercises so much influence. Saint Louis more perhaps than any other king was possessed of this generous and humane quality. Spontaneously and by the free impulse of his nature he loved his people, loved mankind, and took a tender and comprehensive interest in their fortunes, their joys, or their miseries. Being seriously ill in 1259, and desiring to give his eldest son, Prince Louis, whom he lost in the following year, his last and most heartfelt charge, "Fair son," said he, "I pray thee make thyself beloved of the people of thy kingdom, for verily I would rather a Scot should come from Scotland and govern our people well and loyally than have thee govern it ill." To watch over the position and interests of all the parties in his dominions, and to secure to all his subjects strict and prompt justice, this was what continually occupied the mind of Louis IX. There are to be found in his biography 2 very different but equally striking proofs of his solicitude in this respect. M. Felix Faure has drawn up a table of all the journeys made by Louis in France, from 1254 to 1270, for the better cognizance of matters requiring his attention; and another of the parliaments which he held, during the same period, for considering the general affairs of the kingdom and the administration of justice. Not one of these 16 years passed without his visiting several of his provinces, and the year 1270 was the only one in which he did not hold a parliament. Histoire de Saint Louis by M. Félix Faure, p. 120 and 339. Side by side with this arithmetical proof of his active benevolence, we will place a moral proof taken from Joinville's often quoted account of Saint Louis's familiar intervention in his subjects' disputes about matters of private interest. "Many a time," says he, "it happened in summer that the king went and sat down in the wood of Vincennes after mass, and leaned against an oak, and made us sit down round about him. And all those who had business came to speak to him without restraint of usher or other folk. And then he demanded of them with his own mouth, Is there any here who hath a suit? And they who had their suit rose up, and then he said, Keep silence all of ye, and ye shall have dispatch one after the other. And then he called my lord Peter de Fontaine and my lord Geoffrey de Villette, two learned lawyers of the day and councillors of Saint Louis, and said to one of them, Dispatch me this suit. And when he saw aught to amend in the words of those who were speaking for another, he himself amended it with his own mouth. I sometimes saw in summer that, to dispatch his people's business, he went to the Paris garden, clad in camlet coat and linsey surcoat without sleeves, a mantle of black taffety round his neck, hair right well combed and without coif, and on his head a hat with white peacock's plumes. And he had carpets laid for us to sit round about him. And all the people who had business before him set themselves standing around him, and then he had their business dispatched in the manner I told you of before as to the wood of Vincennes." Joinville, chapter 12. The active benevolence of Saint Louis was not confined to this paternal care for the private interests of such subjects as approached his person. He was equally attentive and zealous in the case of measures called for by the social condition of the times and the general interest of the kingdom. Amongst the 26 government ordinances, edicts, or letters, contained under the date of his reign in the first volume of the Recul des Ordonnances des Rois de France, 7, at the least, are great acts of legislation and administration of a public kind; and these acts are all of such a stamp as to show that their main object is not to extend the power of the crown or subserve the special interests of the kingship at strife with other social forces; they are real reforms, of public and moral interest, directed against the violence, disturbances, and abuses of the feudal system. Many other of Saint Louis's legislative and administrative acts have been published either in subsequent volumes of the Recul des Ordonnances des Rois, or in similar collections, and the learned have drawn attention to a great number of them still remaining unpublished in various archives. As for the large collection of legislative enactments, known by the name of Établissement de Saint Louis, it is probably a lawyer's work, posterior in great part at least to his reign, full of incoherent and even contradictory enactments, and without any claim to be considered as a general code of law of Saint Louis's date, and collected by his order, although the paragraph which serves as a preface to the work is given under his name, and as if it had been dictated by him. Another act, known by the name of the Pragmatic Sanction, has likewise got placed, with the date of March 1268, in the Recul des Ordonnances des Rois de France, as having originated with Saint Louis. Its object is, first of all, to secure the rights, liberties, and canonical rules, internally, of the Church of France, and next to interdict the exactions and very heavy money charges which have been imposed or may hereafter be imposed on the said Church by the Court of Rome, and by which our kingdom hath been miserably impoverished, unless they take place for reasonable, pious, and very urgent cause, through inevitable necessity, and with our spontaneous and express consent and that of the Church of our kingdom. The authenticity of this act, vigorously maintained in the 7th century by Bossuet, in his Défense de la Déclaration du Clergé de France de 1682, chapter 9, page 26, and in our time by M. Danneau, in the Histoire littéraire de la France, continuée par les Membres de l'Institut, page 75, and page 169, has been and still is rendered doubtful for strong reasons, which M. Félix Faure, in his Histoire de Saint Louis, page 271, has summed up with great clearness. There is no design of entering here upon an examination of this little historical problem, but it is bounden duty to point out that, if the authenticity of the Pragmatic Sanction, as Saint Louis, is questionable, the act has, at bottom, nothing but what bears a very strong resemblance to, and is quite in conformity with, the general conduct of that prince. He was profoundly respectful, affectionate, and faithful towards the papacy, but at the same time very careful in upholding both the independence of the crown in things temporal, and its right of superintendence in things spiritual. Attention has been drawn to his posture of reserve during the great quarrel between the priestdom and the empire, and his firmness in withstanding the violent measures adopted by Gregory IX. And Innocent IV. Against the Emperor Frederick II. Louis carried his notions as to the independence of his judgment and authority very far beyond the cases in which that policy went hand in hand with interest, and even into purely religious questions. The Bishop of Auxerre said to him one day, in the name of several prelates, "Sir, these lords which be here, archbishops and bishops, have told me to tell you that Christianity is perishing in your hands." The king crossed himself and said, "Well, tell me how that is made out." "Sir," said the bishop, "it is because nowadays so little note is taken of excommunications, that folk let death overtake them excommunicate without getting absolution, and have no mind to make atonement to the Church. These lords, therefore, do pray you, sir, for the love of God, and because you ought to do so, to command your provosts and bailiffs that all those who shall remain a year and a day excommunicated be forced, by seizure of their goods, to get themselves absolved." Whereto the king made answer that he would willingly command this in respect of the excommunicate touching whom certain proofs should be given him that they were in the wrong. The bishop said that the prelates would not have this at any price, and that they disputed the king's right of jurisdiction in their causes. And the king said that he would not do it else, for it would be contrary to God and reason if he should force folks to get absolution when the clergy had done them wrong. "As to that," said the king, "I will give you the example of the Count of Brittany, who for 7 years, being fully excommunicate, was at pleas with the prelates of Brittany, and he prevailed so far that the pope condemned them all. If, then, I had forced the Count of Brittany, the first year, to get absolution, I should have sinned against God and against him." Then the prelates gave up, and never since that time have I heard that a single demand was made touching the matters above spoken of. End of chapter 18, part 9. Chapter 18, Part 10 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18, The Kingship in France, Part 10. One special fact in the civil and municipal administration of Saint Louis deserves to find a place in history. After the time of Philip Augustus there was malfeasance in the police of Paris. The provostship of Paris, which comprehended functions analogous to those of prefect, mayor, and receiver general, became a purchasable office, filled sometimes by 2 provosts at a time. The burghers no longer found justice or security in the city where the king resided. At his return from his first crusade, Louis recognized the necessity for applying a remedy to this evil. The provostship ceased to be a purchasable office, and he made it separate from the receivership of the royal domain. In 1258 he chose as provost Stephen Boileau, a burgher of note and esteem in Paris, and in order to give this magistrate the authority of which he had need, the king sometimes came and sat beside him when he was administering justice at the Châtelet. Stephen Boileau justified the king's confidence, and maintained so strict a police that he had his own godson hanged for theft. His administrative foresight was equal to his judicial severity. He established registers wherein were to be inscribed the rules habitually followed in respect of the organization and work of the different corporations of artisans, the tariffs of the dues charged, in the name of the king, upon the admittance of provisions and merchandise, and the titles on which the abbots and other lords founded the privileges they enjoyed within the walls of Paris. The corporations of artisans, represented by their sworn masters or prud'hommes, appeared one after the other before the provost to make declaration of the usages in practice amongst their communities, and to have them registered in the book prepared for that purpose. This collection of regulations relating to the arts and trades of Paris in the 13th century, known under the name of Livre des Métiers d'Étienne Boileau, is the earliest monument of industrial statistics drawn up by the French administration, and it was inserted, for the first time in its entirety, in 1837, amongst the collection of documents relative to the history of France, published during M. Guizot's Ministry of Public Instruction. Saint Louis would be but very incompletely understood if we considered him only in his political and kingly aspect. we must penetrate into his private life, and observe his personal intercourse with his family, his household, and his people, if we would properly understand and appreciate all the originality and moral worth of his character and life. Mention has already been made of his relations toward the two queens, his mother and his wife, and difficult as they were nevertheless always exemplary. Louis was a model of conjugal fidelity, as well as of filial piety. He had by Queen Marguerite 11 children, 6 sons and 5 daughters; he loved her tenderly, he never severed himself from her, and the modest courage she displayed in the first crusade rendered her still dearer to him. But he was not blind to her ambitious tendencies, and to the insufficiency of her qualifications for government. When he made ready for his second crusade, not only did he not confide to Queen Marguerite the regency of the kingdom, but he even took care to regulate her expenses, and to curb her passion for authority. He forbade her to accept any present for herself or her children, to lay any commands upon the officers of justice, and to choose any one for her service, or for that of her children, without the consent of the Council of the Regency. And he had reason to so act; for, about this same time, Queen Marguerite, emulous of holding in the state the same place that had been occupied by Queen Blanche, was giving all her thoughts to what her situation would be after her husband's death, and was coaxing her eldest son, Philip, then 16 years old, to make her a promise on oath to remain under guardianship up to 30 years of age, to take to himself no counsellor without her approval, to reveal to her all designs which might be formed against her, to conclude no treaty with his uncle, Charles of Anjou, King of Sicily, and to keep as a secret the oath she was thus making him take. Louis was probably informed of this strange promise by his young son Philip himself, who got himself released from it by Pope Urban IV. At any rate, the king had a foreshadowing of Queen Marguerite's inclinations, and took precautions for rendering them harmless to the crown and the state. As for his children, Louis occupied himself in thought and deed with their education and their future, moral and social, showing as much affection and assiduity as could have been displayed by any father of a family even the most devoted to this single task. After supper they followed him into his chamber, where he made them sit down around him; he instructed them in their duties, and then sent them away to bed. He drew their particular attention to the good and evil deeds of princes. He moreover went to see them in their own apartment when he had any leisure, informed himself as to the progress they were making, and, like another Tobias, gave them excellent instructions. On Holy Thursday, his sons used to wash, just as he used, the feet of 13 of the poor, give them a considerable sum as alms, and then wait upon them at table. The king having been minded to carry the first of the poor souls to the Hotel Dieu at Compiegne, with the assistance of his son in law, King Theobald of Navarre, whom he loved as a son, his 2 eldest sons, Louis and Philip, carried the second thither. They were wont to behave towards him in the most respectful manner. He would have all of them, even Theobald, yield him strict obedience in that which he enjoined upon them. He desired anxiously that the 3 children born to him in the East during his first crusade, John Tristan, Peter, and Blanche, and even Isabel, his eldest daughter, should enter upon the cloistered life, which he looked upon as the safest for their salvation. He exhorted them thereto, especially his daughter Isabel, many and many a time, in letters equally tender and pious; but as they testified no taste for it, he made no attempt to force their inclinations, and concerned himself only about having them well married, not forgetting to give them good appanages, and for their life in the world the most judicial counsels. The instructions, written with his own hand in French, which he committed to his eldest son Philip, as soon as he found himself so seriously ill before Tunis, are a model of virtue, wisdom, and tenderness on the part of a father, a king, and a Christian. Pass we from the king's family to the king's household, and from the children to the servitors of Saint Louis. We have here no longer the powerful tie of blood, and of that feeling, at the same time personal and yet disinterested, which is experienced by parents on seeing themselves living over again in their children. Far weaker motives, mere kindness and custom, unite masters to their servants, and stamp a moral character upon the relations between them; but with Saint Louis, so great was his kindness, that it resembled affection, and caused affection to spring up in the hearts of those who were the objects of it. At the same time that he required in his servitors an almost austere morality, he readily passed over in silence their little faults, and treated them, in such cases, not only with mildness, but with that consideration which, in the humblest conditions, satisfies the self respect of people, and elevates them in their own eyes. Louis used to visit his domestics when they were ill, and when they died he never failed to pray for them, and to commend them to the prayers of the faithful. He had the mass for the dead, which it was his custom to hear every day, sung for them. He had taken back an old servitor of his grandfather, Philip Augustus, whom that king had dismissed because his fire sputtered, and John, whose duty it was to attend to it, did not know how to prevent that slight noise. Louis was, from time to time, subject to a malady, during which his right leg, from his ankle to the calf, became inflamed, as red as blood, and painful. One day, when he had an attack of this complaint, the king, as he lay, wished to make a close inspection of the redness in his leg. As John was clumsily holding a lighted candle close to the king, a drop of hot grease fell on the bad leg, and the king, who had sat up on his bed, threw himself back, exclaiming, "Ah, John, John, my grandfather turned you out of his house for a less matter." And the clumsiness of John drew down upon him no other chastisement save this exclamation. Vie de Saint Louis, by Queen Marguerite's confessor, Recueils des Historiens de France, page 105. Vie de Saint Louis, by Lenant de Tillemont, page 388. Far away from the king's household and service, and without any personal connection with him, a whole people, the people of the poor, the infirm, the sick, the wretched, and the neglected of every sort occupied a prominent place in the thoughts and actions of Louis. All the chroniclers of the age, all the historians of his reign, have celebrated his charity as much as his piety, and the philosophers of the 18th century almost forgave him his taste for relics in consideration of his beneficence. And it was not merely legislative and administrative beneficence. Saint Louis did not confine himself to founding and endowing hospitals, hospices, asylums, the Hôtel Dieu at Pointoz and at Vernon, that at Compiègne, and at Paris the house of Quinze Vingts, for 300 blind, but he did not spare his person in his beneficence, and regarded no deed of charity as beneath a king's dignity. Every day, wherever the king went, 122 of the poor received each 2 loaves, a quart of wine, meat or fish for a good dinner, and a Paris denier. The mothers of families had a loaf more for each child. Besides these 122 poor having outdoor relief, 13 others were every day introduced into the hotel, and there lived as the king's officers, and 3 of them sat at a table at the same time with the king, in the same hall as he, and quite close. Many a time, says Joinville, I saw him cut their bread, and give them to drink. He asked me one day if I washed the feet of the poor on Holy Thursday. "Sir," said I, "what a benefit! The feet of those knaves!" "Not I." "Verily," he said, "that is ill said, for you ought not to hold in disdain what God did for our instruction. I pray you, therefore, for the love of me, accustom yourself to wash them." Sometimes, when the king had leisure, he used to say, "Come and visit the poor in such and such a place, and let us feast them to their heart's content." Once, when he went to Châteauneuf sur Loire, a poor old woman, who was at the door of her cottage, and held in her hand a loaf, said to him, "Good king, it is of this bread, which comes of thine alms, that my husband, who lieth sick yonder in doors, doth get subsistence." The king took the bread, saying, "It is rather hard bread," and he went into the cottage to see with his own eyes the sick man. When he was visiting the churches one Holy Friday, at Compiegne, as he was going that day barefoot according to his custom, and distributing alms to the poor whom he met, he perceived, on the yonder side of a miry pond which filled a portion of the street, a leper, who, not daring to come near, tried, nevertheless, to attract the king's attention. Louis walked through the pond, went up to the leper, gave him some money, took his hand, and kissed it. All present, says the chronicler, crossed themselves for admiration at seeing this holy temerity of the king, who had no fear of putting his lips to a hand that none would have dared to touch. In such deeds there was infinitely more than the goodness and greatness of a kingly soul; there was in them that profound Christian sympathy which is moved at the sight of any human creature suffering severely in body or soul, and which, at such times, gives no heed to fear, shrinks from no pains, recoils with no disgust, and has no other thought but that of offering some fraternal comfort to the body or the soul that is suffering. He who thus felt and acted was no monk, no prince enwrapped in mere devoutness and altogether given up to works and practices of piety; he was a knight, a warrior, a politician, a true king, who attended to the duties of authority as well as to those of charity, and who won respect from his nearest friends as well as from strangers, whilst astonishing them at one time by his bursts of mystic piety and monastic austerity, at another by his flashes of the ruler's spirit and his judicious independence, even towards the representatives of the faith and church with whom he was in sympathy. He passed for the wisest man in all his council. In difficult matters and on grave occasions none formed a judgment with more sagacity, and what his intellect so well apprehended he expressed with a great deal of propriety and grace. He was, in conversation, the nicest and most agreeable of men. He was gay, says Joinville, and when we were private at court, he used to sit at the foot of his bed, and when the preachers and cordeliers who were there spoke to him of a book he would like to hear, he said to them, "Nay, you shall not read to me, for there is no book so good after dinner as talk ad libitum, that is, every one saying what he pleases." Not that he was at all averse from books and literates. He was sometimes present at the discourses and disputations of the university, but he took care to search out for himself the truth in the Word of God and in the traditions of the Church. Having found out, during his travels in the East, that a Saracenic sultan had collected a quantity of books for the service of the philosophers of his sect, he was shamed to see that Christians had less zeal for getting instructed in the truth than infidels had for getting themselves made dexterous in falsehood; so much so that, after his return to France, he had search made in the abbeys for all the genuine works of St. Augustine, St. Ambrose, St. Jerome, St. Gregory, and other orthodox teachers, and having caused copies of them to be made, he had them placed in the treasury of Sainte Chapelle. He used to read them when he had any leisure, and he readily lent them to those who might get profit from them for themselves or for others. Sometimes, at the end of the afternoon meal, he sent for pious persons with whom he conversed about God, about the stories in the Bible and the histories of the saints, or about the lives of the Fathers. He had a particular friendship for the learned Robert of Sorbonne, founder of the Sorbonne, whose idea was a society of secular ecclesiastics, who, living in common and having the necessaries of life, should give themselves up entirely to study and gratuitous teaching. Not only did Saint Louis give him every facility and every aid necessary for the establishment of his learned college, but he made him one of his chaplains, and often invited him to his presence and his table in order to enjoy his conversation. One day it happened, says Joinville, that Master Robert was taking his meal beside me, and we were talking low. The king reproved us, and said, "Speak up, for your company think that you may be talking evilly of them. If you speak at meals of things which should please us, speak up; if not, be silent." Another day, at one of their reunions, with the king in their midst, Robert of Sorbonne reproached Joinville with being more bravely clad than the king; "for," said he, "you do dress in furs and green cloth, which the king doth not." Joinville defended himself vigorously, in his turn attacking Robert for the elegance of his dress. The king took the learned doctor's part, and when he had gone, "My lord the king," says Joinville, "called his son, my lord Philippe, and King Theobald, sat him down at the entrance of his oratory, placed his hand on the ground, and said, 'Sit ye down here close by me, that we be not overheard;' and then he told me that he had called us in order to confess to us that he had wrongfully taken the part of Master Robert; for just as the seneschal, Joinville, saith, ye ought to be well and decently clad, because your womankind will love you the better for it, and your people will prize you the more; for, saith the wise man, it is right so to bedeck oneself with garments and armor that the proper men of this world say not that there is too much made thereof, nor the young folk too little." Chapter 18 Part 11 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18. The Kingship in France, Part 11. Assuredly there was enough in such and so free an exercise of mind, in such a rich abundance of thoughts and sentiments, in such a religious, political, and domestic life, to occupy and satisfy a soul full of energy and power. But, as has already been said, an idea cherished with a lasting and supreme passion, the idea of the Crusade, took entire possession of St. Louis. For 7 years after his return from the East, from 1254 to 1261, he appeared to think no more of it, and there is nothing to show that he spoke of it even to his most intimate confidants. But in spite of apparent tranquillity, he lived so far in a ferment of imagination and a continual fever, resembling in that respect, though the end aimed at was different, those great men, ambitious warriors or politicians, of natures forever at boiling point, for whom nothing is sufficient, and who are constantly fostering, beyond the ordinary course of events, some vast and strange desire, the accomplishment of which becomes for them a fixed idea and an insatiable passion. As Alexander and Napoleon were incessantly forming some new design, or, to speak more correctly, some new dream of conquest and dominion, in the same way Saint Louis, in his pious armor, never ceased to aspire to a re entry of Jerusalem, to the deliverance of the Holy Sepulchre, and the victory of Christianity over Mohammedanism in the East, always flattering himself that some favorable circumstance would recall him to his interrupted work. It has already been told, at the termination in the preceding chapter, of the Crusaders' history, how he had reason to suppose, in 1261, that circumstances were responding to his desire; how he first of all prepared, noiselessly and patiently, for his second crusade; how, after 7 years' labour, less and less concealed as days went on, he proclaimed his purpose, and swore to accomplish it in the following year; and how at last, in the month of March, 1270, against the will of France, of the Pope, and even of the majority of his comrades, he actually set out, to go and die, on the 25th of the following August, before Tunis, without having dealt the Mussulmans of the East even the shadow of an effectual blow, having no strength to do more than utter, from time to time, as he raised himself on his bed, the cry of "Jerusalem, Jerusalem," and at the last moment, as he lay in sackcloth and ashes, pronouncing merely these parting words: "Father, after the example of our Divine Master, into thy hands I commend my spirit." Even the Crusader was extinct in Saint Louis, and only the Christian remained. The world has seen upon the throne greater captains, more profound politicians, vaster and more brilliant intellects, princes who have exercised, beyond their own lifetime, a more powerful and a more lasting influence than Saint Louis; but it has never seen a rarer king, never a man who could possess, as he did, sovereign power without contracting the passions and vices natural to it, and who, in this respect, displayed in his government human virtues exalted to the height of Christian. For all his moral sympathy, and superior as he was to his age, Saint Louis, nevertheless, shared and even helped to prolong two of its greatest mistakes. As a Christian he misconceived the rights of conscience in respect of religion, and as a king he brought upon his people deplorable evils and perils for the sake of a fruitless enterprise. War against religious liberty was, for a long course of ages, the crime of Christian communities and the source of the most cruel evils, as well as of the most formidable irreligious reactions the world has had to undergo. The 13th century was the culminating period of this fatal notion, and the sanction of it conferred by civil legislation as well as ecclesiastical teaching. Saint Louis joined, so far, with sincere conviction, the general and ruling idea of his age, and the jumbled code which bears the name of Etablissement de Saint Louis, and in which are collected many ordinances anterior or posterior to his reign, formally condemns heretics to death, and bids the civil judges to see to the execution, in this respect, of the bishops' sentences. In 1255 Saint Louis himself demanded of Pope Alexander IV. Leave for the Dominicans and Franciscans to exercise, throughout the whole kingdom, the Inquisition already established, on account of the Albigensians, in the old domain of the Counts of Toulouse. The bishops, it is true, were to be consulted before condemnation could be pronounced by the inquisitors against a heretic, but that was a mark of respect for the episcopate and for the rights of the Gallican Church rather than a guarantee for liberty of conscience; and such was Saint Louis's feeling upon this subject, that liberty, or rather the most limited justice, was less to be expected from the kingship than from the episcopate. Saint Louis's extreme severity towards what he called the knavish oath, vilain serment, that is, blasphemy, an offence for which there is no definition save what is contained in the bare name of it, is perhaps the most striking indication of the state of men's minds, and especially of the king's, in this respect. Every blasphemer was to receive on his mouth the imprint of a red hot iron. One day the king had a burgher of Paris branded in this way, and violent murmurs were raised in the capital and came to the king's ears. He responded by declaring that he wished a like brand might mark his lips, and that he might bear the shame of it all his life, if only the vice of blasphemy might disappear from his kingdom. Some time afterwards, having had a work of great public utility executed, he received on that occasion, from the landlords of Paris, numerous expressions of gratitude. "I expect," said he, "a greater recompense from the Lord for the curses brought upon me by that brand inflicted upon blasphemers, than for the blessings I get because of this act of general utility." Of all human errors the most in vogue are the most dangerous, for they are just those from which the most superior minds have the greatest difficulty in preserving themselves. It is impossible to see, without horror, into what aberrations of reason and of moral sense men otherwise most enlightened and virtuous may be led away by the predominant ideas of their age. And the horror becomes still greater when a discovery is made of the iniquities, sufferings, and calamities, public and private, consequent upon the admission of such aberrations amongst the choice spirits of the period. In the matter of religious liberty, Saint Louis is a striking example of the vagaries which may be fallen into, under the sway of public feeling, by the most equitable minds and the most scrupulous consequences. A solemn warning, in times of great intellectual and popular ferment, for those men whose hearts are set on independence in their thoughts as well as in their conduct, and whose only object is justice and truth. As for the Crusades, the situation of Louis with respect to them was quite different and his responsibility far more personal. The Crusades had certainly in their origin been the spontaneous and universal impulse of Christian Europe towards an object lofty, disinterested, and worthy of the devotion of men; and Saint Louis was, without any doubt, the most lofty, disinterested, and heroic representative of this grand Christian movement. But towards the middle of the 13th century the moral complexion of the Crusades had already undergone great alteration; the salutary effect they were to have exercised for the advancement of European civilization still loomed obscurely in the distance, whilst their evil results were already clearly manifesting themselves, and they had no longer that beauty lent by spontaneous and general feeling which had been their strength and their apology. Weariness, no doubt, and common sense, had, so far as this matter was concerned, done their work amongst all classes of the feudal community. As Sire de Joinville, so also had many knights, honest burghers, and simple country folks recognized the flaws in the enterprise, and felt no more belief in its success. It is the glory of Saint Louis that he was, in the 13th century, the faithful and virtuous representative of the Crusade such as it was when it sprang from the womb of united Christendom, and when Godfrey de Bouillon was its leader at the end of the 11th. It was the misdemeanor of Saint Louis, and a great error in his judgment, that he prolonged by his blindly prejudiced obstinacy a movement which was more and more inopportune and illegitimate, for it was becoming day by day more factitious and more inane. In the long line of kings of France, called Most Christian Kings, only two, Charlemagne and Louis IX., have received the still more august title of Saint. As for Charlemagne, we must not be too exacting in the way of proofs of his legal right to that title in the Catholic Church. He was canonized, in 1165 or 1166, only by the antipope Pascal III., through the influence of Frederick Barbarossa, and since that time the canonization of Charlemagne has never been officially allowed and declared by any popes recognized as legitimate. They tolerated and tacitly admitted it, on account, no doubt, of the services rendered by Charlemagne to the papacy. But Charlemagne had ardent and influential admirers outside the pale of popes and emperors. He was the great man and the popular hero of the Germanic race in Western Europe. His saintship was welcomed with acclamation in a great part of Germany, where it had always been religiously kept up. From the earliest date of the University of Paris, he had been the patron there of all students of the German race. In France, nevertheless, his position as saint was still obscure and doubtful, when Louis IX., towards the end of the 15th century, by some motive now difficult to unravel, but probably in order to take from his enemy, Charles the Rash, Duke of Burgundy, who was in possession of the fairest province of Charlemagne's empire, the exclusive privilege of so great a memory, ordained that there should be rendered to the illustrious emperor the honours due to the saints, and he appointed the 28th of January for his feast day, with a threat of the penalty of death against all who should refuse conformity with the order. Neither the command nor the threat of Louis IX. Had any great effect. It does not appear that, in the Church of France, the saintship of Charlemagne was any the more generally admitted and kept up; but the University of Paris faithfully maintained its traditions, and some 2 centuries after Louis IX., in 1661, without expressly giving to Charlemagne the title of saint, it loudly proclaimed him its patron, and made his feast day an annual and solemn institution, which, in spite of some hesitation on the part of the Parliament of Paris, and in spite of the revelations of our time, still exists as the grand feast day throughout the area of our classical studies. The University of France repaid Charlemagne for the services she had received from him. She protected his saintship as he had protected her schools and her scholars. The saintship of Louis IX. Was not the object of such doubt, and had no such need of learned and determined protectors. Claimed as it was on the very morrow of his death, not only by his son Philip III., called the Bold, and by the barons and prelates of the kingdom, but also by the public voice of France and of Europe, it at once became the object of investigations and deliberations on the part of the Holy See. For 24 years new popes, filling in rapid succession the chair of St. Peter, Gregory X., Innocent V., John XXI., Nicholas III., Martin IV., Honorius IV., Nicholas IV., St. Celestine V., and Boniface VIII., prosecuted the customary inquiries touching the faith and life, the virtues and miracles of the late king; and it was Boniface III., the pope destined to carry on against Philip the Handsome, grandson of St. Louis, the most violent of struggles, who declared on the 11th of August, 1297, the canonization of the most Christian amongst the kings of France, and one of the truest Christians, king or simple, in France and in Europe. St. Louis was succeeded by his son Philip III., a prince, no doubt, of some personal valour, since he has retained in history the nickname of the Bold, but not otherwise beyond mediocrity. His reign had an unfortunate beginning. After having passed several months before Tunis, in slack and unsuccessful continuation of his father's crusade, he gave it up, and re embarked in November 1270, with the remnants of an army anxious to quit that accursed land, wrote one of the Crusaders, where we languish rather than live, exposed to torments of dust, fury of winds, corruption of atmosphere, and putrefaction of corpses. A tempest caught the fleet on the coast of Sicily, and Philip lost by it several vessels, 4,000 or 5,000 men, and all the money he had received from the Mussulmans of Tunis as the price of his departure. Whilst passing through Italy, at Cosenza, his wife, Isabel of Aragon, 6 months gone with child, fell from her horse, was delivered of a child which lived barely a few hours, and died herself a day or two afterwards, leaving her husband almost as sick as sad. He at last arrived at Paris on the 21st of May, 1271, bringing back with him 5 royal biers, that of his father, that of his brother John Tristan, Count of Nevers, that of his brother-in-law Theobald, King of Navarre, that of his wife, and that of his son. The day after his arrival he conducted them all in state to the Abbey of St. Denis, and was crowned at Rheims, not until the 30th of August following. His reign, which lasted 15 years, was a period of neither repose nor glory. He engaged in war several times over in southern France and in the north of Spain, in 1272 against Roger Bernard, Count of Foix, and in 1285 against Don Pedro III., King of Aragon, attempting conquests and gaining victories, but becoming easily disgusted with his enterprises and gaining no result of importance or durability. Without his taking himself any official or active part in the matter, the name and credit of France were more than once compromised in the affairs of Italy through the continual wars and intrigues of his uncle Charles of Anjou, King of Sicily, who was just as ambitious, just as turbulent, and just as tyrannical as his brother Saint Louis was scrupulous, temperate, and just. It was in the reign of Philip the Bold that there took place in Sicily, on the 30th of March, 1282, that notorious massacre of the French which is known by the name of Sicilian Vespers, which was provoked by the unbridled excesses of Charles of Anjou's comrades, and through which many noble French families had to suffer cruelly. At the same time, the celebrated Italian Admiral Roger de Loria inflicted by sea on the French party in Italy, the provincial navy, and the army of Philip the Bold, who was engaged upon incursions into Spain, considerable reverses and losses. At the same period the foundations were being laid in Germany and in the north of Italy, in the person of Rudolph of Hapsburg, elected emperor, of the greatness reached by the House of Austria, which was destined to be so formidable a rival to France. The government of Philip III. showed hardly more ability at home than in Europe, Not that the king was himself violent, tyrannical, greedy of power or money, and unpopular. He was, on the contrary, honourable, moderate in respect of his personal claims, simple in his manners, sincerely pious and gentle towards the humble; but he was at the same time weak, credulous, very illiterate, say the chroniclers, and without penetration, foresight, or intelligent and determined will. He fell under the influence of an inferior servant of his house, Peter de la Brosse, who had been surgeon and barber first of all to St. Louis and then to Philip III., who made him before long his chancellor and familiar counsellor. Being, though a skilful and active intriguer, entirely concerned with his own personal fortunes and those of his family, this barber mushroom was soon a mark for the jealousy and the attacks of the great lords of the court. And he joined issue with them, and even with the young queen, Maria of Brabant, the second wife of Philip III. Of poisoning and peculation were raised against him, and in 1276 he was hanged at Paris, on the thieves' gibbet, in the presence of the Dukes of Burgundy and Brabant, the Count of Artois, and many other personages of note, who took pleasure in witnessing his execution. His condemnation, the cause of which remained unknown to the people, says the chronicler William of Nangus, was a great source of astonishment and grumbling. Peter de la Brosse was one of the first examples, in French history, of those favourites who did not understand that, if the scandal caused by their elevation were not to entail their ruin, it was incumbent upon them to be great men. End of chapter 18, part 11. Chapter 18, part 12 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18. The Kingship in France, Part 12. In spite of the want of ability and the weakness conspicuous in the government of Philip the Bold, the kingship in France had, in his reign, better fortunes than could have been expected. The death without children of his uncle Alfonso, St. Louis's brother, Count of Poitiers, and also Count of Toulouse, through his wife Joan, daughter of Raymond VII., put Philip in possession of those fair provinces. He at first possessed the countship of Toulouse merely with the title of count, and as a private domain which was not definitely incorporated with the crown of France until a century later. Certain disputes arose between England and France in respect of this great inheritance, and Philip ended them by ceding Agenois to Edward I., King of England, and keeping Quercy. He also ceded to Pope Urban IV. The county of Venaissin, with its capital, Avignon, which the court of Rome claimed by virtue of a gift from Raymond VII., Count of Toulouse, and which, through a course of many disputes and vicissitudes, remained in possession of the Holy See until it was reunited to France on the 19th of February 1797 by the Treaty of Tolentino. But notwithstanding these concessions, when Philip the Bold died, at Perpignan, the 5th of October 1285, on his return from his expedition in Aragon, the sovereignty in southern France, as far as the frontiers of Spain, had been won for the kingship of France. A Flemish chronicler, a monk at Egmont, describes the character of Philip the Bold's successor in the following words: "A certain king of France, also named Philip, eaten up by the fever of avarice and cupidity, and that was not the only fever inherent in Philip IV., called the Handsome, he was a prey also to that of ambition, and above all to that of power. When he mounted the throne, at 17 years of age, he was handsome, as his nickname tells us, cold, taciturn, harsh, brave at need, but without fire or dash, able in the formation of his designs, and obstinate in prosecuting them by craft or violence, by means of bribery or cruelty, with wit to choose and support his servants, passionately vindictive against his enemies, and faithless and unsympathetic towards his subjects, but from time to time taking care to conciliate them, either by calling them to his aid in his difficulties or his dangers, or by giving them protection against other oppressors. Never, perhaps, was king better served by circumstances or more successful in his enterprises; but he is the first of the Capetians who had a scandalous contempt for rights, abused success, and thrust the kingship, in France, upon the high road of that arrogant and reckless egotism which is sometimes compatible with ability and glory, but which carries with it in the germ, and sooner or later brings out in full bloom, the native vices and fatal consequences of arbitrary and absolute power. Away from his own kingdom, in his dealings with foreign countries, Philip the Handsome had good fortune, which his predecessors had lacked, and which his successors lacked still more. Through William the Conqueror's settlement in England and Henry II.'s marriage with Eleanor of Aquitaine, the kings of England had, by reason of their possessions and their claims in France, become the natural enemies of the kings of France, and war was almost incessant between the two kingdoms. But Edward I., King of England, ever since his accession to the throne in 1272, had his ideas fixed upon, and his constant efforts directed towards, the conquest of the countries of Wales and Scotland, so as to unite under his sway the whole island of Great Britain. The Welsh and the Scotch, from prince to peasant, offered an energetic resistance in defence of their independence, and it was only after 7 years' warfare, from 1277 to 1284, that the conquest of Wales by the English was accomplished, and the style of Prince of Wales became the title of the heir to the throne of England. Scotland, in spite of dissensions at home, made a longer and a more effectual resistance, and though it was reduced to submission, it was not conquered by Edward I. Two national heroes, William Wallace and Robert Bruce, excited against him insurrections which were often triumphant and always being renewed, and after having, during 18 years of strife, maintained a precarious dominion in Scotland, Edward I. died in 1307 without having acquired the sovereignty of it. But his persevering ardour in this twofold enterprise kept him out of war with France; he did all he could to avoid it, and when the pressure of circumstances involved him in it for a time, he was anxious to escape from it. Being summoned to Paris by Philip the Handsome in 1286, to swear fealty and homage on account of his domains in France, he repaired thither with a good grace, and, on his knees before his suzerain, repeated to him the solemn form of words: "I become your liege man for the lands I hold of you this side the sea, according to the fashion of the peace which was made between our ancestors." The conditions of this peace were confirmed, and by a new treaty between the two princes, the annual payment of $50,000 to the King of England, in exchange for his claims over Normandy, was guaranteed to him, and Edward renounced his pretensions to Quercy in consideration of a yearly sum of 3,000 livres of Tours. In 1292, a quarrel and some hostilities at sea between the English and Norman commercial navies grew into a war between the two kings, and it dragged its slow length along for 4 years in the southwest of France. Edward made an alliance in the north with the Flemish, who were engaged in a deadly struggle with Philip the Handsome, and thereby lost Aquitaine for a season; but in 1296 a truce was concluded between the belligerents, and though the importance of England's commercial relations with Flanders decided Edward upon resuming his alliance with the Flemish, when in 1300 war broke out again between them and France, he withdrew from it 3 years afterwards, and made a separate peace with Philip the Handsome, who gave him back Aquitaine. In 1306 fresh differences arose between the two kings, but before they had rekindled the torch of war, Edward I. died at the opening of a new campaign in Scotland, and his successor, Edward II., repaired to Boulogne, where he in his turn did homage to Philip the Handsome for the duchy of Aquitaine, and espoused Philip's daughter Isabel, reputed to be the most beautiful woman in Europe. In spite, then, of frequent interruptions, the reign of Edward I. was on the whole a period of peace between England and France, being exempt, at any rate, from premeditated and obstinate hostilities. In southern France, at the foot of the Pyrenees, Philip the Handsome, just as his father Philip the Bold was, during the first years of his reign, at war with the kings of Aragon, Alfonso III. And Jaime II.; but these campaigns, originating in purely local quarrels, or in the ties between the descendants of St. Louis and of his brother, Charles of Anjou, King of the Two Sicilies, rather than in furtherance of the general interests of France, were terminated in 1291 by a treaty concluded at Tarascon between the belligerents, and have remained without historical importance. The Flemish were the people with whom Philip the Handsome engaged in and kept up, during the whole of his reign, with frequent alternations of defeat and success, a really serious war. In the 13th century, Flanders was the most populous and the richest country in Europe. She owed the fact to the briskness of her manufacturing and commercial undertakings, not only amongst her neighbours, but throughout southern and eastern Europe, in Italy, in Spain, in Sweden, in Norway, in Hungary, in Russia, and even as far as Constantinople, where, as we have seen, Baldwin I., Count of Flanders, became, in 1204, Latin Emperor of the East. Cloth, and all manner of woollen stuffs, were the principal articles of Flemish production, and it was chiefly from England that Flanders drew her supply of wool, the raw material of her industry. Thence arose between the two countries commercial relations which could not fail to acquire political importance. As early as the middle of the 12th century, several Flemish towns formed a society for founding in England a commercial exchange, which obtained great privileges, and under the name of the Flemish Hanse of London, reached rapid development. The merchants of Bruges had undertaken the initiative in it, but soon all the towns of Flanders, and Flanders was covered with towns, Ghent, Lille, Ypres, Courtrai, Ferns, Alost, St. Omer, and Douai, entered the Confederation, and made unity as well as extension of liberties in respect of Flemish commerce the object of their joint efforts. Their prosperity became celebrated, and its celebrity gave it increase. It was a burgher of Bruges who was governor of the Hanse of London, and he was called the Count of the Hanse. The Fair of Bruges, held in the month of May, brought together traders from the whole world. Thither came for exchange, says the modern and most enlivened historian of Flanders, Baron Curvin de Ledenhove, Histoire de Flandre, p. 300, the produce of the north and the south, the riches collected in the pilgrimages to Novogorod, and those brought over by caravans from Samarcand and Bagdad, the pitch of Norway and the oils of Andalusia, the furs of Russia and the dates from the Atlas, the metals of Hungary and Bohemia, the figs of Granada, the honey of Portugal, the wax of Morocco, and the spice of Egypt, whereby, says an ancient manuscript, no land is to be compared in merchandise to the land of Flanders. At Ypres, the chief centre of cloth fabrics, the population increased so rapidly that, in 1247, the sheriffs prayed Pope Innocent IV to augment the number of parishes in their city, which contained, according to their account, about 200,000 persons. So much prosperity made the Counts of Flanders very puissant lords. Called the Black, Countess of Flanders and Hainault, from 1244 to 1280, was extremely rich, says a chronicler, not only in lands but in furniture, jewels, and money; and, as is not customary with women, she was right liberal and right sumptuous, not only in her largesses, but in her entertainments, and whole manner of living, insomuch that she kept up the state of queen rather than countess. Nearly all the Flemish towns were strongly organized communes, in which prosperity had won liberty, and which became before long small republics sufficiently powerful, not only for the defence of their municipal rights against the Counts of Flanders, their lords, but for offering an armed resistance to such of the sovereigns of their neighbours as attempted to conquer them or to trammel them in their commercial relations, or to draw upon their wealth by forced contributions or by plunder. Philip Augustus had begun to have a taste of their strength during his quarrels with Count Ferdinand of Portugal, whom he had made Count of Flanders by marrying him to the Countess Joan, heiress of the countship, and whom, after the battle of Bouvines, he had confined for 13 years in the Tower of the Louvre. Philip the Handsome laid himself open to and was subjected by the Flemings to still rougher experiences. At the time of the latter king's accession to the throne, Guy de Dampierre, of noble Champagny's origin, had been for 5 years Count of Flanders, as heir to his mother, Marguerite II. He was a prince who did not lack courage, or, on great emergency, high mindedness and honor; but he was ambitious, covetous, as parsimonious as his mother had been munificent, and above all concerned to get his children married in a manner conducive to his own political importance. He had by his 2 wives, Matilda of Bethune and Isabel of Luxembourg, 9 sons and 8 daughters, offering free scope for combinations and connections, in respect of which Guy de Dampierre was not at all scrupulous about the means of success. He had a quarrel with his son in law, Florent V., Count of Holland, to whom he had given his daughter Beatrice in marriage; and another of his sons in law, John I., Duke of Brabant, married to another of his daughters, the Princess Marguerite, offered himself as mediator in the difference. The 2 brothers in law went together to see their father in law; but on their arrival, Guy de Dampierre seized the person of the Count of Holland, and would not release him until the Duke of Brabant offered to become prisoner in his place, and found himself obliged, in order to obtain his liberty, to pay his father in law a tough ransom. It was not long before Guy himself suffered from the same sort of iniquitous surprise that he had practised upon his sons in law. In 1293 he was secretly negotiating the marriage of Philippa, one of his daughters, with Prince Edward, eldest son of the King of England. Philip the Handsome, having received due warning, invited the Count of Flanders to Paris, to take counsel with him and the other barons touching the state of the kingdom. At first Guy hesitated, but he dared not refuse, and he repaired to Paris with his sons John and Guy. As soon as he arrived he bashfully announced to the king the approaching union of his daughter with the English prince, protesting that he would never cease, for all that, to serve him loyally, as every good and true man should serve his lord. "In God's name, Sir Count," said the enraged king, "this thing will never do. You have made alliance with my foe, without my wit, wherefore you shall abide with me." And he had him, together with his sons, marched off at once to the Tower of the Louvre, where Guy remained for 6 months, and did not then get out save by leaving as hostage to the King of France his daughter Philippa herself, who was destined to pass in this prison her young and mournful life. On once more entering Flanders, Count Guy oscillated for 2 years between the King of France and the King of England, submitting to the exactions of the former, at the same time that he was privily renewing his attempts to form an intimate alliance with the latter. Driven to extremity by the haughty severity of Philip, he at last came to a decision, concluded a formal treaty with Edward I., affianced to the English crown prince the most youthful of his daughters, Isabel of Flanders, youngest sister of Philippa, the prisoner in the Tower of the Louvre, and charged 2 ambassadors to go to Paris, as the bearers of the following declaration: "Every one doth know in how many ways the King of France has misbehaved towards God and justice. Such is his might and his pride, that he doth acknowledge naught above himself, and he hath brought us to the necessity of seeking allies who may be able to defend and protect us. By reason whereof we do charge our ambassadors to declare and say, for us and from us, to the above said king, that because of his misdeeds and defaults of justice, we hold ourselves abound, absolved, and delivered from all bonds, alliances, obligations, conventions, subjections, services, and dues whereby we may have been bounden toward him." This meant war, and it was prompt and sharp on the part of the King of France, slow and dull on the part of the King of England, who was always more bent upon the conquest of Scotland than upon defending, on the Continent, his ally the Count of Flanders. In June 1297 Philip the Handsome, in person, laid siege to Lille, and on the 13th of August Robert, Count of Artois, at the head of the French chivalry, gained at Ferns, over the Flemish army, a victory which decided the campaign. Lille capitulated. The English reinforcements arrived too late, and served no other purpose but that of inducing Philip to grant the Flemings a truce for 2 years. A fruitless attempt was made, with the help of Pope Boniface VIII., to change the truce into a lasting peace. The very day on which it expired, Charles, Count of Valois, and brother of Philip the Handsome, entered Flanders with a powerful army, surprised Douai, passed through Bruges, and, on arriving at Ghent, gave a reception to its magistrates, who came and offered him the keys. "The burghers of the towns of Flanders," says a chronicler of the age, "were all bribed by gifts or promises from the kings of France, who would never have dared to invade their frontiers had they been faithful to their count." Guy de Dampierre, hopelessly beaten, repaired with 2 of his sons, and 51 of his faithful knights, to the camp of the Count of Valois, who gave him a kind reception, and urged him to trust himself to the king's generosity, promising at the same time to support his suit. Guy set out for Paris with all his retinue. On approaching the city palace which was the usual residence of the kings, he espied at one of the windows Queen Joan of Navarre, who took a supercilious pleasure in gazing upon the humiliation of the victim of defeat. Guy drooped his head, and gave no greeting. When he was close to the steps of the palace, he dismounted from his horse, and placed himself and all his following at the mercy of the king. The Count of Valois said a few words in his favor, but Philip, cutting his brother short, said, addressing himself to Guy, "I desire no peace with you, and if my brother has made any engagement with you, he had no right to do so." And he had the Count of Flanders taken off immediately to Compiegne, to a strong tower, such that all could see him, and his comrades were distributed amongst several towns, where they were strictly guarded. The whole of Flanders submitted, and its principal towns, Ypres, Oudenarde, Termonde, and Cassel, fell successively into the hands of the French. 3 of the sons of Count Guy retired to Namur. The constable Raoul of Nesle was lieutenant for the King of France in his newly won country of Flanders. Next year, in the month of May, 1301, Philip determined to pay his conquest a visit, and the queen his wife accompanied him. There is never any lack of galas for conquerors. After having passed in state through Tournai, Courtrai, Oudenarde, and Ghent, the king and queen of France made their entry into Bruges. All the houses were magnificently decorated; on platforms covered with the richest tapestry thronged the ladies of Bruges, There was nothing but haberdashery and precious stones. Such an array of fine dresses, jewels, and riches, excited a woman's jealousy in the Queen of France. "There is none but queens," quoth she, "to be seen in Bruges. I had thought that there was none but I who had a right to royal state." But the people of Bruges remained dumb, and their silence scared Philip the Handsome, who vainly attempted to attract a concourse of people about him by the proclamation of brilliant jousts. "These galas," says the historian Villani, who was going through Flanders at this very time, "were the last whereof the French knew aught in our time; for Fortune, who till then had shown such favour to the King of France, on a sudden turned her wheel, and the cause thereof lay in the unrighteous captivity of the innocent Maid of Flanders, and in the treason whereof the Count of Flanders and his sons had been the victims." There were causes, however, for this new turn of events of a more general and more profound character than the personal woes of Flemish princes. James de Chiltillon, the governor assigned by Philip the Handsome to Flanders, was a greedy oppressor of it. The municipal authorities whom the victories or the gold of Philip had demoralized became the objects of popular hatred, and there was an outburst of violent sedition. A simple weaver, obscure, poor, undersized, and one-eyed, but valiant and eloquent in his Flemish tongue, one Peter de Canning, became the leader of revolt in Bruges. Accomplices flocked to him from nearly all the towns of Flanders, and he found allies amongst their neighbours. In 1302 war again broke out, but it was no longer a war between Philip the Handsome and Guy de Dampierre; it was a war between the Flemish communes and their foreign oppressors. Everywhere resounded the cry of insurrection, "Our bucklers and our friends for the Lion of Flanders! Death to all Walloons!" Philip the Handsome precipitately levied an army of 60,000 men, says Villani, and gave the command of it to Count Robert of Artois, the hero of Ferns. The forces of the Flemings amounted to no more than 20,000 fighting men. The two armies met near Courtrai. The French chivalry were full of ardour and confidence, and the Italian archers in their service began the attack with some success. "My lord," said one of his knights to the Count of Artois, "these knaves will do so well that they will gain the honour of the day; and if they alone put an end to the war, what will be left for the noblesse to do?" "Attack, then!" answered the prince. Two grand attacks succeeded one another, the first under the orders of the constable Raoul of Nesle, the second under those of the Count of Artois in person. After 2 hours' fighting, both failed against the fiery national passion of the Flemish communes, and the two French leaders, the constable and the Count of Artois, were left, both of them, lying on the field of battle amidst 12 or 15,000 of their dead. I yield me!" cried the Count of Artois. "But we understand not thy lingo," ironically answered in their own tongue the Flemings who surrounded him, and he was forthwith put to the sword. Too late to save him galloped up a noble ally of the insurgents, Guy of Namur. "From the top of the towers of our monastery," says the abbot of St. Martin's of Tournai, "we could see the French flying over the roads, across fields and through hedges, in such numbers that the sight must have been seen to be believed. There were, in the outskirts of our town and in the neighbouring villages, so vast a multitude of knights and men at arms tormented with hunger, that it was a matter horrible to see. They gave their arms to get bread." Chapter 18 Part 13 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18. The Kingship in France, Part 13. A French knight, covered with wounds, whose name has remained unknown, hastily scratched a few words upon a scrap of parchment dyed with blood, and that was the first account Philip the Handsome received of the battle of Courtrai, which was fought and lost on the 11th of July, 1302. The news of this great defeat of the French spread rapidly throughout Europe, and filled with joy all those who were hostile to or jealous of Philip the Handsome. The Flemings celebrated their victory with splendour, and rewarded with bounteous gifts their burgher heroes, Peter de Koning amongst others, and those of their neighbours who had brought them aid. Philip, greatly affected and a little alarmed, sent for his prisoner, the aged Guy de Dampierre, and loaded him with reproaches, as if he had to thank him for the calamity, and forthwith levying a fresh army, as numerous, say the chroniclers, as the grains of sand on the borders of the sea from Propontis to the ocean, he took up a position at Arras, and even advanced quite close to Douay; but he was of those in whom obstinacy does not extinguish prudence, and who, persevering all the while in their purposes, have wit to understand the difficulties and clangors of them. Instead of immediately resuming the war, he entered into negotiations with the Flemings, and their envoys met him in a ruined church beneath the walls of Douay. John of Chalons, one of Philip's envoys, demanded in his name that the king should be recognized as lord of all Flanders, and authorized to punish the insurrection of Bruges, with a promise, however, to spare the lives of all who had taken part in it. "How?" said a Fleming, Baldwin de Paperode; "our lives would be left us, but only after our goods had been pillaged and our limbs subjected to every torture." "Sir Castellan," answered John of Chalons, "why speak you so? A choice must needs be made, for the king is determined to lose his crown rather than not be avenged." Another Fleming, John de Renesse, who, leaning on the broken altar, had hitherto kept silence, cried, "Since so it is, let answer be made to the king that we come hither to fight him, and not to deliver up to him our fellow citizens;" and the Flemish envoys withdrew. Still Philip did not give up negotiating, for the purpose of gaining time and of letting the edge wear off the Flemings' confidence. He returned to Paris, fetched Guy de Dampierre from the tower of the Louvre, and charged him to go and negotiate peace under a promise of returning to his prison if he were unsuccessful. Guy, respected as he was throughout Flanders on account of his age and his long misfortunes, failed in his attempt, and, faithful to his word, went back and submitted himself to the power of Philip. "I am so old," said he to his friends, "that I am ready to die whensoever it shall please God." And he did die, on the 7th of March, 1304, in the prison of Compiegne, to which he had been transferred. Philip, all the while pushing forward his preparations for war, continued to make protestation of pacific intentions. The Flemish communes desired the peace necessary for the prosperity of their commerce, but patriotic anxieties wrestled with material interests. A burgher of Ghent was quietly fishing on the banks of the Scheldt, when an old man accosted him, saying sharply, "Knowest thou not, then, that the king is assembling all his armies? It is time the Ghentese shook off their sloth; the Lion of Flanders must no longer slumber." In the spring of 1304, the cry of war resounded everywhere. Philip had laid an impost extraordinary upon all real property in his kingdom; regulars and reserves had been summoned to Arras, to attack the Flemings by land and sea. He had taken into his pay a Genoese fleet commanded by Regnier de Grimaldi, a celebrated Italian admiral, and it arrived in the North Sea, and blockaded Zierikzee, a maritime town of Zealand. On the 10th of August, 1304, the Flemish fleet, which was defending the place, was beaten and dispersed. Philip hoped for a moment that this reverse would discourage the Flemings, but it was not so at all. A great battle took place on the 17th of August, between the two land armies at Mons en Puelle, or Mont en Pouvel, according to the true local spelling, near Lille. The action was for some time indecisive, and even after it was over both sides hesitated about claiming the victory; but when the Flemings saw their camp swept off and rifled, and when they no longer found in it, say the chroniclers, their fine stuffs of Bruges and Ypres, their wines of Rochelle, their beers of Cambrai, and their cheeses of Bethune, they declared that they would return to their hearths, and their leaders, unable to restrain them, were obliged to shut themselves up in Lille, whither Philip, who had himself retired at first to Arras, came to besiege them. When the first days of downheartedness were over, and at the sight of the danger which threatened Lille and the remains of the Flemish army assembled within its walls, all Flanders rushed to arms. The labours of the workshops and the fields were everywhere suspended, say contemporary historians; the women kept guard in the towns; you might traverse the country without meeting a single man, for they were all in the camp at Courtrai, to the number of 1200,000, according to popular exaggeration, swearing one to another that they would rather die fighting than live in slavery. Philip was astounded. "I thought the Flemings," said he, "were destroyed, but they seem to reign from heaven;" and he resumed his protestations and pacific overtures. Circumstances were favourable to him. Old Guy de Dampierre was dead; Robert of Bethune, his eldest son and successor, was still the prisoner of Philip the Handsome, who set him at liberty after having imposed conditions upon him. Robert, timid in spirit and weak of heart, accepted them, in spite of the grumblings of the Flemish populations, always eager to recommence war after a short respite from its trials. The burghers of Bruges had made themselves a new seal, wherein the old symbol of the bridge of their city on the Rye was replaced by the Lion of Flanders, wearing the crown and armed with the cross, with this inscription: "The lion hath roared and burst his fetters. Rugit Leo, vincula fregit." During 10 years, from 1305 to 1314, there was between France and Flanders a continual alternation of reciprocal concessions and retractions, of treaties concluded and of renewed insurrections, without decisive and ascertained results. It was neither peace nor war, and after the death of Philip the Handsome his successors were destined, for a long time to come, to find again and again amongst the Flemish communes deadly enmities and grievous perils. At the same time that he was prosecuting this interminable war against the Flemings, Philip was engaged, in this case also beyond the boundaries of his kingdom, in a struggle which was still more serious, owing to the nature of the questions which gave rise to it and to the quality of his adversary. In 1294 a new pope, Cardinal Benedetto Gaetani, had been elected under the name of Boniface VIII. He had been for a long time connected with the French party in Italy, and he owed his elevation to the influence, especially, of Charles II., King of Naples and Sicily, grandson of Saint Louis, and cousin german of Philip the Handsome. Shortly before his election, Benedetto Gaetani said to that prince, "Thy pope, Celestine V., was willing and able to serve thee, only he knew not how. As for me, if thou make me pope, I shall be willing and able and know how to be useful to thee." The long quarrel between the popes and the emperors of Germany, who, as kings of the Romans, aspired to invade or dominate Italy, had made the kings of France natural allies of the papacy; and there had been a saying ever since, arising from a popular instinct, which had already found its way into poetry, "'Tis a goodly match as match can be, to marry the Church and the fleur de lis. Should either mate a-straying go, then each, too late, will own 'twas so." Boniface VIII. Did not seem fated to withdraw from this policy. He was old (66), his party engagements were of long standing, his personal fortune was made; 3 years before his election he possessed 12 ecclesiastical benefices, of which 7 were in France; by his accession to the Holy See his ambition was satisfied; and as legate in France in 1290 he had made the acquaintance there of the young king, Philip the Handsome, and had conceived a liking for him. King Philip must have considered that he had ground for seeing in him a faithful and useful ally. Neither of the two sovereigns took into account the changes that had come, during 2 centuries past, over the character of their power, and of the influence which these changes must exercise upon their posture and their relations one toward the other. Louis the Fat in the first instance, and then in a special manner Philip Augustus and Saint Louis, each with very different sentiments and by very different processes, had disentangled the kingship in France from the feudal system, and had acquired for it a sovereignty of its own, beyond and above the rights of the suzerain over his vassals. The popes, for their part, Gregory VII. And Innocent III., amongst others, had raised the papacy to a region of intellectual and moral supremacy whence it looked down upon all the terrestrial powers. Gregory VII., the most disinterested of all ambitious men in high places, had dedicated his stormy life to establishing the dominion of the Church over the world, kings as well as people, and also to reforming internally the Church herself, her morals and her discipline. "I have loved justice and hated iniquity, and that is why I am dying in exile," he said on his deathbed; but his works survived him, and 100 years after him, in spite of the troubles which had disturbed the Church under 18 mediocre and transitory popes, Innocent III., whilst maintaining, only with more moderation and prudence, the same principles as Gregory VII. Had maintained, exercised peacefully, for a space of 18 years, the powers of the right divine, whilst Philip Augustus was extending and confirming the kingly power in France. This parallel progress of the kingship and the papacy had its critics and its supporters. Learned lawyers, on the authority of the maxims and precedents of the Roman Empire, proclaimed the king's sovereignty in the state, and profound theologians, on the authority of the divine origin of Christianity, laid down as a principle the right divine of the papacy in the Church and in the dealings of the Church with the state. Thus, at the end of the 13th century, there were found face to face 2 systems, one laic and the other ecclesiastical, of absolute power. But the teachers of the doctrine of the right divine do not expunge from human affairs the passions, errors, and vices of the individuals who put their systems in practice; and absolute power, which is the greatest of all demoralizers, entails before long upon communities, whether civil or religious, the disorders, abuses, faults, and evils which it is the special province of governments to prevent or keep under. The French kingship and the papacy, the representatives of which had but lately been great and glorious princes, such as Philip Augustus and Saint Louis, Gregory VII. And Innocent III., were, at the end of the 13th century, vested in the persons of men of far less moral worth and less political wisdom, Philip the Handsome and Boniface VIII. We have already had glimpses of Philip the Handsome's greedy, ruggedly obstinate, haughty, and tyrannical character, and Boniface VIII. Had the same defects, with more hastiness and less ability. The two great poets of Italy in that century, Dante and Petrarch, who were both very much opposed to Philip the Handsome, paint Boniface VIII. In similar colours. He was, says Petrarch, Epistolo Ramiliaris, Book 2, Letter 3, an inexorable sovereign, whom it was very hard to break by force, and impossible to bend by humility and caresses. And Dante, Inferno, Canto 19, verses 45 to 57, makes Pope Nicholas III. say, "Already art thou here and proudly upstanding, O Boniface? Hast thou so soon been sated with that wealth for which thou didst not fear to deceive that fair dame, the Church, whom afterwards thou didst so disastrously govern?" Two men so deeply imbued with evil and selfish passions could not possibly meet without clashing, and it was not long before facts combined to produce between them an outburst of hatred and strife which revealed the latent vices and fatal results of the two systems of absolute power of which they were the representatives. Philip the Handsome had been 9 years king when Boniface VIII. Became pope. On his accession to the throne he had testified an intention of curtailing the privileges and power of the Church. He had removed the clergy from judicial functions, in the domains of the lords as well as in the domain of the king, and he had everywhere been putting into the hands of laymen the administration of civil justice. He had considerably increased the percentage to be paid on real property acquired by the Church, called possessions in mortmain, by way of compensation for the mutation dues which their fixity caused the state to lose. At the time of the Crusades the property of the clergy had been subjected to a special tax of a tenth of the revenues, and this tax had been several times renewed for reasons other than the Crusades. The Church recognized her duty of contributing towards the defence of the kingdom, and the Chapter General of the Order of Citeaux wrote to Philip the Handsome himself, "On all grounds of natural equity and rules of law we ought to bear our share of such a burden out of the goods which God hath given us." In every instance, the question had been as to the necessity for and the quota of the ecclesiastical contribution, which was at one time granted by the bishops and local clergy, at another expressly authorized by the papacy. There is nothing to show that Boniface VIII., at the time of his elevation to the Holy See, was opposed to these augmentations and demands on the part of the French crown. He was at that time too much occupied by his struggle against his own enemies at Rome, the family of the Colonnas, and he felt the necessity of remaining on good terms with France. But in 1296 Philip the Handsome, at war with the King of England and the Flemings, imposed upon the clergy 2 fresh tenths. The bishops alone were called upon to vote them, and the Order of Citeaux refused to pay them, and addressed to the Pope a protest, with a comparison between Philip and Pharaoh. Boniface not only entertained the protest, but addressed to the king a bull, called Clericus Laicus from its first 2 words, in which, led on by his zeal to set forth the generality and absoluteness of his power, he laid down as a principle that churches and ecclesiastics could not be taxed save with the permission of the sovereign pontiff, and that all emperors, kings, dukes, counts, barons, or governors whatsoever, who should violate this principle, and all prelates or other ecclesiastics who should through weakness lend themselves to such violation, would by this mere fact incur excommunication, and would be incapable of release therefrom, save in articulo mortis, unless by a special decision of the Holy See. This was going far beyond the traditions of the French Church, and in the very act of protecting it, to strike a blow at its independence in its dealings with the French state. Philip was mighty wroth, But he did not burst out; he confined himself to letting the Pope perceive his displeasure by means of divers administrative measures, amongst others by forbidding the exportation from the kingdom of gold, silver, and valuable articles, which found their way chiefly to Rome. Boniface, on his side, was not slow to perceive that he had gone too far, and that his own interest did not permit him to give so much offence to the King of France. A year after the bull Clericus Laicos, he modified it by a new bull, which not only authorized the collection of the 2/10ths voted by the French bishops, but recognized the right of the King of France to tax the French clergy, with their consent, and without authorization from the Holy See, whenever there was a pressing necessity for it. Philip, on his side, testified to the Pope his satisfaction at this concession by himself making one at the expense of the religious liberty of his subjects. In 1292 he had ordered the seneschal of Carcassonne to place limits to the power of the inquisitors in Languedoc, by taking from them the right of having their sentences against heretics executed without appeal, and in 1298 he issued an ordinance to the effect that to further the proceedings of the Inquisition against heretics, for the glory of God and for the augmentation of the faith, he laid his injunctions upon all dukes, counts, barons, seneschals, bailiffs, and provosts of his kingdom to obey the diocesan bishops and the inquisitors deputed by the Holy See in handing over to them, whenever they should be requested, all heretics and their creed fellows, favourers and harbourers, and to see the immediate execution of sentences passed by the judges of the Church, notwithstanding any appeal and any complaint on the part of heretics and their favourers. Thus the two absolute sovereigns changed their policy and made temporary sacrifice of their mutual pretensions, according as it suited them to fight or to agree. But there arose a question in respect of which this continual alteration of pretensions and compromises, of quarrels and accommodations, was no longer possible; in order to keep up their position in the eyes of one another, they were obliged to come to a deadly clash, and in this struggle, perilous for both, Boniface VIII. Was the aggressor, and with Philip the Handsome remained the victory. Chapter 19.